Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to Starbucks. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we have Jim Rosati. Jim, we are officially back from Bradenton. Spring training is well on its way, and happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Sorry for the technical issues this morning. I don't know what happened there.
Good.
I think it was just like I think everything was in Florida mode still. So
yeah, all our setups had to be reestablished. So it is what it is. But other than that, so yeah, it's good to be home. I'll say that part.
It's good to be home. At the same time, it was like 45 degrees when I landed on Friday. So that kind of sucked. But it's warming up a little bit. It is now, I think the high today is in the 70s. So things are looking good. It was a beautiful day yesterday.
Good. I'm glad to hear. I mean, spring is basically here. So we should be enjoying some better weather.
Yeah. Unless that groundhog is lying to us.
He wouldn't dare.
I think when was that? February 2nd?
Yep.
Groundhog Day. And he said 4 more weeks of winter. I think that's what he said this year, was 4 more weeks.
Is that what he said?
I mean, it's springtime. It's springtime, baby.
Well, technically it's 6 more weeks. But I'll take 4.
Yeah, I think he said it was going to be a short winter. If I remember correctly.
Yeah. Gotcha. So he verbalized it. He's like, you know what? I know normally we say 6 more weeks, but this time it's different.
Yeah,
it's different.
He said, you know what? This year only. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I could be wrong, but I think we only have 4 more weeks this year.
Well, that works because like you say, it's March 4th, so it's been 4 weeks. So let's get this on the road here. Let's get baseball season back, which it's basically is back now. So we've had a full week, like we mentioned, of spring training, which we were down there for. The Pirates have been playing some baseball. We're gonna talk a little bit about that, but I guess where do we want to start? We're going to talk obviously about Cabrian Hayes. We want to talk about Cabrian Hayes. You especially want to talk about Cabrian Hayes. There's been some injuries to the bullpen. This bullpen that we've been talking about, that's going to be a really good unit, right? Dalman left the game yesterday. And then with that, we kind of heard on top of that with David Bednar, he's dealing with some lat issues. Where do we want to start today?
I mean, I guess let's start with Moretta. That's kind of the newest news, right?
Right.
9th inning yesterday's game, threw a pitch. Fastball was below 90 miles an hour. I think it clocked into 89.8, which was, 4 or 5 miles an hour below his average. Yeah, he and then arm kind of dangling there. You could see he didn't really look too good after the game. Derek Shelton said it was his elbow, right? So that's never necessarily a good thing. Elbow injuries aren't what you want to see out of your pitchers. So he was taken out of the game. We'll learn more probably today or tomorrow as far as what's going on with him. But yeah, Dowry Moretta, not great news there. He wasn't looking very good this spring, so you wonder if there was just kind of something off there, the whole time, and he was trying to pitch through it. But yeah, not a great spring so far for Moretta, and he now potentially, going to miss the start of the year. Potentially, we don't know. I'm not speculating it's like a UCL or anything like that, but elbow injury on March 4th. If he's got to be shut down for a while, he's likely not going to be ready by opening day, would be my guess.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things where, I mean, just like you're saying, he hasn't looked good so far this spring, but it's spring training. This is where stats don't really matter, right? We talk about it time and time again. But you would prefer the person look better than not look good, right? And Dowry just hasn't looked good. He gave up this few home runs the first time out. He gave up a home run last night as well.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It was okay. Yep. Before I said he did, I want to make sure I did. So he did yesterday as well, right? But then, yeah, right, like he left, the velocity was down, and his last pitch was 89 miles an hour. And you saw it. I mean, as soon as he released that pitch, it went right to the arm. So it's one of those things, like you're saying. Was he maybe just injured? I mean, that makes you feel a little bit better about like the results that you've been seeing. Was he kind of injured and pitching through this whole time? But in the same sense, like, oh, has he been injured this whole time? Because that's not good. So yeah, there's a lot of unknowns right now. We just know that he's injured. It's an elbow injury, which, like you said, usually isn't too good. If we want to go on the speculation train here, um, I don't want to say he's like this huge piece in the bullpen. Like it's not David Bednar, it's not Chapman, Halderman. Like those are the dogs that you want to make sure they're healthy right now and such. But Dowry, like
Mhm.
the Dowries and the Majinskis, and we talk about the Bruckies are big parts in the sense that if this team is going to be good, it's because they're shortening the game, right? This rotation isn't as desirable. It's probably not going to be a ton of innings there, quality innings. So you want to see this bullpen make up for that. And that's where Moretta falls in. Like he's the guy that's been coming in probably the fifth, sixth inning, making sure that team shut down still to carry it over to Halderman and Bednar and Chapman and such, right? So I mean it's still big news. This is a really good unit because of the quality and the depth that's there. And if Darren Moretta is lost, there's a potential that that takes a big hit there. So at this point in time, again, like we don't really know what's going to transpire with him, but you want to stay hopeful that maybe it is the beginning, like the few first weeks that he misses. But yeah, Jim, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. Like as far as from a depth standpoint goes, like Moretta's probably like the number 6 guy in this bullpen. If I'm just kind of looking at it, 5 or 6 guy would be my guess.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, I mean, it's a hit. Like this is a guy who you were counting on to give you some major league innings, and if he can't go by opening day, then you've got to bring someone else on. Like probably this opens the door for those non-roster guys. If
Yeah.
anything, Brent Honeywell, being probably a very likely choice. Ben Heller. Um, I would say like those two. If you're looking at non-roster guys, Ben Heller and um, and Brent Honeywell probably have the best shot of making this team. Um, Chase Anderson maybe too, because he didn't look too bad. Willie Peralta, another one who hasn't looked terrible in his little bit of time. So there are guys there who can be slotted in, and like you can live with Brent Honeywell being like your 8th guy in the bullpen, right? But what it does is it kind of you know puts everyone up a tick. So yeah, I mean it's definitely something to monitor. It's a huge bummer. Dauer Moretta. Um, I like him, and he came up big for a few times last year. Was pretty consistent too, just an overall a pretty decent performer throughout the entire season. So yeah, you're counting on him for something this year. Again, he could be fine. Like this could just be like a one time. Oh, my elbow got a little sore, and by next week he's fine, right? Um, like I said, we'll find out more later on. But yeah, definitely not good news. We were getting through spring relatively healthy up to this point. Uh, and Moretta's the first guy to really go down with any sort of injury. You mentioned some other guys. There have been a few players who haven't gotten in a game yet, right? Because of issues. But I don't really have too many concerns with that. Like you talked about Bednar. They came out yesterday and said that Bednar's dealing with some sort of lat issue. David Bednar doesn't need a whole lot of time to get ready for the major league season. Like if David Bednar can pitch by next week or the week after and just get like 3 or 4 innings in, then I feel pretty confident that he'll be fine. So, that's a little bit different of a scenario. McCutcheon hasn't gotten in a game. Kind of same thing with him, right? Like you don't
Right.
need to get Andrew McCutcheon 100 at bats in spring training. Palacios, the one guy where he probably needs to get some swings in because he's competing for a roster spot. He being the other one who still has yet to get into a game. But yeah, the Moretta news definitely hurts. But they do have quite a few arms there where someone should be able to step up. Out of all of these guys that they've invited to camp, find one. Find one of them who can be a competent major leaguer. And the odds of that
Yeah.
happening are pretty high, to be honest. Like, I mean, you take 8 guys with major league experience. hopefully one of them looks good.
Right. I'm with you. Again, like the David Bednar news, I'm not going to say worrisome because I'm not worried about the news. I'm not worried about that injury, the way it's coming off. It just seems like, I mean, it is spring. It's spring training. You are not going to risk anyone getting injured. If you're a pitcher and you're having any type of discomfort, like you just chill there. The fact that he was scheduled to pitch one day and like they decided, no, I just feel like if the injury was even that bad, he's not scheduled to pitch, right? It's just like, you know what? I woke up today and still just not feeling right. All right, you know what? We're just gonna take your week, right? We'll be extra cautious. You are David Bednar. We know you're the closer. We know you're gonna be good. That's how I look at this, right? So I'm not worried about David Bednar, I guess, in that aspect of like, oh, how bad is his injury? I think he's probably fine. I would rather not hear that he's injured, but this is why he hasn't showed up to a game. Like now we kind of actually do know. But like with the Moretta news, like you're talking about, that's not good seeing how he left. But like you said, the positive on that is the fact that this isn't the guy that you're really relying on. And again, that's like what adding Chapman does with his bullpen. It makes it super deep and pretty competitive. So, like you don't really need Moretta to be there all year to think, this bullpen has to be good with him and such. Like it still can be productive. Like you talk about, like Willie Peralta to one is kind of stands out to me. I mean, they did just sign Josh Fleming, recently. Like there's a lot of opportunities here. Like your boy Stratton too. You love Stratton. This is your breakout guy. Maybe this gives him an opportunity as well. I think he'll probably go with the NRI guys you're talking about, though. Obviously, also, but I'm not. This is again like this isn't something you worry too much. There's a lot of opportunities here. There's going to be almost a full more month left of baseball for them to fight for this position if it's needed. And yeah, like may the best guy win. I mean, again, we're talking about a guy who last year was a nobody, right? I mean, this was about a guy that the Reds are basically DFAing, but they traded for Kevin Newman, and it's like he's a terrible pitcher, and now we're talking about him being injured. Like, oh, what are they going to do, right? So like you can usually fill bullpen with some arms. So yeah, again, like this isn't one of the guys you're truly relying on. So that's like the more positive news. And again, we don't really know what's going to happen, but it didn't look good. I will say that.
No, I mean, anytime a pitcher grimaces after a throw, and then you hear it's their elbow, it's not great. Yeah.
No.
So best of let's say best wishes to him. Hopefully he's all right. And hopefully it's just like a short thing. But yeah, he hasn't looked very good in his limited outing so far this year. But this was the first time that we saw the velocity like super down. I just went back and looked when he pitched on Wednesday. He was sitting 94 and a half, somewhere in that area, hit 95, which is where you'd expect him to be. But yeah, yesterday, he was below 90, low 90s the whole time. There was clearly something wrong.
Agree. All right. So there's the injury report, I guess, up to date so far. And then I guess, like you said, like, Plaza is like the other one. Won't go too deep into him. I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah, he's obviously injured, and that's why he hasn't shown up for any games yet. So, do we want to talk about Brian Hayes next?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get
I want to talk about Brian Hayes. I want to talk about Brian Hayes.
Brian is having a really good start again, Jim. Like a really good start.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, like, again, he's always played really well in spring training. He has a career spring training OPS of 1,084. So I want like everybody to realize, like, this is just like what he does when he's down here for some reason. I don't know what it is. Like, he's just really comfortable in spring training. But he's just looked so good this first, these first 8-9 days of spring. Obviously the fielding, like we know how good of a fielder he is, like, and that hasn't missed a beat. But offensively, he's doing everything you want to see him do, right? He's having good at bats. He hasn't struck out yet. So I mean, 14 at bats so far, no strikeouts. He's putting the ball in play. He's putting it in play hard. Like, he's hitting the ball and he's blistering it. He's lifting the ball. He's hit 2 home runs already. He's driving in runs. Man, like he's just he looks really, really, really good. And you titled this, breakout season. I mean, I need to see a little bit more. Like, I actually need to see it in the regular season. But like right now, my expectations of Ke'Bryan Hayes are the highest they've ever been. Like, I think this dude legitimately has figured it out. I think he's figured it out finally, right? And all these years we've waited for him to figure it out. I think he's finally done it. You look at how he finished last year. You look at how he looks right now. He just looks like a different baseball player than what he looked like in 2022 or 2021 or even the beginning of last year. Like I said, a lot of pulling the ball, a lot of hitting the ball hard, a lot of hitting it in the air. I am excited for this season to see Ke'Bryan Hayes. Like, I put it out there, like this dude could get MVP votes this year if he's able to do this over the course of a season. Yeah, like I think this is the year like he puts it all together.
I'm very hopeful that this is the year. Things seem to be lining up that it could be. I said on NS9 Live that, yeah, like to me, March doesn't matter. You show the career stats in spring. What he's doing right now isn't why I'm going to be intrigued, isn't why I'm hopeful, isn't why I'm excited about Ke'Bryan Hayes. But I am going to pump the brakes. Like, again, I need to see it in April to then say this is why it is a breakout season. This is why to hype it and believe it. All I can tell you now is things that make me feel like it is different. Like you, I think what you're alluding to this time. Like, we're not going to be tricked this time. It is different. Believe me, trust me on this one, right? And I guess the reason is a lot of it deals with last year. A lot of it deals with the fact that, of course, he did it for 2 months at the end of the season, right? That's what we talked about. Like he's done it. We've seen it, so maybe he can carry over. But I think what's most important is not so much like the performance. Let's talk a little bit about like the mental aspect of it.
Yep, I was bring that up too. Yep,
it seems like okay. I think Fort talked about someone else, but it's like people need to start taking like their careers in their own hands, right? And the coaching is one thing, but until a player says like I'm going to take this into my own hands, I'm going to find out who I am and do that. That's usually when things like start to click and such, right? And I feel like Ke'Bryan's done that. Like last year, and just with talking. I mean, we still don't know the exact story between Nunnally and everything, right? But it just seems as if Ke'Bryan Hayes got to a point where he said, I'm tired of this shit. I want to be a good player, and I'm going to be a good player. And he did whatever he needed to do to like achieve that. And we saw like those final few months of what he was, right? That to me is like, I feel like what the most important is. And we talk about also like with more or less with rookies, right? Like you want to see players struggle because it's through the struggles that they usually learn, develop, become a better person. They come up and they're just good. They don't find out like what they're not good at. They don't learn to adapt. They don't learn baseball, right? They're just the talent's taken whatever. And Brian Hayes has struggled a long time. and again, like maybe it just took that long time to him to say, like, I'm tired of this. But like on the other aspect, and this is like I'm not psychoanalyzing everything, but on the other aspect, like he is a very typically quiet person. We've seen him be more vocal. And I don't know if this is all a combination of everything as well, but like we've seen him be much more vocal about things. And he's even talked about like on the broadcast, like just like I'm now one of the older players. I'm now a guy that they come to and talk to. So like I don't know if this whole leadership thing is clicking. I don't know if it's like I need to be a better person, I need to be a better player, and like it's all clicking happening. But like that's the thing that kind of stands out to me. That's what's different. That's what I can actually see. It's different. The spring training numbers are the same as they've pretty much been all his career. But it seems to be what's different is him, Ke'Bryan. He seems to be different. So that's kind of where I think that's why I feel more confident what these numbers are and how it could translate. I think he wants to be a better player, and damn it, he's going to be.
yeah. I went into originally there just how he's looked, right? But you also hit the nail on the head there. He just seems like a different person, like in general. Like he's changed his demeanor. He's confident. Like you can tell he is riding high with confidence right now. And I mean, he should be, right? Like he just won a Gold Glove. He just won his first career Gold Glove. He ended last season just tearing the cover off the ball. Like he legitimately played MVP caliber baseball for the last 2 months of the season last year, right? So he should be confident. And that's a big, big difference, I feel like, between now, because he's like exuding that confidence. He's saying, hey, you know what? Like I'm here. I deserve to be here. I'm a good baseball player, like you mentioned. There was something that stuck out to me last week. MLB Network was in Bradenton, and Cliff Lloyd interviewed Brian Hayes for like a 5-minute segment. First off, have we ever heard Brian Hayes talk for 5 minutes in his
Right.
entire career? I don't know, but like the dude like never opens his mouth. But that's another thing you're seeing this spring is like he's talking a lot more. He's on camera. He's being more vocal. He's being like that leader. But I think it just comes back to the confidence. Like I think he's just riding high with confidence right now. But one thing that stuck out to me in that interview with Cliff Lloyd, and if you haven't watched it, go on like the MLB TV app or MLB whatever. But if you go on there, you can see like the Pirates spring training thing. It's like 21 minutes long. It's a good watch. You should go watch it. But in there, Cliff Lloyd asks him, you're coming off a Gold Glove this year. Do you have any goals for this season? And Hayes said that he's actually never set goals for himself like going into a year. He kind of just like went into it and just tried to do his best, right? But Hayes mentioned on that interview, he's like, I do have some goals this year. He's like, I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I've got some goals this year. And I was like, ooh, that means he's got some high goals this year. Like he believes in himself. So I think we're seeing a more confident Brian Hayes. We're seeing a Brian Hayes who just like he has a plan now. Like he knows what he's doing. Whereas before it just seemed like, yeah, he was in the batter's box and he was just kind of doing whatever felt right at the time. But he's a different player now. He's a different person now. He's got a whole different demeanor. Like I said, I'd recommend going back to watching that interview because when I saw that, I was like, he's different. Like he's different this year. I was like, I can't wait to see it like over the course of a whole season. And he keeps talking about how like he needs to stay on the field, and I get that. Like Bucko Mike with his whole fragile Hayes thing. Like, yeah, Brian Hayes needs to play 150 games. Like if he wants to be that dude, he's got to play 150 games. He can't do this 120, 130 game stuff. Like he's got to be on the field a lot because the Pirates need him. They need him in that lineup every day.
Yeah, man. Like this is all reasons to actually like buy in and get excited. The results is what ultimately matters. And again, like we're going to find out more of this in April, I feel, because it is March. He does well in Bradenton. He's doing well again. So, it's not as if it's like, well, this time in March, he's actually like carrying over and playing good. He's done this before. And trust me, I get it. And I'm not here to tell you like it's going to happen. He's going to be an MVP. But what I'm going to tell you is there's a lot of reasons to actually buy in this time going into this year. And I think you're right. I mean, this isn't also something we've done every year with Cabral. Like, it's not as if he's done this and it's like we've hyped him up. We've always had these concerns. Like you said, this is the most excited you've ever been for Cabral, and I'm with you. We've been pretty much calling like, hey, if he can just be like the bat, there's more to desire. There's definitely talent there. He hits the ball very, very hard, right? But like typically into the ground. I mean, I've kept talking about like Eric Hosmer with him all the time. Like the comps in that sense is just he hits the ball very hard, but into the dirt. He could be better, but just isn't, in that aspect. But I don't. I feel like he wants it. And I feel like we're not settling for an average bat here. Like he has that potential to be a much better, above average bat. And if, like you said, if he can, we've already seen the defense. You already see the defense, and he's already gotten to that point where it's being recognized. He's got to go glove this year.
Yep.
And we raved on NS9 Live watching him play defense just in batting practice and his drills. And it's just like, God, this guy's so good. He's just so good defensively. Just so good defensively. And Jim, if he can have that plus bat We know he's a 5-WAR like walking floor. If he has a plus bat, he's a 5-WAR player year in and year out because of that defense.
Yep.
Huge for the Pirates.
I mean, he's a perennial all-star if he can hit a little bit. And like I said, going back to the second half of last year, 539 slugging percentage. Second half of last year for Ke'Bryan Hayes, he had an OPS of 874. 874. Like if that's, and I'm not saying like that's who he is, like, but if that's who he is, if Ke'Bryan Hayes is an 874 OPS hitter, he's literally like in MVP talks.
Yes. Yes. Because that's like 5-WAR offensively. He's like an 8-WAR player right then and there with those numbers. So like a 7-8 WAR.
Like I said, it's hard to take stuff from spring training, but he's just doing every single thing you want to see him do, both on the field and off the field. Like
we talk about question marks
right now. Yep.
Right. And you talk about question marks, and like Ke'Bryan Hayes was a huge question mark. Like, which version of Ke'Bryan Hayes is he? I'm not saying anything's answered, right? But again, these are a lot of reasons that you can start looking on the other side of the question mark and saying, you know what, I'm kind of believing this. Want to see more of it, but I'm kind of believing this.
Yeah, like with all the questions that this pitching staff has, sitting right here on March 4th, I'm pretty confident that this team's got a pretty good core of position players. You know, I mean, it all starts with Reynolds and Hayes, right? Like those are your two centerpieces. But you look at Cruz, who's done everything you want to see him do. I mean, you'd like to see him maybe hit a few bombs, but he has a good approach to the play. You know the bombs are going to come. There's too much power. You know, you saw what Sawinski did last year, inconsistent, but like there's obviously some pop there. And if Hayes, like I said, if Hayes and Davis too, Davis looking really good so far this spring.
Ooh, yeah.
If those two can hit, like this lineup doesn't look bad all of a sudden. Like it looks like it can do some damage. Like I said, the pitching is going to be the main problem with this team, and we've kind of been talking about that for a long time. But I'm feeling more and more confident every day that this team's core of position players is pretty solid. Like they've got a good 4 to 5 guys that are in that lineup every day who you can count on.
Yep. It's tough. This is tough. It's 1 week of spring training, and trust me, like we get that.
Yeah. I'm not over. I'm trying not to
the ones like pump the brakes, guys.
Like I'm trying not to overreact. Because the pitching still huge question mark. But I
right.
do. I feel a lot more confident in the position players.
Yeah. Just to kind of branch off a little bit on that aspect, but you're right. And again, like knowing that it's just a week. It's good that in that week, Ke'Bryan is doing that. It's good that in this week that Henry Davis looks very comfortable too. He looks like very good.
Looks like,
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you he's a good catcher. I'm not here to tell you that he's looked fantastic, but what I am going to tell you is I haven't noticed that he's a bad catcher. And that's all you need as long as he's going to do this stuff that he's doing right now offensively. And again, with it just being the first week, it's been off of major league pitchers too. Like those 2 home runs he's hit, Corbin Burns and yesterday, like those were major league starters. It's not as if he's doing it on like the guy that's going to be pitching in Double-A this year. So encouraging stuff from Henry Davis so far, encouraging stuff from Ke'Bryan Hayes. And the rest. I mean, you're not worried about Brian Reynolds, who's also looked good. O'Neill Cruz coming back, still question marks, like who's he going to be? He looks like where he left off last year, which is also encouraging. He's matured and developed as a hitter last year. That's what we're talking about in spring. Not striking out as much, walking more, making better contact. And that's what he's doing again this year. So I know it's just a week, but that's what you wanted to see out of O'Neill Cruz, which makes you more positive that, okay, what you're hoping to see last year, you probably can see this year. Jack Sawinski is struggling a lot. That's what we saw last year too. It's just going to come. I mean, we'll find out, but there's still talent there. Yeah, like I like the potential of the lineup. And so far we're seeing this spring is reasons why to like the potential of this lineup.
Yeah, no, so we haven't even seen Andrew McCutcheon, who he's just going to be he's gonna at least give you really good at bats every single time. He's gonna get on base. Like I said, you add him in there too, and that just this lineup's got length to it. It's got more length to it as it has in years past. Before, once you got to like that number 5 hitter, it was like 5 through 9 kind of suck. And I don't know if we'll see that this year. We might get to the point where like 7 through 9 kind of suck, but I think we'll have a little bit more length to the lineup than we've had in years past.
I agree. I think this lineup has the ability to be, and I'm not talking potential. Like I think this definitely has the ability to be interesting and fun to a degree. Because even when you get down to 7 through 9, at least for this year, maybe outside of Rowdy, they're interesting. They're interesting parts. You know, like if it's Piguero or Nick, like whoever, you know, like those are players you want to say. It's not like the Austin Hedges of the world, right? I guess that again, that's maybe where Rowdy is, but he's still not even Austin Hedges. But I guess like that's what I'm alluding to. This is even if it's not as desirable towards the end of the lineup, it's guys that you want to see, and hopefully as well. Like if they're not, then someone else is coming because there's depth. Again, we can discuss the quality of the depth, but there's depth. So if Piguero is struggling, then it's Nick Gonzalez coming up and finding out, right? Or it is Triolo that's there and he isn't struggling, you know. So like there's a lot of players to move in and out. So again, that's why I find it interesting about this lineup too. Is even if it's not good towards the end, their struggles, those guys are gonna come up and you're gonna find out who they are next.
Yeah. So there's it's one of those things where like I was pretty pessimistic this whole offseason just because I feel like they didn't do enough. But you know what? Baseball's here. The games are starting. Offseason's pretty much over. Could they still add somebody? Yeah, but I don't think they are. Like I think they're gonna roll with what they got. So now it's like, all right, let's focus on these guys and let's see what we can do. I'm excited. I'm still not willing to say this is like a playoff contending team yet, mostly because of the pitching staff.
Right.
But yeah, there are reasons to be excited to watch the Pittsburgh Pirates this year.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think that sums it up. I'm not a believer in this team like being a playoff team or such either, but we've seen the past years. I mean, this will certainly be more interesting. Again, I'll put it that way because I mean they did actually win some games last year. But I think there's a lot like with that record of not being terrible. We keep hearing how many games they improved by and such. You know, with that, there was certainly some bad months there.
April, like they just came out of the gate super hot.
Yeah, but again, like
May through September, they were bad.
August they weren't so bad.
They were okay.
but you're right. That's what I'm saying. Like there was really bad baseball in between, and I don't think we'll have that as much this year. It just will be more evened out, right? You're not going to have the hot April likely, but either way, what I'm getting at is team is definitely more interesting. Yeah, a lot comes on the pitching, and I guess just to touch on this real quick too. Martin Perez made his debut yesterday, and he's going to be a big part of that, right? He was signed. He's probably like their number 2 pitcher after Mitch Keller. He looked good. Jim.
Yeah, the biggest thing that stood out to me yesterday with Perez was the command. Like he seemed like he was hitting his spots. He definitely benefited from Laz Diaz was behind the plate, and Diaz was in midseason form with his like 8-foot wide strike zone. I mean, Perez was getting like 3 inches on that outside corner, I feel like. But to his credit, like he was like, hey, if Diaz is going to give me these pitches as strikes, like I'm going to take advantage of them. And he hit his spots every single time. So yeah, really good game for Perez. Definitely what you want to see. The velocity was down a little bit, but he was pinpoint with his command, and the changeup in particular, I was very, very impressed with. If that's a pitch that he can kind of hone in on and get back on track, because I think that pitch has always been like his specialty, and I want to say just in that it wasn't all that great last year. But that changeup, if he can get back to using that changeup pretty consistently, especially against right-handed hitters, and locating it, he has the potential to be pretty good. Yeah, last year that changeup was worth -7 runs, where in the past, it's always been it's been inconsistent. It's been a pretty inconsistent pitch for him. But if he can go like that sinker cutter changeup, gosh, he's been all over the place. He's been the most inconsistent pitcher. But
Well, that's why he's a Pirate.
You see the stuff there. Like you can look at him and be like, okay, if he can hit his spots, there could be something here. Like you can squint and convince yourself that 2022 Martin Perez is like somewhere in there.
Well, I mean, it's somewhere in there. Absolutely.
Mm.
It's just, are they going to be able to unlock it and have it there, like you said, consistently? And like this is one thing to stand out too. Just some things. That's what's nice about spring training is you kind of get to talk to players, hear stories, right? And like you kind of heard from him that he was right into the film room this offseason. And it seems like he's a guy that gets it, right? He wants to be better and such. But you can also say, well, if he's that person, then that should have been done throughout his career, right? So it's not as if like, oh, he's in the film room and he's going to be a better person and better pitcher now, because if that was the case, like you said, he probably wouldn't be so inconsistent. But, it's good hearing that. And again, I don't know how much I believe in the Pirates' effectiveness, changing pitchers and making them better and such. That's still to be desired, and I think it's still a question mark to find out with. But like you said, like, there is stuff there with Perez. It's not as if he's just a bad pitcher. This is a very, very low ceiling type of guy. There is some stuff there. If they can unlock it and make this to like a Jose Quintana type of success story, like I think there's that type of potential with Martin Perez. It's just that there's been one Jose Quintana, so I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to stamp that they can do that for him. But that would be huge.
Yeah, I think if that a lot rides on either, like if they're able to get Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez, just one of them. If one of them can kind of reach their potential and kind of like go back to being the guy who they were when they look good, that could mean a whole lot for this team. Like if all of a sudden Marco Gonzalez or Martin Perez becomes a 3-WAR pitcher for this team, like that changes a whole lot. Now the question is, will that happen? Right? Like we've seen it happen from those guys before, but is it going to happen for the Pirates in 2023? I don't know. But if one of those two can like really tap into their strengths and put together a good season, it could really, really help this team.
Yeah, absolutely. But the sad part is that's also just a start. There's still so much more.
It still just gives you two decent pitchers.
Right. Because what you're asking is, hey, if the guy they've penciled in to be the number 2 starter
yeah, if the number 2 starter
be like a effective starting pitcher as a floor.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we're at.
23, 4, 5, the depth pieces. Yeah. And again, that's why we talk about this team, that the limits are the pitching staff.
Yep.
So a lot of question marks, a lot of things need to go right. And Martin Perez is definitely one of the top on that list. He was signed. I guess he was outside of Chapman, right? He's the biggest signing the Pirates had this offseason as far as starting pitching goes. So like a lot are on his shoulders to be a good pitcher.
A lot on the shoulders, I think, of the guy pitching today too.
Yep.
Paul Skeens.
Well, I was going to say which
he's
one.
Not going to start. He's not going to start in Pittsburgh, but look, if he's able to show that he's ready, you bring him up mid-season at some point, and yeah, he could be a big help as well. So Paul Skeens starting today, his second spring appearance down in Port Charlotte against Tampa. That game is televised as well, so it's going to be on whatever the Rays TV channel is. The Rays are broadcasting that game.
That's exciting stuff.
Yep.
I can't wait. We'll have actual StatCast numbers better than our video to see him from the stands. I'm excited for Paul Skeens. I said it on Twitter after we had that one Starbucks. I said there's not too much that I'm like super excited about or like a single player, and it's officially Paul Skeens. And now, especially seeing that outing, it is absolutely Paul Skeens. So give me all the Paul Skeens you have. Hopefully before June too.
There you
Probably
go.
not. So yeah, so tune in today. Watch Paul Skeens.
Yep. That's all I got though. Unless you have anything else you want to bring up.
Not really. No, I just wanted to touch a little bit on Martin Perez for sure because that was a really good solid outing by him that you want to see. So, and he went 3 innings. I want to just credit that too. He also went 3 innings. That was kind of surprising.
Doug on the postgame show, first ever NS9 postgame show of 2024. By the way, yesterday, check it out if you haven't. He used the word encouraging a lot. It was definitely something to be encouraged about. And if you're at this point of the season, you can't really take a whole lot out of things. You would just rather be encouraged than discouraged, right? So,
right,
yeah,
absolutely. So I'm encouraged, not intrigued yet. Let's get out of here then. As always, really appreciate you all for watching. We'll be back throughout this week, of course, another NS9 Live and such. And I think just to put out there, because post-show games are back in parentheses, our next one is next Saturday. Is that what
Sunday.
it is? Sunday.
Next Sunday we'll be back with another post-game show. Yeah, so I mean it's spring training for the players. It's spring training for the NS9 crew too. We gotta get ready to go. We got a grueling 162 game post-game schedule that we gotta get ready for. So
162 plus.
162 plus, hopefully.
There it is. Because of spring training.
So next Sunday we'll have another post-game show. NS9tv, if you haven't tuned in, awesome. Just something to put in the background. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. every single day. You can just go to our YouTube page and you can watch Pirate stuff for 6 straight hours if your heart desires. So
yeah, all you nutsos, go and check that out. 6 straight hours of us and Pirates.
I'll say this: it's perfect. It's perfect, like background to your work day type thing. Just put it on. You don't have to pay attention to the whole thing. But hey, you got Pirate stuff in the background for 6 hours.
Yep. We try to make it a good mix. Some current stuff, some old stuff. That could be relevant today, obviously. Like we're not just gonna have like a post game from 2022 on, but
right. Yeah.
But yeah, so check it out. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. So with that said, I guess we'll get out of here.
Let's do it.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
See you all.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
So, I mean, clearly Luis Ortiz, Roansy Contreras. I mean, Chapman's Cuban, clearly not him. I'm bad with names also, but the outfielder that's got from Kansas City. No, damn it. I was going to go there. Okay. Peguero, Endy Rodriguez, and then O'Neill Cruz. No one else from the bullpen. Jose Hernandez.
And there's actually, Endy doesn't count because he's not on the 40-man anymore.
Oh, he's not on the 40-man. You're right. So, son of a bitch. Why could you ask me this yesterday? But wait. So if he's not, who was just signed? I mean, Fleming, obviously. And then who did they? Oh. Y'all, no, Grandal's not Dominican. What am I talking about? Moretta, Big Bank. Oh, son of a bitch. It was another bullpen guy. All right. I'm not too proud of myself, but I'm not.
Cal, come on up.
Oh my! Oh my! Let's go, Kirsten! Nope. Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, right? Yeah. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kirsten.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of NS9 Cardboard. I'm Jim, and with us today, we've got an online exclusive Topps Allen and Ginter X. One mini autograph per box. We already opened a box of the regular Allen and Ginter, and again, this comes out afterwards. Online exclusive, only on Topps.com. Sold out really fast. But yeah, guaranteed an autograph in this, which is pretty neat. And, you know, if you watched our other Allen and Ginter video, you'll know that you can pull some pretty wild stuff in this product. So yeah, let's rip it open and see how we do. So I'm pretty excited about this one. I'm a big Allen and Ginter fan, and the Allen and Ginter X, the fact that it comes with that guaranteed autograph is pretty neat. Hopefully we can pick up a pretty cool card here. But yeah, same thing as the regular set, right? So you'll end up getting a lot of the minis. You know, you get those weird crazy inserts. So and then with the X, it's black borders, black background, basically just a little bit you know, just a little bit different than the regular one. We're going to start off there. There's an Adley rookie card. There's our first mini, Dansby Swanson. These sold out really fast. I was not even able to get one on Topps.com. I had to grab this one on eBay. Chris Fowler, for you college football fans out there, is Julio. Hey, Roberto Clemente. Vladdy. We've got a miniature Wander Franco. Definitely not as good of a card as that one used to be. Jeter Downs rookie. Sarah Natacheni. Oh, that's the Pokemon girl. Oswaldo Peraza, Tim Anderson. I saw he just became a free agent today. Bo Jackson, Mini, Steven Strasburg. That is a Tom Schwartz and Dylan Cease. Would be really cool to get a like a really nice autograph here. Here's Casey Webb, Man vs. Food guy, apparently. Acuna, Jeter, Greg Maddux, Seth Brown. We got a Prince Fielder miniature, Jose Barrios, and Oscar Collis rookie. Let me know if any of you guys have been able to scoop these up. I saw someone on Twitter. Someone on Twitter was opening up some of these the other day. Will Benson rookie, and he pulled a. There's Hoodie Allen. He pulled a Corbin Carroll autograph. So that'd be nice. There's some Meek Mill. Oh, that Jorge Posada. Don't get to see too many Jorge Posada days. Jorge Posada cards. Stan Musial and Cal Ripken Jr. I'm checking the back here to see if some of these might be short prints, but Urias, Babe Ruth, Austin Meadows. There's a Shohei. Larry Walker, Lennon Sosa, miniature rookie, Rod Carew, Walker Buehler. Still haven't gotten any no hits yet. Tim Hudson, Pichardo, Olivia Pichardo, college baseball pitcher, Brown University. Devers, Greinke, Buster Posey, Barry Zito. It's kind of cool. Vidal Brujan and Sean Murphy. John Birdie. There's Mike Trout. Real Muto. Stephen Kwan. Gleyber Torres. Oh, here's a nice one. Gunnar Henderson. Miniature. I even picked up these little miniature soft sleeves. Gunnar Henderson mini rookie. Yeah, these are kind of nice. These little the tobacco sleeves. We'll take that one. Ozzy Albies, Xander Bogaerts. Nice little mini rookie of Gunnar Henderson. One of the better rookies that you can pull. Freddie Freeman. Shintaro Fujinami. Garrett Cole. David Ortiz. Edwin Diaz. There's a Tony Gwynn mini. Yachty. And Justin Turner. Yandy Diaz, Lou Brock, Nick Castellanos, Alex Bregman. Yeah, that's a Kenny Lofton jersey. Kenny Lofton in a Rangers jersey. Don't see that often. Brujan mini, Alec Boehm, Blake Snell. Throwing packs. Still waiting on our auto. Andre Dawson, Nolan Arenado, Jose Ramirez, Austin Riley, Paul Goldschmidt. Oh, this is cool. Look at that hand-numbered red miniature of Edwin Diaz. 2 of 5. 2 of 5. That is a nice one. Edwin Diaz, red mini, 2 of 5. That is a nice card. So our minis we've had some pretty good minis here. That's what I'm talking about. Brian Reynolds, and Ted Williams. Nice hit. I think that's the first red that we've hit since we've started this series. That's definitely the lowest number card that we have pulled. There's a Jordan Walker rookie card. Let's leave that up. McGuire, Chipper, Patrick Wisdom, Robert De Niro. Masataka Yoshida mini rookie. Let's leave that up. Mountcastle and Dale Murphy. The Yoshida. I'm sure that's a decent one. Mini rookie. That red is nice in the background there. That will probably fetch a pretty decent amount too. Got to be a Mets fan out there who's going to want that one. Schwarber, Old Time Hockey, Wander, Ricky Henderson. There's a Yoshida rookie. Rod Carew mini. Chris Bryant and Reed Detmers. Still waiting on the auto. Bomani Jones, Clayton Kershaw, Josh Bell, Alex Rodriguez, Scott Rowland. There's a Shea Langoliers mini rookie. Alcantara and Tyler Anderson. I think we're down to about 4 packs left here. Auto still needs to be pulled. This is going to be it. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to... I don't know if he's going to be hiding behind this O'Neal Cruz. We're going to save that for the end. Andre Dawson. Will Smith miniature. Kevin Hart. George Springer. Hunter Green. So we got an auto behind that O'Neal Cruz. We're going to open it at the end here. Mateo, Turner, Lindor, Marte. There's a Volpe rookie, base rookie. Jose Ramirez mini. Scherzer and Mullins. Two more packs. Two more packs in the auto. Grayson Rodriguez, Harper, Josh Hader, Mark Mulder, Sharanya, Shams, Sharanya. He's a basketball insider, not really a basketball guy. George Brett mini, Christian Walker, and Bun B. All right, final pack, and then we'll check out this autograph. Suzuki, Seager, Bellinger, World Series MVP, Corey Seager, that is. Mariano Rivera, Albert Pujols, Bob Gibson, mini, Altuve, and what was that, Mandy Bell? Yep. All right, let's peek out this autograph. So he's behind this O'Neal Cruz. Topps, Allen and Ginter, 2023. That's a cool signature. The silver. Not the best autograph, that's for sure. Jose Cuas. 21 of 50 though. 21 of 50. So, not a big hit here on the auto. We did get a rookie. Not the greatest rookie, but you know what? We more than make up for it with that red miniature Edwin Diaz that we got. I like the silver pen though on these. On the black. That looks sharp. All right. Well, that'll do it. Thanks for watching, guys. Quick recap. Base rookies that we got: Anthony Volpe, Christian Jordan Walker, and Adley Rutschman. Mini rookies here. We got a Yoshida and a Gunnar Henderson. Our autograph, Jose Cuas out of 50. And then definitely the hit of the break. Handwritten on there. Pretty neat. 2 of 5. 2 of 5. It's a red mini of Edwin Diaz. Really nice card. Awesome. Well, guys, thanks for watching. Again, really appreciate you all. Like, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. If you've ripped any of this, let me know in the comments what it was that you hit. And happy collecting out there. We'll be back later with some more cards. See you guys.
Major League Baseball this year are unveiling some new jerseys. They're new partners at Fanatics. These are made by Nike. And they are receiving quite a bit of criticism. You know those jerseys that you buy like off those shady internet websites from China that you know are just not good? They're $17 a piece. That's what these new jerseys look like. I feel like the value of those knockoff jerseys, you know, Born Trade, DH Gate, Temu, you know, those types of things, those jerseys, the value through the roof because these things just suck. Who's paying $170 for these things when you can get the exact same thing knockoff for $17? Unbelievable. Fix it, MLB.
What position does he profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays some catcher. This is your future. He plays catcher, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot.
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Brett
Number one pick
Jr.
from last year for Vanderbilt. For Vanderbilt, my number one pick. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September fall. Which was that good?
I'm still hanging.
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something, as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
I could have hit
He's very. There's not a lot of open swing.
Right fielder number 80, Carter. Yo!
when you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles too.
After he called the short.
And he got that. Two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right.
his friends all over the country.
Oh yeah, he would pitch. He could easily pitch.
When you visualize, have a translate to it has to be a real time. And then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
So they clear up. Anybody have a lot of videos out there? Call me up and say, hey,
That's so meta.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Neil and Doug Go to the Movies. This is episode 2. And you know how we said last time that this was going to be a break from the miserable, terrible, disappointing things that we love, like the Pittsburgh Pirates? That was a lie, because today we are going to talk about the Star Wars prequels, which are also big disappointments from a franchise that most of us love and enjoy. So, Doug, how are you doing today?
I am excellent. Neil, that is a great correlation. The Pirates had a great history, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were an iconic franchise. Just like the first 3 Star Wars films, which are episodes 4, 5, and 6. And then, now the difference between, George Lucas spent money. Each one of these, the budgets on each one of these was $100 million, roughly a little bit over 13, which at the time was nothing now compared to what they're spending on Iron Man 7 or what have you. But yeah, and but what they do have in common with the Pirates is, oh, what a disappointment. And then
yes.
The Pirates, when they do spend money, they don't spend it wisely. We should probably, we might want to distance ourselves from the Pirates when we do these, So
yeah,
but yeah, these the Force was not with George Lucas on these 3 films.
No.
I went back and watched them when as I told you, the first time I watched them, I was so disappointed, and I thought part of that was my fault because my expectations were so high. Like nothing was going to, and that's what a lot of the reviews at the time said. Look, nothing's going to meet the expectations of this fan base. And that's true. But then I watched them again, and it wasn't just my expectations. That these were not good films. They were boring. And, again, what I said in our first episode, I watched it. I sit down in the theater, I'm excited, and the scroll comes up, and it's about, tax and embargoes and Senate meetings. And I'm like, I just, and I think the biggest takeaway from watching them again is I realized that Star Wars are for kids. Freddie Prinze has a great rant out there on TikTok or YouTube. You can find it somewhere about just ranting how, and that's what happens. Every new trilogy and every new movie is for a new group of kids. The difference between episodes 4, 5, and 6, episodes 4, 5, and 6 were for 13 to 16-year-olds, perhaps. And I was 13 when it came out. These were for 6 years old. This was all about selling toys and merchandise, lunch boxes and Jar Jar Binks plushies and telling the story wasn't the top agenda. It was selling stuff was the top agenda.
Well, it's just interesting because like Star Wars, when it came out, like it was lightning in a bottle. Like when Star Wars was made, no one was thinking, oh, this is going to be the biggest franchise in American movie history. Like that was never a thing. Like it kind of just caught on.
Oh yeah.
And they kind of went with it. This time, you have all those expectations, but I don't know. It was just disappointing because like I see what they were trying to do. Like the idea, like you talked about the politics and the taxes and all that stuff. But the thing is, like, it could have worked. Like the idea of Palpatine taking over and destroying the Jedi through political intrigue and undermining the council and like doing sneaky things behind. That could have been so interesting.
It could have been great. You're right. It could have been really compelling.
So, like, it's so boring. Things just happen because the script says it has to happen. Like, there's no depth, there's no clever writing. And so instead what you get is like a bunch of just really boring scenes with no actual
predictable, right? No, right. I mean, it's like, you know, they're trying to perpetuate this thing that people can't tell that, you know, the Dark Emperor and Palpatine are the same guy. You know, it's like the very wooden performances. I mean, boy, if I hear my young apprentice, my young Padawan, we get it. He's younger than you. You know, that goes from Liam Neeson to Obi-Wan Kenobi character, and then from the Obi-Wan character to Anakin. You know, it's like, you know, one more guy. Whatever, he's young and he's the youngest guy in the council, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, stop talking, ending. But to me, the greatest crime of these movies is that they destroyed, to me anyway, the greatest movie villain of all time. In episodes 4, 5, and 6, Darth Vader is the bad man, right? He exudes menace and power and then back and tell his origin story, and he's a whiny little bitch. he just pouts and snarls, and you know, I have so much rage, I have so much anger. Oh no, what have I done? It was just, I mean, you know, and I don't think the acting was necessarily Hayden Christensen and Natalie Portman's fault. I saw a behind the scenes thing, and George Lucas was directing them that way. But man, it was awful, right? And we know how good Natalie Portman is. I've seen Hayden Christensen in a few other things where he's pretty good.
I've only seen him in Jumper where he's terrible. So
that was better. He made a movie with Kevin Kline. It's something about a house. I don't know if it was really good. And he made a movie where he played the guy that had fabricated his stories I don't think it was the Washington Post, but it was a magazine in Washington, and you know, it's based on a true story. He was really, really good at it. So I don't want to blame it on him, but man, I mean, you know, 6-year-old kid's a 6-year-old kid. He can't do much.
It is the writing, and so for me, like the two biggest terms. So the first, and we'll kind of segue, I guess, into the first one. We'll talk about chronologically, but like the first problem is that the movies are so boring. The movies are criminally boring for a space action adventure series. The first one especially, but the second thing is that like the first two movies don't like do anything to help progress the story, because the entire purpose of this trilogy, right, is to establish Darth Vader. It is supposed to create Darth Vader, but like there's nothing in the first two movies except maybe the killing of the Tusken Raiders that like sets Anakin on his like path to the dark side. Like it's like the first two movies are useless.
And all he does in those movies, in the second one in particular, I know, like I said, we're going to do it chronologically, but the second one, you know, Padme, I'm angry, but I must listen to my master. You know, and then I mean, there was like his conflict was just completely resolved. You know, every day, like I said, just and did nothing to get him to this path of again. The greatest movie villain of all time.
It then also like undercuts like episode 3's attempts to like kind of like to put him toward the dark side, because at the end of the episode, we'll get there, but like by the time like the betrayal in episode 3 happens, there's no good reason that Anakin should be listening to this crazy man.
Right. No, it's funny that, you know, you've got this physically disformed evil guy. You know, he's not making a compelling case for why you should join the dark side. No. You know, it's like, look, man, this is awful. It's an awful road. You know, and he's like, no, what have I done? I can't go. Okay, I'll head down to the temple now and kill all the children. Like, it was just, there was no like struggle. It was just like, okay, sure, why not?
Yeah. I guess you might help me say it, but yeah. All right, so let's start at the very beginning. The very first one, it came out, what, 1998?
1999.
1999. I was 1 year old when this came out, and that is The Phantom Menace.
I was 35 years old.
Wow.
Right, yeah.
The Phantom Menace
that had a budget of 102.7 million and it made 924.3 million. And then they re-released it in 3D and that put it over $1 billion. It was
like $1 billion in 1999 is crazy.
Right. Yeah, it had all sorts of records, like highest opening day, highest second day, highest third week. I mean, it was just killing it at the box office.
But episode 1 starts with the title crawl, and it starts talking about whoever the heck the Trade Federation is, taxes, the Galactic Senate, and I don't know. You're right. It's such a stark contrast from like the original opening title crawl.
Yeah, I was already bored. I was like, I think I'll go get popcorn. I'm 37 seconds into the movie, and I'm like, this looks really dull.
Yeah, and in the beginning, like, kind of just shows like the politics like immediately falling apart because every person who makes decisions in the Trade Federation acts in the dumbest way possible. And I think that's kind of a constant theme through all 3 movies where everyone just makes terrible decisions that no one else would ever make.
Right. Like, I agree. And that applies to the people with the Force. The people with the Force cannot sense that, they're with this terrible villain. They're protecting this terrible villain. They're taking his side. It's like, don't any of you, like Yoda, you don't sense a little bit there from the senator, that maybe, and he's got that dark side. He's, bought into the dark side.
Like the movie starts and the movie's supposed to be like this exciting escape action scene. But like, it's also supposed to establish the politics, but the Trade Federation wants to invade Naboo, right? Like they want to take it over and they want there to be no proof. But their course of action is to kill 2 Jedi,
right?
Bring all this attention onto them and their blockade.
and we as viewers don't care about Liam Neeson yet, right? We have no attachment to it. If he dies in the first 10 minutes of the movie, wow, they killed him off early. But that's my only, it's not like losing Han Solo at the end of The Empire Strikes Back. He didn't even die, but we were so worried that he was, And this was like, okay, bye, Liam Neeson. We've got a particular set of skills. We'll apply them somewhere else, So, yeah, you're right. It's just, and the other thing too, for me, is that Star Wars has always pretty much been about the humans.
Yeah.
And these really went heavy on the creatures. And while, the makeup and stuff is good and the special effects is good, it's still, a bunch of jolly fish-looking things or bug-looking. It just took me out of the movie, quite a few times. You have Samuel L. Jackson and you've muted his performance. They just did so many things wrong. And if you're going to have Samuel L. Jackson in a Star Wars movie, let him choose some scenery,
Yeah, I agree. It's more just like the viceroys or whatever. They don't look human. I think the effects look terrible, so it really takes you out of the movie. And then like they're just idiots.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to like harp on like what every other movie reviewer has ever said. Like I want this to be a little different, but like the whole like filling the room with poison gas and then 5 seconds later saying they must be dead now, go finish them off or whatever. like you couldn't have thought of like it really just felt like with everything in the first movie that it didn't get past one proofread. The script did not get edited. It was whatever the first thing they all put out was the script. And it's really obvious.
Yeah. It's well, George Lucas is not a good director, right? He's a great producer, a great assembler of talent, a great with special effects. But this was the first movie he had directed since the Star Wars in '77. So I think he knew that he offered the director job to Steven Spielberg, Ron Howard, and Robert Zemeckis. And they all turned it down. And Ron Howard said they basically all thought it was just too daunting. Like, who wants to take on, right? You're in a real tough spot. So Lucas directed it, wrote and directed it. Now I think he's a pretty good writer, but universally, everybody thinks The Empire Strikes Back is the best of all the Star Wars movies. And that was written by Lawrence Kasdan, who is a sneaky great, I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's a fantastic writer in the 80s. He wrote Indiana Jones. He wrote Big Chill. He was cranking out.
He understands like what the script needs to be in like a nice like action movie with likable characters.
Yeah, I mean, he sort of set the template with Indiana Jones. Something happens every 8 minutes, you know, and it's something exciting. And Indy does something great, and that was, you know, not applied to in this.
No, because these movies are so boring, and like the Phantom Menace might be the worst offender. Like you get this opening scene where there's some action. It's not great action because it's just, you know, Jedi slicing through robots, and
right.
Again, I'm not going to harp. That's already been done to death, but you know, it's not interesting. And then nothing happens. Like it goes from like that opening action scene, and the next bit of action is the pod race,
right.
And that's like 40 minutes.
That's a long stretch.
I had forgotten because I haven't seen this movie in a while because I don't go out of my way to watch it.
No, it's been 20 years.
I couldn't believe how little happened in this movie. I watched this 2 days ago. I can barely tell you what happens between.
I'm already struggling. Yeah, it's in and out. Between nothing impacts. There's no, you know, if we had to pick, gee, what was the best scene of that movie? I can't even remember. You know, I can't remember.
There's one answer. There's, but we'll get to that. There's one answer for best scene, but like even then, it's like it's not even the best lightsaber fight. But yeah, it's just, you know, like I think after that they like get down to the planet, and they spend like 25 minutes with Jar Jar Binks going to the capital city of the Gungas, and then getting it in Jar Jar Binks. We all know Jar Jar Binks sucks. You know it sucks. I know he sucks. No one likes him.
George Lucas knows he sucks. But if you watch, you know, now you know the secret title of the second movie was called The Adventures of Jar Jar Binks, and that was just a joke, a George Lucas joke, like haha, because everybody hates him so much. Yeah. But he probably has half as much screen time in the second one, and he's barely in the third one. Like Lucas came to terms with the fact that nobody, not children, nobody like Jar Jar.
That's probably the biggest drag of the opening part, or if like why there's something happening, because they're always cutting back to Jar Jar Binks doing some stupid thing for the kids, like you said, but nothing's happening.
Right. Yeah. He's like a Jerry Lewis, you know, shtick thing going on. That's like, please no, it's not working for anybody. It's distracting from the movie. And I, you know, I'm a guy who loves dialogue. I don't need action. I love movies where, you know, we talked about the holdovers. There's no action in the holdovers, but the conversation is great. It's compelling. It's intriguing. You want more. So I'm all for it. You can give, like, it's just like you said, this movie could have been fine if it was about political intrigue. If there was any intrigue, you know, to the political part, but there was none. It was this stilted. I mean, he just didn't put that much effort into the screenplay. He really, these were just all stiff wooden, you know, cardboard, and all of them. The mother, the little Anakin, the fake queen. There was nobody that had any real like charisma. Bad jokes from Qui-Gon. Is that Qui-Gon and
Qui-Gon?
Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. I mean, it was just I mean, they were making like Arnold Schwarzenegger Commando. You know, I told you I would kill you last. I lied. You know, it's like just terrible. You know, catchphrase junk.
There's no like the first movie specifically. Like, if you asked anyone like what their favorite part of the first movie was, or Empire, no one says the action scenes usually.
Right.
Everyone talks about like a character, like characters talking, because Han and Luke and Leia are all great characters. Like they get one like that. That's natural humor. It's well written. There is not a single good character in this movie, and especially when my
favorite scene in this movie is the end credits. I mean, hey, I'm like, oh, thank God it's over. Right?
Well, like, because like, you know, people like Obi-Wan, but Obi-Wan is a plank of wood. Qui-Gon has no personality. Like, you're taking some really good actors, like Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor. Right. You're taking Natalie Portman, Samuel Jackson. Like, you were taking like a really good cast of people and making them all the same.
Yeah, you've neutered and taken the personality away from every one of them. And like you said, these are talented. You know, Natalie Portman's got an Oscar. I think Ewan McGregor and Liam Neeson have definitely been nominated. Samuel Jackson, I think, has been nominated. You had great talent. There was no excuse for the performances to be this bad. And I don't hold it against the actors. I really don't. I put this on George Lucas, and Lucas is up there on my Mount Rushmore. I love those original movies. And some of Indiana Jones, American Graffiti. He's a heavy hitter, but man, I mean, like I said, this to me just seemed to be one big commercial for 6-year-old children. You buy these toys, look at this funny face, look at it, and it's part of the problem with filmmaking today. There are multiple agendas before story. And I am a story-driven person, so
yeah, same here.
And we didn't get much of a story.
Yeah, and and it's disappointing because even in this movie, which is bad, I don't like it. There are cool elements, there are parts of me when I was watching this trilogy and watching this movie, I'm like, all right, this is cool. The lightsabers are cool. The pod racing, the idea of pod racing is actually so cool,
right?
And I actually kind of enjoy the scene because it almost leans into almost like a NASCAR. They have almost the NASCAR style announcer, and honestly, that kind of laugh out of me.
People say that these were referencing, he was paying homage sort of to Ben-Hur, the original.
Yeah.
Ben-Hur. There's a lot of religious overtone, virgin birth, chosen one, that sort of thing. So.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of religious thing, but the pod racing scene. While I can sit down and enjoy that, it did not save the fact that nothing had happened for the first hour of that movie.
Yeah, and it wasn't that good of a scene, right? It was good. No, it was fun. It was enjoyable, but it did not. If the movie was started there, it would have been better off, right?
The problem, the worst part is when the best scenes are what stop the plot and just do something completely different. And then I don't know how you feel about this because shortly after this, we get to what most people feel is the worst part of this entire trilogy is the midichlorians.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the midichlorians, Doug? Tell me as a kid who grew up wanting to be a Jedi, learning that you had to have a midichlorian count to become one.
Yeah, it was just another what? Right? Before the force is all around us, it's in us, it's a part of us, and some people can tap into it, better than others. Now it's you need, I don't know, a certain amount of vitamin C. It's like your A1C count now, 6.7. That's not very, it's a little high, Doug. So yeah, that was disappointing. We find out he had more than Yoda.
Yeah.
Right. And we have more than Yoda. He had more than Yoda, and they're like, no, we're not going to train him. What? Right. It's another, that's a head scratcher. You found the person that has the most midichlorians of all time. No, we don't think you should train him. And could I have
it's too dangerous.
Explanation why right. Because he's too dangerous.
As if it wouldn't be less dangerous to train him in your way so he wouldn't become that and you can antagonize him. I don't know. But
we've got the most dangerous Jedi of all time. We're just going to leave him to the dark side. We're just going to ignore him. Hope he,
It also just kind of ruins characters like Yoda. Yoda was worked because he was the super powerful guy with the Force, but he doesn't look like that. And midichlorian count, okay, so he's actually a super powered. He just doesn't look super powered. It kind of ruins the aura of what made Yoda even remotely cool in the first place.
Right, Yoda. Right, he lifted the ship out of the water, showing Luke Skywalker that it's not about your size, it's not about your strength, it's your will. But now it's because he's got high cholesterol or something.
Yeah, I have heard stories from my older cousins or older friends who said they were ruined because they it's kind of like that dream you might get the letter from Hogwarts.
Yeah, right.
And because there's no, and it's you might have the Jedi power, but now it's just midichlorians and no one knows what that is.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, when you said the worst thing, I was thinking that you were going to talk about the sexual predator, pedophile grooming of young Anakin by the Queen there. But
oh man, that poor kid's never worked. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't. that was like the worst. I almost like skipped through that scene, like the "Are you an angel" scene. Like I almost skipped through it because like,
are you an angel? Yeah,
I mean, like that doesn't really come full circle till the second movie, but yeah, Natalie Portman's character dating someone who's she's like what has to be 10 or 11 years older.
I mean, even okay, I don't think he's 8 years old. He looks like he's 6 years old, right? He's just a child, and I mean, she's at least 16. So that would be a 10-year age gap. That's I mean, even again, 10 years later, when he's 16 and she's 24, years have gone to jail.
Yeah,
for that age gap.
It's space jail. It's kind of like I guess Romeo and Juliet laws don't exist in space, or she'd be carrying it around in like one of her wallets, like it's a Michael Bay movie. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things I just didn't think about.
Yeah,
or didn't think it through.
Right. It's like, wow, what were you couldn't have. Right, just made them a little, 4 years apart or something, and it probably would have been better if you had a 10 or 12-year-old kid playing the part anyway. Just discover him, and then things are a little more believable. He's probably able to deliver lines more effectively, that sort of thing. But yeah, we wanted to have this very May-December romance.
It was the real reason Anakin turned to the dark side.
Yeah.
Traumatized.
Yeah, exactly. The PTSD from being groomed from the time
being groomed. Natalie Portman is the reason this all. Yeah. I could call her Amidala, but she's Natalie Portman because she doesn't have a character.
Right. I don't want to Padme her. She's too good. She's been too good for so long. And prior to those movies too, she had done Leon and Beautiful Girls. I mean, she had done some really. She was Heat. I mean, she had done some really good work. And then you see her like, Annie, it's been so long since I've seen you. Like what? Right? Like what happened to her personality? What did you do with it?
It's the magic of George. And so we get through the midichlorians, we get through this, and finally we reach like the last 30 minutes of the movie where stuff actually happens. And the best part of the movie, of course, and it's not a hot take, it's not, but like Duel of the Fates is like the only time that I could like sit there and like really enjoy what I was watching. The music is so good.
John Williams.
And like, maybe it's a little kid in me, I don't know, but I don't even think Darth Maul is cool. I just thought it was the coolest thing to have a person with like the double wielding lightsaber.
Yeah,
like that's really cool.
I remember seeing the toy, thinking, "Oh, that's cool. That's a good idea." That they really have come up with something there, and it was. Do you know who actually shot scenes as Darth Maul?
Nope.
Benicio del Toro. But he dropped out of the movie when they cut his lines. So, and maybe because you read the script.
Darth Maul has like one line.
Yeah,
yeah,
and it wasn't his voice. He was like a stuntman, and he had a real squeaky voice, so they dubbed in somebody else's voice anyway, according to the internet.
Okay, yeah, I did not know that. But yeah, like that's like it's not like the best lightsaber fight in the series by any means, but it's the best lightsaber fight of the prequels.
Yeah. And it is the best, like I said, action scene in this movie, which, we thought going in was an action movie, and it's not what we got, but that's what we were expecting. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it was like I said, it was pretty cool, pretty visual. Like I said, John Williams, man, he's up there. He probably is the best film composer of all time, just based on having Jaws, Indiana Jones, and Star Wars. Those iconic themes. That
he's really he's good at what he does.
Yeah.
And it whenever that, because like there's like those like three subplots that are going on, like taking the throne room, the Battle of Naboo, and Duel of the Fates. And like every time it cuts back to the Duel of the Fates, it's the best part. Like you're like finally, because you don't care about whatever the heck they're called, fighting the droids in an open field.
Right. Boring.
Yeah. Boring. Except it was funny. I just realized that like Qui-Gon is like a maniac because he just straight up tricks the king and to be in the distraction. Like those guys are meant to like all die or be captured.
Right. They're cannon fodder, right?
Yeah, they're the cannon fodder. Like they're the Irish in Braveheart. Like, like they were, and I was like, this is like the one bit of like political intrigue that was good. Tricking an entire group of people to become meat shields.
Right. You guys go. Yeah. You take you guys storm Normandy, right? And we'll stay back here on our aircraft carriers. But yeah, it was. I mean, it did help pick up the movie a little bit. By then it was too late, man. I was out. Right. I was just out.
Yeah. It is not enough. Like it does not pick it up enough. And like the fact that it's cutting back to like Anakin, 6-year-old Anakin driving in a spaceship, it's just like, this is just not good enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. It just,
and you still don't care that Qui-Gon, guys. Like you do not care.
Never felt an ounce of like, if that, had that been Han Solo or Luke Skywalker or Princess Leia in the first, Chewie, I'd have been devastated, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like, no way. And this one's like, oh, he died. Okay. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Who's next? Right. Next up. Next man up, as Mike Tomlin says. So.
Yeah, it is the standard was not the standard. But that's pretty. So the first one, what would you rate the first one out of 10?
Ooh, out of 10, it's a 3. It's not a good movie. Yeah. I mean, and beyond not being good, like it's boring.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's lots of bad movies out there, but they're still fun. They're still good action. I mean, to me, the most, all except Fast and Furious 5 are pretty bad, but they're wildly entertaining. This was just, it was boring. It didn't even make me angry that it was bad. It made me apathetic. Like, like I said, I saw this the day that it came out. I don't think I felt that way about the next one, right? I'm like, I'll get to it, which just seems, would have, blown up my mind as a 13-year-old, 15-year-old that I would not be there standing in line on day one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we got through it. I even tried to kind of like, okay, they had to do some establishing, plot points and stuff to move us to the next one, and the next one will be better. Well,
yeah, this was I guess I'll give it a 3 out of 10 too. It was, I'm tempted to say 2 because there's just like everything about this movie is wrong for like 90% of it. I'll go 2 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. I just didn't want to sound too harsh.
Yeah, because it's not the worst. Man. I don't know about you. For me, it's not the worst of the trilogy for me.
Whew. I kind of, they just all meld into one bad thing for me. I'd have to really think about it to separate. I do want to mention one, Keira Knightley played one of the court of Padme. And, I guess it was really hot when they're filming and her costume was really uncomfortable. And she said she cried every day. And I thought, Keira Knightley, I'm with you.
Keira Knightley is all of us, but watching the film.
Yeah, exactly. You are. Yeah.
It's another talented person on this project. It's crazy.
Sophia Coppola was in this, and Francis Ford Coppola and George Lucas are great friends, and she considers George Lucas an uncle. And she was getting ready to direct Virgin Suicides, terrific movie, and she said, "Hey, can I follow you around on the set while you're doing Star Wars? I want to see you at work." And he said, "Sure," and he cast her as in the court, and again, she was one of the the red cloak over and all that sort of stuff. And she said, it was as good as vantage point as any. But yeah, I don't think she took a lot of lessons from it because she's been a very good director. So,
yeah. But let's say you have to stay away from it. She was observing George so she could cheat, but not to do.
Yeah. Well, and if you saw her, she's not much of an actress. She was in Godfather 3, and it looks like she did take some pointers. Yeah, she did take some pointers.
It's about as good as our next movie, which is Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
And this is my least favorite of the 3.
It's also bad.
It is. It's not as boring as
it was
episode 1.
Yeah, it was the least successful of the three. Its budget was 115 million, and it did 653 million. So
only
300 million. Yeah, but 300 million less than the first one. That's normally that's not how it goes. Sequels usually the big successful stuff. Do better than the first. But not.
Well, yeah, people kind of knew like what was going on after the first one. Like reviews were bad. People like excitement for Star Wars kind of dipped, and then it's kind of more of the same. Episode 2, there's still a lot of confusing dialogue about politics that aren't explained or aren't in any detail. Just more of that. The really only big change is they just got rid of Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, they limited Jar Jar Binks. They brought in not Boba Fett. What's the
Jango Fett?
Yeah, Jango Fett. Brought him in. I think Jimmy Smits shows up in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Also, again, another really good actor that you just wasted. Just had nothing to offer.
I think the most disappointing thing about this movie specifically is that the introduction of the clones could have been so cool.
Yeah,
the clones are cool. Like, it is a cool idea to have like a clone army that is secretly being made to overthrow the Jedi. Like, but then Obi-Wan just turns into the biggest idiot in this movie. Like, Ewan McGregor's a really good actor.
Yeah,
like, he is. Like, he in Trainspotting, A+, like, fantastic. But in the first movie, he's a plank of wood. In the third movie, he's just a terrible one-line dispenser.
Yeah.
And in this movie, he's supposed to be the main character, but also the biggest moron in the world.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. All through these movies, I kept thinking, wait a minute. You have the Force. You're supposed to be able to sense things. And there's a guy who's got, his hand in your pocket taking your wallet. You have no idea. Right? Like the whole movie, they just make one dumb decision after another. That's like I said, everybody, humans, politicians, people with the Force. And it sort of just, I don't know, negates the way we felt about it prior. The Force, this mystical power, influence. And it's like, you're just, you're doing the bidding of Senator Palpatine, who, his voice is getting gravelier and gravelier. Like, you're not picking up on this,
Yeah, and also like one thing, like actually, Palpatine's like the one actor who I think is really good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he's the one guy. He was not wooden. He exuded menace. He exuded evil. Like it's like, this guy's bad. Right?
Yeah, he did his job, and it almost seemed like he was like the only one who was having fun on set.
Right. No, I mean, they must. I mean, I just feel like every time someone showed a little personality, George Lucas would say, "Okay, that was good, but let's try it again. This time, a little more reserved." Right?
Yeah.
I mean, dude, everybody was so monotone. Like I said, it just kills me watching Samuel L. Jackson in this movie. Master Yoda, I think we need to talk about Anakin. Oh, we will. We must. You're killing me.
Well, so what this movie really started, I noticed this in 2 and 3 especially, is that they will just. It's like when you watch like a war movie or an action movie, you need context, right?
Right.
Like, context makes things better. Like in Indiana Jones, they always explain the context or whatever, like the villain or the importance of the artifact and why Indiana Jones is doing what he's doing. Right. In these movies, there are political declarations made, deals made, and just battles that are set pieces but don't actually mean anything. They're just there for there to be something to do. It's like the entire like assassination plot doesn't mean anything. It's just it's just supposed to be something to get characters through the movie. Or like the Battle of Geonosis is fun. But what's the point? Why are they fighting here? What is the goal? There is no explanation, and it's a real problem in number 3. But it starts here.
No, right. It's like you said. It absolutely lacks contact. My buddies and I used to have a running joke. We'd say, why did they do that? And the answer is, well, because it was in the script. Otherwise, it makes no sense, right? Someone wrote that, put that in there. It has nothing to do with the movie. You could take it out from the movie, and the results. The outcome of the movie is still the same. I mean, again, it comes down to it seems like George Lucas was just phoning it in. As far as the script was concerned, he envisioned. Yeah, I mean, again, it was sort of like it's like a Fast and Furious movie. We're just going to have a scene, another big scene, another big scene. They don't have to make sense. They don't have to fit in. They just will move our actors from one place to another. And then, I mean, this movie's again bad because it has the blossoming romance was just. Yeah, so terrible.
Well, so the reason that this is the worst for me is just because this is the dialogue at its worst. Like the dialogue does not get worse in this movie, and so instead of talking about the same threads about I hate Sam, because we all know it's bad, and we all know it sucks, and the romance is bad. It's not believable. It's illegal.
Yeah, right.
All of it is bad, but a lot of defenses for these movies is that the dialogue was intentional. It was supposed to be like a space opera. It's supposed to be stilted and wooden, and this is all intentional. Do you buy this? Do you buy that? I gotta know.
I don't think it was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he tried to make it a little more chaste because he got probably some feedback, from the first movie. So, in lieu of having a little more oomph to the dialogue, he'd like, no, let's keep this, chaste and pure and not make her look like she's, on To Catch a Predator.
Make Hayden Christensen look older than her.
Yeah. Listen to this list: Jonathan Brandis, Chris Klein, Devon Sawa, Charlie Hunnam, Topher Grace, Eric Kristen Olsen, Josh Jackson, James Vanderbeek, Ryan Phillippe, Colin Hanks, and Paul Walker all auditioned for that role. Now, I would tell you that every single one of them could do better, but I don't think it's Hayden Christensen's fault.
I would push back against Topher Grace. I'm going to be completely honest.
I don't think he can exude like I'm a powerful Jedi. He can be the wisecracking. He could be Jar Jar Binks, but I don't think he could be. Can't see him lifting something with it.
Yeah, and we kind of mentioned it, but it's not Hayden Christensen's fault.
Right.
The writing is beyond reproach, and when I hear those defenses, like it was supposed to be bad, it was supposed to be stilted. It kind of reminds me, like I don't know if you ever watched Sherlock or not, like the BBC show.
Oh, I'm dying to, but I have not.
But essentially, people were so convinced that there was a secret episode, like 5 of the season 4, because they refused to believe it would be that bad. It could be that bad. That's kind of what I get here with like these people convinced that the dialogue was supposed to be bad all this time.
Right. And this is at the sort of the dawn of the internet, right? And people were jumping on message boards and things like that. They didn't have any of these other options, and we're like the diehards were just defending it. Mm-hmm. They knew it was bad, but they just couldn't. They're like, no, I've been crying for these movies for 15 years, and they're going to be good. I don't care what anybody says, even though I know that they're not good. And I think that was just excuse making for really just bad filmmaking.
Yeah, and when everyone talks about the dialogue, they always focus on the romance. Because it's like the most noble. Honestly, it affects the Jedi the most, and affects guys like Obi-Wan and Mace Windu and Yoda the most, because they discover the plan of what Palpatine is doing. Like Obi-Wan literally discovers it, tells the Jedi Council about it, and then nothing's done about it.
Right?
They're like, oh, they just gotta clone army. That's mysterious. Let's use them. And they I don't know what they were thinking, giving them the entire plot and just having them ignore it and like excusing it with, oh, they're clouded by the dark side of the Force. Like, no, that doesn't work.
No, that's such a feeble excuse. And while we're not seeing that, we're watching, every day since I've seen you, I've been aching. And, but let's be together. We can't. We'll have to be in secret. Like, how could you pull that secret off? How would Obi-Wan not be able to pick up that you've gotten off and gotten married? I mean, it's just, there's so many. I'm a big believer. We must suspend disbelief. Mm-hmm. Nope, they pushed me to my limit with this one. There's too many unbelievable things happen. And that's stunning to say that, in a galaxy far, far away, a long time ago, that I don't that are like, nope, that couldn't happen. I mean, they've got to play within their rules.
Well, like for something like Star Wars, like obviously, like they set up rules in the universe, and so I believe that aliens and humans are just like coexisting. That some have the Jedi, like they have their own languages, like that they have these weird things called lightsabers. I can't even believe the Force. Like those are all established rules. Cool,
right?
Incredible. It's great. But like when you just start breaking the rules, and so like the Force doesn't actually mean what you said it meant, and
no,
that's subjective, and so like the Jedi Council can't sense anything. Like it's not about like believability; it's that you can't follow your own rules.
Right. And these Jedis were, in the first 3 movies were established as just, superheroes, right? I mean, not just, and then we get to these first 3 movies as far as, numbers 1, 2, and 3, and they're kind of bumbling, Forrest Gumping their way through stuff, dumb luck, getting them through, they're not using the Force to give themselves an advantage. They're just, and if anything, they keep telling us it's the Force is what's causing them the problems. The dark force is clouding their mind. Well, why can't they recognize that?
I don't know. Like,
yeah, it just,
and you know what? I can even suspend my disbelief that they don't know the Chancellor. Like, I can just suspend my disbelief that they haven't seen the holograms of Darth Sidious, so like we can see it. Like, I can. That's honestly doesn't even bother me. But like, you're talking about like the smartest, most powerful people in the world, and not only are they idiots, they're also just like maniacs themselves. Like,
that's
the entire Jedi code. The entire Jedi code was established. Like, you can't have any feelings, or love, or stuff like that. I'm like, this is okay. So, what am I rooting for here? Like, these are supposed to be the good guys, and like they aren't allowed to do anything.
Right. They're supposed to be, some monastic monks to a point.
Well, they're supposed to be robots. Like, they're almost like supposed to be what George Lucas wants all his characters to be, which is great. Like, if they had like, it almost would have been really cool if like all the Jedi were like these stuck like wooden planks.
And like, then you would have bought the wooden performance was intentional.
Yeah, and like all the other characters are full of life and energy. Like, that actually would have been cool. Like, it would have shown like why the Jedi fell apart, because they were kind of sniffing their own farts up until the end. Like, they were, but they don't do that.
No, they're these, like I said, they're impulsive, they're reckless. All this discipline they're supposed to have, this, master your emotions, all that. Nope, none of them. Except when they are speaking, right? And then they are, completely without personality.
Like a good example, I don't know if you've ever played like the Fallout games or whatever.
No, I don't know.
Okay, but like there's like this group called like the Brotherhood of Steel, and like they're like not really good guys, but like they're kind of good guys. They're basically like these isolationist tech hoarders, and like they have a reasonable set of beliefs, but because they won't change their ways, they die out essentially. Like, they get destroyed for the most part. That would have been something really cool to explore with the Jedi. Like, like these love and fear are the ways of the dark side, and like that all that like culminates in them getting destroyed because they can't change, they can't adapt. Right. But instead they're seen as like the good guys who were just betrayed at the wrong time.
Right. No, and that's, like I said, with the romance between Anakin and Padme could have been a great way to push that forward. Like, listen, you cannot be in love because it compromises your ability as a Jedi, right? Yeah. I mean, they could have again, sort of like how they could have made the politics interesting in the first one. They could have made this romance intriguing, and but for us as viewers, there was no reason to think that they shouldn't get together. Right? It's like, that's fine.
But it's also like what it's not even consistent with like the first movies, because like Obi-Wan has lots of emotions about people.
Yeah.
Like, you can like really see the pain in his eyes and the longing for his friend back when he talks about Darth Vader, like or like talking about Luke. Like, you can see there's emotion there. There was friendship, there's camaraderie, but this like new Jedi thing says, no, you can't have any of that. That leads to the dark side. It's like, I don't know what they're going for.
No, as I said, they're just all over the place. They so often you hear about movies being written on the fly and as they're filming, and that's what you kind of felt here. And so then there's not that narrative flow that's so necessary for this kind of movie with so much story to tell. And so, and you need, so much explanation, and they just, becomes inconsistent. Like in this scene in a nutshell is fine, but it contradicts what you've been telling us for 5 movies.
Yeah. And also again, the point is to tell the story of how Darth Vader became Darth Vader. And they didn't do it in the first one because that was just introducing Anakin and getting him into the Jedi Temple. Fine. Fine. I get that. But then this movie almost kind of seemed like 2 hours in. They're like, oh, we never actually touched on this, which is kind of the point. So they throw in let's go find Anakin's mom, go murder all the Tusken
He's
Raiders.
having nightmares, which shows that, it gives into fear. And then he has to, he finds his mom at the last second, moments before her death. And then he has to show his anger. Look, he gives into these emotions, and that's why he's going to be Darth Vader,
But the point of these movies was not even thought about. It was an afterthought.
Yeah.
And instead all we get is a bunch of boring romance scenes. And I mean, I'll be honest, as a little kid, and even still today, when I was watching, I'm I can't even lie. The Battle of Geonosis, where they're in an arena and you have the 50 or so Jedi fighting. That was awesome. I'm sorry.
That was pretty cool scene.
Because you never see that many Jedi in one place.
Right.
And so just seeing that, even as a little kid, and even now, I'm you know what? This is where Star Wars can shine in that kind of form. That was about the best part of the movie.
So now did you watch them in order?
Yes.
So you watched 1, 2, and 3 first before you watched 4, 5, and 6.
Oh, as growing up?
Yeah.
Oh no. I watched 4, 5, 6 first.
Okay, so because I wonder, again, I consumed them. Obviously, 4, 5, and 6 were all that was available. But now, if someone's born in 2000 or 99, 98, there's no reason they couldn't start with the first one. And I wonder if it would change the viewing, experience, or maybe you would just give up after the first one and say, I'm not watching 8 more of these.
Yeah.
Where's SpongeBob, right?
No, and
you did see E.T. in the council, right? In the Senate council?
I did not.
Yeah, he's Spielberg and Lucas do that a lot. They drop off. They do put Easter eggs in there for each other. And E.T. is one. They pan through the crowd there, and he's in one of them.
Oh, wait, they have 3 ETs there. I see what. Okay, yeah. No, that is cool. I mean, it's just, but if
that's the best part of all 3 movies for me.
If the movies were like that, with all these endearing moments of Easter eggs and almost being self-referential, that would have been great. But there's not enough of it, and all the good stuff is an afterthought. And then again, the Battle of Geonosis, you're all right, why is there suddenly this massive battle here? It's kind of cool to see all the new clone technology. It is when you have the Star Wars universe, you have that creativity to create a bunch of new weapons, new ships, new enemy. That was cool. But again, there's no weight, there's no meaning to it. It's just it's just a set piece so they can get the Count Dooku.
You don't feel the loss of any. You're
no.
Okay, so there's a bunch of people that we have no attachment to, or
you don't feel anything about the Jedi dying in the arena because you've never met them before, and then you have a bunch of faceless clones who can be made in the lab go off against a bunch of droids who can be made in the lab, and so when one of them gets shot, who cares?
Who cares? Yeah,
there is no emotional weight to any of the battle scenes. And then I'm going to be honest, the fight between Count Dooku and the Anakin Obi-Wan is so forgettable.
Yeah. And this is another thing that bothers me. I mean, again, made for 6-year-old. Count Dookie, General Grievous comes up. I mean, could you just put a little effort, into these names? Count Dooku? I mean, General Grievous is the one that really gets me, but I mean, you're not even trying, George. Not even trying.
Which is crazy because, if you go on, I think it's Wikipedia, you can find names of hundreds of different alien species, but not Count Dooku is what they settled on.
You came up with Count Dooku. I mean, it just
and talk about a waste of talent.
Yeah, Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee is better just because his voice has so much personality,
right?
By itself.
He's got a little James Earl Jones action going there, right? He just he commands authority and believability, and you're like,
Mhm.
all right, this guy, he might have something going on here.
But he barely has any screen time, and
But kind of shows up at the end. Yeah,
like what does Count Dooku want? What does Count Dooku care about? Like, what is he doesn't develop? He doesn't have a personality. It's just so disappointing because
you can see like this. Can you see a guy in acting class trying to? All right, I have to find the motivation of Count Dooku. Sorry, there are no clues. There's nothing there.
So I don't want to retread like ground, but like everyone's. I hope most people have seen like the Red Letter Media review of Phantom Menace. And like they sit down and ask all those people to describe characters in these movies, like personality wise, and you can't describe how they look like it. You can't do it.
No, I mean every character is pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a knucklehead, right? Kind of dull, kind of wishy-washy and confused.
Mm-hmm.
Just no real distinct personality characteristics. And I mean, again, this is supposed to be a time when the Jedi are thriving, but we don't ever really see too many. It's the Council, and that's it. I don't know. I would have liked to seen some scenes in these movies early on. Just whatever, the younger ones training maybe, and some classroom situation. Just maybe a little Jedi history, something. We got just nothing.
Yeah. And I think that's the most frustrating part is like you can see a lot of really, really cool elements that could have made these movies good if like you just gave it to someone with direction.
Right.
And it's so disappointing. It's like this is the worst movie. And it is more forgettable for me than The Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I know. I agree now. Like I said,
trying to think of scenes that happen in this movie, and I saw this yesterday.
I saw it. And when you first brought it up, right, I couldn't remember that it was worse than the first one because I couldn't remember anything about it until we started talking about it. I'm like, oh yeah, this is that just awful romance between the two of them, and this has
that takes up half the movie.
Yeah,
that half the movie is Obi-Wan traipsing around like an idiot, and the other half is the terrible romance. It's such wasted potential, but fine. What would you give Attack of the Clones out of 10? We'll do them all three of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick with my 3. They're pretty consistently bad. This one is. I'll give this one 2.5. It is definitely worse. And like I said, the romance is just it's just boring. Again, it's boring. I don't even want to say that they're bad as much as it's just dull. Which is the worst. You know
the
what I'm
worst
saying?
Thing you can do with Star Wars is make it boring.
Yeah, this is like making a 6-year-old watch something like Michael Clayton, right? Where they're just going to be bored because they don't understand any of it. And that's kind of how this is. It's like I don't really understand why anybody's doing what they're doing. Yeah,
but it's made for kids, but also political and romance intrigue. But this is the worst one for me. It's 1 out of 10 just because there is one enjoyable scene in this movie. And that is like the 5 minutes the Jedi are fighting in the arena.
Yeah.
All the battle droids. And
George Lucas does like putting people over a pit. He likes to have everything in a pit or a canyon.
The Coliseum thing, like I can get behind it. Like, but then they have the ruin do with like the Mace Windu, like really cheesy killing of Jango Fett. Like, but
and then the terrible actor playing his son. Yeah, it was just all so bad.
Look really sad while you pick up his helmet, kid.
Yeah.
1 out of 10. This movie stinks on ice, but they do save the best for last.
Yeah. The last one is the best one. It's still terrible.
But it's not boring.
No, it's not boring. That's true.
It has boring moments. But this movie actually has things going on pretty much throughout the entirety of it. And that's nice.
Yeah. It does. It moves a little faster. It bounced back. Its budget was $113 million. It did $868 million. So
that's crazy. So many people saw the Attack of the Clones and they wanted to go back.
And went back for much more. But I at this point, like we're like, please put us out of our misery. I'll watch if you'll just wrap this up.
Mm-hmm.
This movie, like I said, it's probably better than the other two, but ultimately it disappoints me more than the other.
It's still a mess.
Yeah, it is a mess, and his journey to becoming Darth Vader is just, it's absurd, really. I mean, every conversation he had, he'll disobey Obi-Wan and say, I shouldn't have done that. And oh, Padme, I'm so angry and and then she'd talk, she'd say something, he'd be like, okay. And then, all right, Obi-Wan, whatever you want. Right. Just, he was just back and forth. There was no kind of consistency. He wasn't, going further down the path. I mean, jumping ahead sort of to the end there where he kills Mace Windu. And, Palpatine's like, yeah, it's your, Coleman. And he's like, oh, what have I done?
Yeah.
Oh, the Jedi are trying to, manipulate us. And, now and then boom, he was completely fine with it. No conflict. He just killed, and here's the biggest, like, kind of loophole thing for me that drove me crazy. How can you ask me to spy on Palpatine? He's my friend. He's my mentor. Since when? We saw none of that in the first two movies.
Well, and kind of on top of it, like none of the things are established or given context. They're just said, like, and almost all the cool stuff is off screen in this movie. Where like they talk, like, there's that one line where Obi-Wan talks about how Anakin saved his skin like 10 times. I'm like,
yes, right.
Can we see that, please?
Yeah, yeah. That sounds great. So many, yeah, exactly. It's like they have a brother to me. Well, show that. That's what we wanted to see in movies 1 and 2. We wanted to. So that's what the second movie, the adventures of Obi-Wan and Anakin, and let them see this great bond. But no, because
they separate them for the entire movie,
right? And every time they have a little conversation. Listen, my young Padawan. He's condescending. He does not seem like he's a guy that feels like he's a brother. He feels like he's at least a father figure or a much older brother. There doesn't seem to be a real bond there. He seems to be annoyed by him all the time. You're too impulsive. You're too out. Give it to your emotions. That sort of thing.
This is where like the whole lack of establishing Anakin as Darth Vader in the first two movies really comes back and bites, because all the conversations are stupid. None of it makes any sense. Anakin has no good reason to listen to this crazy guy.
He has no good reason to want, like I said, to take this turn. He's on the council. He's a little mad that he's not called master. But, they established that you are the youngest person ever on the council. So if I'm the youngest person ever to do something, they say you have to wait a little longer for that. Like, I'm not happy. But I can understand and buy into it, right? You give them the yes master, and maybe if you didn't have to call everybody master all the time, you could just call them, Mace. You'd be all right.
It suffers from the same problems. Like everyone makes the wrong decision all the time. Anakin is like, oh, you have to spy on the chancellor for us. 5 minutes later, he's telling the chancellor that he's spying on him. And like the big reason is to save Padme, and to tell Anakin that he's going to save Padme, he tells him a story about a person who actually didn't bring people back from the dead.
Right.
But we could, we could do what Plagueis didn't, but like. There's no justification for anything anyone does.
And if you think there's no
reason. There's no reason that Palpatine should be this open with him.
Right. Yeah. Like, he immediately, because you're not sure he's going to take your cause, and you immediately tell him your whole plan, your whole motivation, and again, you're selling the dark side, and he doesn't make it sound very appealing.
No. Like the writing really struggles here, and the only thing that makes this movie better is that there's better action that is more frequent throughout the movie. But like, the characters are still terrible. Like Palpatine, while showing emotion, while showing like actually good acting, his character is bad. Anakin is still bad. Anakin is just this is the worst we have of Natalie Portman, because all she does is look out the window and cry.
Looks out the window and cries, and giving proof of how awful he's been. No, I don't believe it. What do you mean he's been this? Telling you all the time.
I can't believe I'm watching Natalie Portman on screen.
Yeah.
Like it kills me to watch because like again it could have been good.
Yeah.
Like
oh yeah, but you know, to me, it was
that was
so
the most frustrating part is that there was so much potential here.
Yeah. No. Again, he basically turns to the dark side because he doesn't get to be called master. Right.
Yeah.
That's really
and because he might save Padme in dreams that he has no idea are true or not. I mean, I know they connect that with the dreams he had about his mom and
about his mother.
True. So those fears are, but like, there's also no good reason to think that the dark side will save her. There is no
right. There's, I mean, like I said, go get a midwife. Right. You know, you're pretty powerful folks. You probably can get, you know, go have Yoda sit with her while this is going, while she's giving birth, if that's your concern. It's such a, to me, it was so easy too, right? You could have kept his mother alive and then maybe have someone kill her now, right? Mm-hmm. You could have had somebody kill Natalie Portman, you know, and that's what he comes back and finds and tell him that his child was killed. Yeah, you know, that's the kind of thing that puts you over the edge. Not getting a job promotion. If the Jedi just would have had anger management counseling, you know, we could have avoided all this, right? It's like they may have the Force, but they
couldn't like sense that Anakin was feeling all this anger. Like I know
that's right. Again, you've got all these. This is the Council of the Jedi. You know, the Jedi Council, and none of them are like, you know, he seems. I mean, they'll say, "I don't trust him right now," but then Mace Windu goes, "Now you have my trust. Now stay here." You know, that sort of thing, and it just. Why they should have all known. You know, it seemed obvious to us. He walked around with this glare and sniveling and whining all the time. It's like he looks like he's pretty upset. Maybe you guys want to sit him down and, you know, have some peer counseling, some one-to-one time with this kid. You know,
it just shows how surface level everything is, and so much wasted time in these movies that should have gone to developing the Jedi, developing Anakin, developing Palpatine. Like, and instead they're walking around the temple talking about some prophecy that no one actually understands.
Right. Yeah. But I could just, I mean, to me, if you know, the Jedi become convinced that, you know, he's not supposed to have the child. The child's going to, you know, be filled with the dark side of the Force because of all the dark side, you know, and he thinks that they go kill Padme and kill his child. That would set him off, and that could set him on the path to the dark side.
But instead he turns to the dark side and ends up being the one who kills Padme, I guess, with her choking, except she lost the will to live or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, why did she die exactly? She was just because she was sad. I mean, she still had children. You know? But yeah, and that right. He, his whole purpose for everything was to save Padme, and then he's like, you know, doing the Darth Vader chokeout thing, and it's like, come on, now, you know, let's a little consistency with this character, and he has this, you know, the great argument with. I mean, he kills Mace Windu, then says, "What have I done?" And then Palpatine says, "Hey, the Jedi's bad. Go kill all the children." Okay, no conflict,
no emotion.
And he stops by and sees Padme. Look, I gotta go. I gotta run this little errand, and I'll be right back. And we're gonna be cool. And then he slaughters, you know, 6, 8, 9-year-old kids. It just, you know, just
it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit within character because, I know what they're trying to do. Like, he slaughtered the men, women, and children of the Tusken Raider camp. So obviously this is fine, but like it doesn't fit with episode 3 in any capacity. Like the jump from I don't know, my wife might die to genocidal baby killer is real fast.
I mean, he spent his whole life becoming a Jedi, his whole life doing good things as a Jedi.
Yeah. And
this guy comes along with a 10-minute conversation. He's like, you know, you're right. The Jedi suck, man. We're the worst. So, you know, let me join, you and disfigured face. And, you know, this is going to be my look in the future. Hey, I'm down with it. You know, I'm a handsome guy now. I've had a good run with it. Now I'm just going to turn into a hideous creature. Cool.
Yeah. And, you know, I'll say this as much that it's for kids, but I watched as a kid.
Yeah.
If you watch the Clone Wars, it actually like adds character, it adds that brotherhood between Anakin and Obi-Wan. Like it even shows some like those glimpses of anger that will lead him to like it actually does a pretty good job filling in the gaps that the movies just did not do.
Right. Well, it would have been
strictly from the movie sense, it's a disaster.
Right. The second movie should have been those two and him seeing like again, they go back to save his mother. And they don't get there, or they get there in time, but not really in time. And then he kills us, and then you can see like Obi-Wan grow concerned. He's like, "Listen, buddy, you got to get this under control. You're a Jedi. They could have. Instead of everybody being
have the side plots of like, the Senate and Palpatine like undermining the Jedi back home, like understanding like there could have been a great series here, but it wasn't.
The first action scene in the second movie should be Anakin risking his life and doing some daring do, to save Obi-Wan. And then you can even joke. I mean, they did a little something like, it's like the third time, or no, you didn't.
Yeah, I guess they saved the senator. They saved Padme from an assassination attempt with slugs.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. But the action is way better in these movies, I would say.
Right,
but
I agree.
It really accentuates the problem of like you were having like these giant scale battles of space battles and like what is it, Kashyyyk, where the Wookiees live? I forget what it's called, but like with the Wookiee battle, and you're having all of these giant grand scan battles of like thousands of people dying and like spaceships being blown up, and none of it matters.
Yeah.
Like you could have wiped out for some reason everyone else is expendable, but the war ends when General Grievous is dead.
Yeah. I'm still not sure what. I don't know. I'm not sure what he was doing. Yeah.
Like they just throw a new character. It's like, oh well, this is the reason that the war is going badly, and if only they could stop him, this war will be over. I'm like, where is this coming from?
Yeah.
All the cool stuff happened off screen before this movie.
Yeah, we needed episode 1.5, 2.5, and 3.5 or something. Like, hey, let's put some good scenes in and explain some stuff and add some consistency. But
I don't know. Like the action is better, which is why it's not boring. And like you can't even get into it. Like like the spaceship scene has some cool stuff. Like getting through the ship to get to Count Dooku. Fighting General Grievous. Like there are some like decent scenes here, but it doesn't save the overall story, which is the big problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, to me, the greatest, sin of this movie is that you sort of neutered and lessened Darth Vader instead of made him a more compelling, intriguing character. Right. Mm-hmm. This was the trilogy that was supposed to give us his backstory and make him a fascinating and complex character. And instead you made him less interesting, so George, not this time, buddy. Bad job by you. But the other real kicker, another thing that bothered me in this movie is, so Ewan, Obi-Wan is fighting and Anakin there at the end, and just about kills him. And then he does the Friday the 13th, Halloween. He doesn't make sure he's dead. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bad job by you, Obi-Wan. Like, again, where's your force? Where's your force? Saying, oh, no, I can still sense his life force, and I need to go chop his freaking head off so he doesn't terrorize the galaxy.
I know it was like, oh, but I can't kill him because he's my brother. But, like, the alternative is that he's just going to let him burn to death.
Yeah.
So even more painful death. So that doesn't quite work. But my big thing,
killing, right?
Because like whenever people defend this movie, they always go to the lightsaber fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan, and I think it's the most boring lightsaber fight I have ever seen.
It's not great. It's not as good as the one with Darth Maul, right? So it's not the best one in the series.
It's about twice as long. There's probably more than twice as long as the Darth Maul one. Right. It's way too choreographed. And it's not a good fight. I don't know. Like, I would take every single lightsaber fight from the first three movies over this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I try to convince myself that Obi-Wan's heart's not in it because he does not want to kill this guy. Mm. And same thing, Anakin, even though he's outraged and all this thing. He does not want to kill his master, his friend, his brother, his mentor. But I don't think that's it. I think that's me trying to give credit to just another bad scene in a bad series, bad scenes of bad movies.
Yeah, no, and it doesn't look real. Like when you think about like the really I don't really like Return of the Jedi. It's a fine movie.
Yeah, but it's not. It's the weak link in those originals.
When Luke is wailing on Vader, like he's actually angry. Like he's probably not even as angry as like Anakin is.
Right.
But he's real. Like the motions feel real. It really feels like he's actually trying to beat someone to death.
Yeah.
And
he's taken out a whole lifetime of frustration there. Right.
Yeah, and in this battle scene, it looks like two guys who are supposed to be angry at each other dancing.
Yeah.
And hitting choreographhed moves.
Yeah. It reminded me of Venus and Serena playing each other. Their heart wasn't in it. Right?
It doesn't feel natural. And that's so. And I get it. Like the set piece is pretty cool. Like I love like the burning planet. And the set piece is cool, but the fight itself is boring.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it fit right in with
the rest of the
two other boring. It's three boring movies.
Yes.
Great disappointments. I don't care how good you feel about them. They do not compare to New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. They just don't. I don't think they're as good as the prequels or the sequels. And I'm not a big fan of the sequels.
Yeah. The sequels are fine, or either like ranging from bad to okay. All three of these prequels are just bad.
These are bad, right?
And it's just, I don't know. It feels so incomplete.
Yeah, it feels like missed opportunity, but because it just seemed like there was some obvious things they could have done, and like you said, all the interesting stuff was, hearsay. Right? It was left off screen. Oh, this happened, but we didn't get to see it. Instead, we got to see another session in Congress. And another boring conversation between Anakin and Padme.
But ultimately, I think the biggest takeaway to take about this is the first three movies I think worked because they were three individual stories that tied together.
Right.
They were trying to tell one story across three movies.
Yeah, this was Kill Bill 1 and 2, right? But nowhere near as interesting. The fight scenes are not as good. The conversation dialogue not as good. But yeah, you're right. This was one long movie that they split into three parts, and it just failed terribly. The other ones were standalone movies. You could watch any one of those movies and not have to see the other. Watching one of those movies, like, oh dear Lord, I've got to go back and watch the first one, or I've got to go see. I got to see all three of them. But you could
have watched Revenge of the Sith without watching the first two, and you wouldn't be lost.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because like I said, none of the movies make any sense, and
they don't matter. Like the first two.
Yeah, you go back and watch the first two, and they're like, Are you sure these are the three that go together?
What would you rate Revenge of the Sith out of 10?
I'm going to stay. You know what? I'll give this one a 4. Like I said, it was a little more entertaining. It moved a little faster. It was by no means a good movie. A great disappointment. But at that time, I had no expectations. So my disappointment was less. The first one is the one that just took the wind out of my sails. You go to the second one hoping for a little better, but
the third one,
you're like,
I agree. Man. It is a 4 out of 10. It is by far the best, but it's kind of the pile of it's the king of crap mountain. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like our Bucko Mike rankings, right?
Yes.
It's like
So right. I'm Attack of the Clones and you're Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, I'm probably maybe Revenge of the Sith. I'm Revenge of the Sith without the best scene.
All right, so we got all three done. So like we said, at the end of every movie podcast, one of us recommends a movie or movies to watch. I recommended the prequels. It was a terrible idea. Doug, please one-up me. Do something better. What is your recommendation?
I really have no idea yet. We should have talked about this beforehand. What I would like to do, so we come up with a good idea. First of all, we will come up with good movies this time.
Yes.
Good movie or movies. And I think we'll have to put it out. We'll put it out on Twitter and on our page and stuff, because I don't want to make a rash decision. I have been thinking about it, but I don't want to make an announcement yet because we just gave you a 20-minute podcast about 3 boring movies. So, so I mean, I feel like we owe an apology, and we've got to come back. I was thinking maybe the Oceans movies.
I would not be opposed if we want to do the Oceans movies. I am good with that.
No, let's do it. Those are great movies. Those are movie stars being movie stars, and it's fun.
Okay. So next time around, we will be talking about the Oceans movies. How many are those?
There's 3 of them. Well, 4 if you count Oceans 8. Which
are we gonna count Oceans 8? I wasn't.
I would. I mean, it's a separate thing. I mean, it's connected, but it's
Mm-hmm.
I want to go with the Clooney, Pitt, Julia Roberts, Don Cheadle, Matt Damon. Great, just
all right,
a great cast.
I've only seen Ocean's 11, so
you got some work to do, young man.
I do have some work to do, so I have no problem with that though, because it was a good movie, so I'm excited.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's exactly what it's supposed to be. It's a bunch of people who like each other, having a good time, having fun.
Mm-hmm.
Just exuding, movie star charisma and lots of winks and jokes at each other's expense. It's fun. A lot of
actual good jokes, not Obi-Wan one-liners.
Yeah, jokes that you actually laugh at, right? So, unlike these humorless 3 movies that we just. Yeah, I hope this wasn't a boring podcast about boring movies. So stick with us.
I think a lot of times discussing bad movies is a lot more fun than discussing good movies, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but like I said, the problem with these movies, they weren't just bad; they were boring. Like I could discuss Fast and Furious stuff all day, and I mean, honestly, I think most of them are terrible. But
we got an hour and 20 minutes of content out of this, so I think we did pretty good.
Yeah, So we'll be back to fun on our next episode.
Yeah, we'll be watching actual fun movies. The Ocean series, so Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12, and Ocean's 13.
Yes.
All right, sounds good. Then I think we're going to get out of here. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in about 2 weeks, and we'll go to Jim to tell you about the schedule.
May the force be with you.
I was hoping we'd get out of this without one of those jokes. But
had to do it.
All right, we're out of here.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
This one's going to be tough, and there aren't many guys that come from Ohio. Goodness gracious. Henry Davis did not. Let me go around the diamond here. Rowdy Tellez did not. Triolo did not. Shortstop, no. Third base, no. Jack Sawinski, I don't believe, did no. Oh, God. Mitch Keller didn't. Did Ryan Barucki play in Ohio? For some reason, I feel like he has some sort of Ohio connection.
Ryan Barucki was Illinois.
Ryan Reynolds didn't. Marco Gonzalez, no. Martin Perez, no. David Bednar's from Pennsylvania. Did Colin Horman from Ohio?
Illinois.
What is up with the Pirates in Midwest? I don't think I'm going to get a single one of these. Colin Selby?
Virginia.
Kyle Nicholas went to Massillon. Yeah, he's from Jackson. I'm running out of time. I know it. I honestly don't know. Why can't I think of any? I got no clue.
Jackson Wolf.
Oh, I forgot that guy exists.
JT Brubaker.
Brubaker is from Ohio. That is almost impossible, Jim.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah, those guys are pitchers, and one of them has been hurt for a little while, so I want to ask about his health or his status, but that's where they'll be. They open up tomorrow out there. Where? With Street Home Park? Okay. I ride my bike out there when they're not practicing. Pretty good bike riding when it's not like traffic time. That's a little bit of room. You can make a practice area for yourself.
We got a couple barns. I got a batting cage.
Okay. Who's he play for?
He plays for Prime.
Okay. So some of those tournaments that he plays in, they're at Twin Lakes. Good for him.
We've had these 4 seats right here. They're all
Okay. Is that your gentlemanly way of saying I'm in your seat? Okay. But tell them thank you very much. I'm happy to support them. Where's he go to school, the 14-year-old? Oh yeah, I remember him. How does anybody not? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld's mom, but how does anyone not like him? Really? That's the whole sport right there.
His swing's unreal.
Okay. Pretty good team. Pretty good nucleus. Oh. Jackson Bowman's for the pitcher.
Oh, yeah, Baumeyer.
Yeah. The other guy, what did you say? The other guy?
That's the guy.
Oh. Really? Yeah. He went with that. Good for him. And not with the Orioles. I guess. I've been supporting them for 45 years. Justin Hill? Doesn't ring a bell. What a beautiful jersey.
It does have his name.
Who?
Yeah.
They had 30 home runs last year.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, who's the shortstop and second baseman when you get a chance? And outfielders. The Orioles.
Oh, for the work. Okay, yeah. I thought you guys. So we
that would be tough.
Earl Robinson's short.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, those things are like
Okay. Second base is like that's good. I'm gonna look right now.
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to NS9 Live. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we got Jim. We got Tyler. Happy Thursday night, everyone.
What's going on? Last time we did one of these, we were poolside in Bradenton.
Yes.
And
Jim
now
wanted
it's
to strangle me.
I don't think he said strangle. I think he just
I
said
don't think
kill.
I said that either. I think I said, actually, I think I did use the word strangle.
You might have.
Yeah.
But hey, we all got a good tan going on. Like, it's 45 degrees where Jim and I are probably, but we're back to real life, fellas.
52.
52?
75.
Okay. Yeah.
Back to real life.
Yep.
I'm just noticing, like, you guys are just so mundane. If I don't speak, you're just like, hi.
Well, you are the host of the show. So
I know I got to do a lot of work.
We're
Jim's ready to strangle me again.
So, like,
Jim, I'm joining you.
We're just here. Yeah, we're here just reacting to you. So, yeah.
Well, I'm glad we're all back together. Not actually physically together, though, unfortunately, this time. But it's another NS9 Live. It's we're like 2 weeks into spring training now. So there's a lot to I feel like there's a lot to talk about tonight. Even though it's spring training, it's still early. I think there's enough data for us to, unlike last week, it was like the very first week, right? Like I feel like this week there's a little more data. There's enough to talk to gauge some interest, and there's a lot of battles and stuff going on. The Pirates signed another pitcher, so there's kind of a lot to talk about tonight. Where do you guys want to start?
Not with the pitcher they signed.
I mean, I guess we could hit on it real quick, right? I mean, we don't want to spend too much time on it, but yeah,
a lot of guys hit on it last year, so we might as well as well.
Ken Rosenthal today says the Pirates minor league deal with Eric Lauer. And again, it's a minor league deal. There's no reason to get upset over it. Was Eric Lauer absolutely terrible last year? Yeah. But he's also just like that 1 year removed from being a pretty decent pitcher in the major league. So it's if you're looking at minor league deals, like there's no reason to complain about this one. I'm good with it. But it's kind of just like every other thing this team has done this offseason, where in a vacuum, the move's just fine, but it's still just another thing that they're doing that's not really going to move the needle at all.
No, it doesn't move the needle. Like you said, though, Jim, he is a year removed from being a pretty serviceable major league pitcher. Last year, the velocity dropped pretty heavily. So I guess it's another one of those cases where we watch out for the velocity. If he does perform in the minor leagues, then, I mean, maybe it's something there, but not counting on it and not upset about it. It's just kind of a thing.
Right. Can I mention something about the velocity, though? Like I know that's a concern. Like obviously in 2022, he was hitting like 93.3. Year before that, 92.5. But like for most of his career, he was sitting about 92. And last year was at 91.2. So like I just want to preface it because yes, he lost a lot of velocity from like year over year from last year to this year. Well, from 2 years ago to last year. But it wasn't like that was the guy that he was for his entire career either. Like there was like a spike in his velocity more or less in that year. So I just want to kind of put that out there. He was kind of pitching more to his velocity norms last year than the year before.
It's still like a full tick down.
It was. I mean, it's like 2 ticks down from last year.
I know,
but
from
it was like
normal.
a half tick down last year.
It's also
compared
the
to
lowest it has ever been. But yeah, I mean, again, it's a minor league signing. He's 1 year removed from being a pretty good pitcher. It's hard to complain about it. My guess is, I mean, it's depth, right? Like if somebody wants to tell me Eric Lauer is better than Bailey Falter, like I'm not I'm not going to really argue that hard with them. So, like, there's not really a reason to be upset about this move in any way.
It is nice to get a guy that we're not looking back 5 years ago and saying, well, he was good back in 2018. At least like he was good relatively recently.
That's fair.
Right. But I think we've spent enough time talking about Eric Lauer, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm good.
That's fair enough. I was just going to add here too. I mean, it's more or less like, yeah, I have no issues with the move. He's been actually a fine pitcher for most of his career. Come to San Diego and then Milwaukee. So like, it's whatever. It's funny because like there's a ton of depth on this team. Again, it's not much quality depth, but like there's a ton of depth. So he just kind of adds to it. Whatever. All right. So since we're done with that,
the more important news is the Penguins traded Jake Gensel tonight.
Did that go through? Did he go to Carolina?
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
Well, I just saw that it was close. So,
but you know what that means? That means instead of Jake Shakes, we need to do Jack Shakes. Do Jack Swinski homers. 2024 All-Star, Jack Swinski.
I'm fine with that. Because
also we need a Milkshake Factory kind of, been off the hook here. They're offering half price milkshakes like throughout the winter. They need a summer half off shake. That's what they need.
I think that adds to it. What I was going to say is like, I think you could probably guess O'Neal Cruz has the potential to hit the most home runs on the team, but Jack Swinski could definitely second most. So we can argue all day long, like how good of a player he is, the batting average, all in that, but he's going to hit bombs. So I'm good with the Jack Swinski Milkshake Factory deal.
Yeah.
And it's at home. The home away splits a couple years ago. Maybe they were back.
I don't know what the Milkshake Factory is.
Well, it's kind of if you put the two words together, Milkshake Factory.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim.
It makes
really
you think it's the place. It makes you think it's a place that has milkshakes. They specialize in those sort of things. It's like going to the pants store, right, to buy your pants. You go to the Milkshake Factory for your milkshakes.
The jerk store called.
Now it really does make sense. It makes sense why they call it lids.
Good job. We're off to
I
a
hate
great
you guys
start.
So much.
Anyway,
I like this one, O'Neal's Oreo shake. I could go for an O'Neal's Oreo shake too.
I mean, sure. Why are we talking about milkshakes?
Because we're talking about Penguins, apparently.
But because DiNardo's the host here, and he hasn't brought us anything relevant to talk about yet. So
we talked about Eric Lauer.
So I had to step up.
All right. Well, let's get into some spring training stuff here. I think, honestly, like the biggest news, and it shouldn't be big, but I feel like the biggest news is the fact that, as Alex Stump put out there on Twitter the other day, Jared Jones is technically battling for a roster spot in this rotation. Now, I say that because not for the fact that he's not pitching well, because he is. I mean, he was hitting 100 plus on the radar gun his last start, but he's a rookie. He's a prospect. Put it that way. Not even just a rookie. He's a prospect. He's never seen MLB. And Pirates opening day, top 100. Jared Jones? Is this like real, or is this, we're just talking out our left side of our mouth today?
Tyler, you want that one?
I guess
It always goes to Tyler. We're talking about a pitcher.
Yeah, I guess we're just going to talk about pitching. Let's throw it to Tyler. I actually, if we remember back, I said that I'd be interested in seeing him in the opening day rotation just based upon what they have at this point. I'm not for or against him being in the rotation at this point. I got to see how this shakes out. You got to see more from him in spring training. Jim always mentions the efficiency's not there with him, and it's something he does have to improve, especially in order to be a major league pitcher. I think he averaged 4.85 innings in the minors last year per outing, which is just not good enough. I think where I'm at with him right now is if it's between Jared Jones and Bailey Falter, I'm all aboard. Just do it with Jared Jones. I don't need to see Bailey Falter pitch at all in this rotation. If we're between maybe a Luis Ortiz and a Jared Jones, I think upside-wise, they're pretty similar. So I might lean more Ortiz there. But Jones is also in an interesting situation where, being that top 100 prospect, there is some upside there for the Pirates to start him on opening day with the team. It's probably a very long shot that they would get anything out of it, but there is something to be had with that. So I guess it depends on who are your options there for that spot in the rotation. Because to me, if it's Ortiz and Jones, I might lean more Ortiz. If it's Falter Jones, I'm going Jones.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, I do not want Bailey Falter in this rotation. When we talked about Lauer a little bit before, I think Eric Lauer is a better pitcher than Bailey Falter. So if we're talking about Lauer signing a minor league deal, not starting on the team, I don't see a reason why Bailey Falter should be on this team. Maybe you throw him in the bullpen just because he has no options, and like you want to see if you can maybe get something out of him. Like I could be okay with that, I think. But I'm not putting Bailey Falter in this rotation. So right now you're looking at those two final spots basically coming down to Contreras, Ortiz, and I think Jones is in that mix. I like the upside of Jones. Watching him the other day, hit 101.1 or 2 on the gun, so he's above 101 even by Tyler's standards. I mean, and that's impressive. You don't see too many starting pitchers do that. You did bring up a big concern there. Like, is he actually a starting pitcher, right? Last year, I just did the quick math. He averaged under 5 innings per game in the minors.
4.85?
4.85. Yeah.
It's like
so I just wanted to do the math real quick. So, yeah, like, can you really trust this guy to be a major league starter? I don't know. I've got my concerns on that. But if the option is Jones or Falter, I'm probably going to go Jones. Contreras, obviously I want to see more of him. But I think it's like, in my mind, it's you got to pick 2 out of those 3 guys: Contreras, Jones, and Ortiz. Those are my 3 guys to fill those 2 spots. And with the way this bullpen is, like, you've got some length in the bullpen too. And what I mean by that is you've got guys who can pitch multiple innings. So you don't need that 5th starter necessarily to go out there and be like an innings eater. If that 5th starter is someone who you can rely on to get 4 or 5 good innings from every time out, like, I'll take that. So I don't necessarily know if you need like that prototypical workhorse there, but I mean, it's impossible to not be just like really, really excited about Jared Jones's stuff. It looks really good right now. And I know it's spring training, so results don't really matter, but the stuff itself is legit. Like, it's really good. And there's a reason to be excited about him. The draft pick thing you brought up, I don't really think you're making any sort of opening day moves because of a potential draft pick that you could win. I think it's just kind of like a bonus that, it's a cherry on top. If Jared Jones is one of your 5 best starting pitchers, then Jared Jones should be in the rotation. If he's not, then he shouldn't be. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. And I think right now there's a legit competition between those 3 guys: Ortiz, Jones, Contreras. Falter's pitching his way out of it right now.
Those are all really good points. I just want to go back to the inning stuff. I agree. I want to put it there. I agree. He has to prove more that he can last long into the game to prove like he's a good starter. But, I kind of recall us talking about Jared Jones much early into the season, where it seemed as if like it was almost intentional, right? Generally, we talked how many times like it was like he was at like 73 pitches and they pulled him like in the 4th inning. So it almost seemed like I don't want to fault him too much because it seemed like there was a lot of it maybe by design, at least early on in the season in that. But you're absolutely correct too. Like he also hasn't proven that he's a guy who can go out there for 7 innings. He tends to throw a lot more balls than you want to see, right? He doesn't just like flood the strike zone. So make a valid point there. And I guess where I'm at too is I want an innings eater or a guy who's going to go out 4 and be like lights out, and because I feel like with this team, outside of Mitch Keller, like, is there anyone that you truly trust to give you like 150 plus? Not really. Right. So that's why like I would have liked the Kyle Gibson type on this team because he would have like helped out this rotation, helped out the bullpen. But there was some depth. And again, because they added Chapman, there is some depth. Now that might change with Moretta's injury, but someone can come in and fill that spot, right? Like there is still some good quality depth. There's a lot of arms. They can play the game where they're putting people up in the minors and majors and such. So like with that said and knowing that, if Jared Jones give you like 4 1/3, 4 2/3, 5 occasionally innings of just like really, really good starts, then yes, I will take that. Absolutely. Knowing that he can maybe only go 5, 6 max. The thing about the draft pick though, go out there and get it. I think, like you said, like Bailey Falter is not showing anything right now. I don't trust Bailey Falter to begin with. Jared Jones, and again, it's early. We know that with numbers and such, but like, yes, like he looks like the more productive pitcher. He looks like the better pitcher, just plain and simple. If he's one of your best 5, like this is what we talk about, have the balls, like go out there and do it. This is a very valid point Bridget Bucktober puts out here about like the rookies that are in the NL that will be fighting for the top 3 positions and such. And okay. So you're going to play scared or you're going to go try? Because the worst comes to worst, like if he doesn't produce and he's not playing well, and you just send him back down. It's that simple. Get a new guy up here. But like you said, Jim, if you're looking at like one of the top 5 guys, go out there and do it. And then say, here, kid, prove to me, prove to the world, get yourself some extra money. Get us a draft pick. I love it. Finally, like there's an opportunity that there might be someone that they're doing this with. Granted, it is Jared Jones. It's not like an upper echelon. It's not like the O'Neill Cruz, the Paul Skeens, and like the NDs that we've had in the past. But like Jared Jones, you see what he's got. Like you said, Jim, 101.2. That's exciting. Show me what you got, kid. Prove it to me. I'll give you the opportunity.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to earn it here throughout spring training. He needs to be a little bit better results-wise as well, because he's still not getting the swings and misses with the stuff he has. He should be missing a lot more bats at this point. But if you really look at Jared Jones here, he's almost the perfect replacement for Oviedo. They do a lot of things pretty similarly, where they're not super efficient, but when they're lights out, they can probably be pretty lights out. If we're looking for more of an innings eater at that point, unfortunately, your only option is probably Quinn Priester. He will eat innings, but they will be not very quality innings. But if you're looking for an innings eater, that's really the one option you have. At this point, as you both have said, it comes down to who's the best arm out of this group. And that's who you have to go with.
Yeah, I will push back a little bit on the swing and miss thing. Looking at his start on Tuesday that he had against the Blue Jays. I guess you could say he didn't get the whiffs, right? There was a 1 whiff on 15 fastballs, but no one put one in play either. There were a lot of called strikes. There were some foul balls, but like no one put his fastball in play. And he threw 15 of them. So you're throwing 15 fastballs and no one can get it put in play. Then I'm not as concerned with the whiff percentage because people just weren't hitting it. Like I said, 4 called strikes, the whiff, it was being extremely effective. This cutter that Baseball Savant has him throwing, I mean, I'm assuming that's just kind of like his slider cutter. They're kind of depending on what they're calling it, but it's not getting hard. It's not getting hit hard. The curveball's not getting hit hard. He's looked really, really impressive. And in like Donardo, you bring up, yeah, you might as well go for it. Like if and that's what I mean. Like if you think Jared Jones is one of your top 5 guys, put him in that rotation. If he shows you that he's not, then you can always send him back down. Like it's that easy. Like you're not going to ruin his career if in May 10th, he's got a 5.5 ERA, and you're like, you know what, you've got some things you need to work on. Go down to AAA, right?
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like I'm in win now mode, and if Jared Jones is the guy to win now, then Jared Jones is the guy to win now. Plain and simple. I'm not worrying about service time or anything like that with Jared Jones.
Amen. So are we, I want to say nervous, probably the best word. Are we nervous about Quinn Priester?
I don't know if nervous is the word. I'm like, are
we over?
I'm out on him right now. Like, I'm not saying he couldn't figure it out, but like, I don't think you can, with what we've seen from Quinn Priester last year and what we've seen so far this spring, I don't really have much interest in him starting in the rotation right now.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he does in AAA. But for the most part, he's pretty close to being written off in my book.
Okay. And I guess that's why I do say nervous, because I'm not ready to write him off. I think it's still kind of premature to just write him off. But I guess if you're the Eric Longenhagen school of thought, you just write him off because the things that he struggles on, I guess you kind of look and say like it's not really there. But yeah, like, to me, I guess I'm not ready to, but I think he's much closer to being a non-major league pitcher than he is being one. And so that's what makes this all the more interesting, because, we talked about the Rowansies, the Ortiz, and the Quinn Priesters, and now Jared Jones is sneaking up on there because the Quinn Priester is still just not looking like that dude. And Rowansy and Ortiz are looking optimistic. I'll put it that way. But yeah, Jared Jones has now put himself in that conversation legitimately.
And I don't think that Priester's looked bad this spring at all. I think he's done exactly what I'd hoped he would do. He's getting the soft contact. It's just that the velocity's not there, and he just still isn't missing bats. He's not getting Ks. He's not walking people, which is a positive, but it's missing. There's going to be too much hard contact against him. Too many balls in play.
I think you're right. Like I don't have any like issues with what he's done so far. It's been 4 innings of work. I think he's looked just fine, but I don't think he's done anything to show me like he's a different guy this year than he was last year. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now. And if you're looking at the people who are competing for that spot, I'm probably the highest on Ortiz at this moment in time. Like I think he's probably got the best shot at landing one of those rotation spots. I think Priester's on the outside looking in. I'm not ready to give up on him though, because I think the things that are his problem, right, which is basically his fastball shape, I think those are things that can be fixed. It's just a matter of figuring out how to fix it.
Tread.
But
right. Okay. Well, so that's interesting. So I guess, are we done with Jared Jones? I'm going to move on to like another battle that's kind of heating up.
Sounds good to me.
How about right now? Who are those 4 or 5 starters right now in your mind?
Well, we know Keller.
4 or 5.
We know Perez.
We know the top 3.
4 or 5.
Yeah. 4 or 5. Who are they? Right now, on March 7th, there's still 3 more weeks.
Mine, or who do I project?
Yours.
Why does he make it difficult?
I'm going to go Rowansy and Jared Jones.
Okay, I was saying you can't say Skeens. How about that? Yeah. Okay. All right. So you're leaving out today. You're leaving out the one I'm most confident in.
Luis Ortiz. That's fine. I'm kind of encouraged about Rowansy right now. And I like what I see out of Jared Jones right now. Okay. But to me, they're all like kind of right here anyways. I guess it's just preference.
Yeah. Tyler?
So what I would actually like to see is probably Jones and Ortiz, but I probably lean more Rowanzi and Ortiz because of the options issue with Rowanzi, and I want to give him one more opportunity in the major leagues as a starting pitcher before I completely move on from him or move him to the pen. So I think I probably go that route. But if options aren't an issue, which they are, I'm going Jones and Ortiz, I think.
That's fair. I mean, to me, Romanzi's on this club because he has to be.
Right, but it's about whether he's in the rotation or not at that point.
Right. And I get that. And like,
I'm not
there's
ready
an
to move him
argument.
to the pen.
That's where I'm at. I'm not ready to make that move as of yet. Not so far from what I've seen from him, but like he could be the Dowry Moretta replacement. Like that could be how you do that, right? You have Ortiz and Jared Jones in there, and you put Rowanzi in the bullpen. I'm just not ready to go there yet either. I'd rather much have Luis Ortiz optioned or Jared Jones optioned, and have Rowanzi in the rotation to start.
To me, we're beyond optioning Ortiz. He's got to be in the major league. He's too old to go down to AAA again.
Okay, that's fair. He can also be the Moretta replacement.
Fair enough.
Or Jared Jones is 2 or 3 extra innings that he needs to complete his start.
And Jim?
The season ends right now. It's Ortiz and Jones for me. Contreras is in the bullpen.
I think that's perfect.
3 weeks to fight it out.
Yeah, I mean, my mind could change tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, your mind's already made up.
Someone get hurt tomorrow, and then all that changes as well. So,
to me, as long as it's 2 of those 3 and Bailey Falter is not one of them, I'm okay.
I don't know how Bailey Falter. I mean, as of right now, like Bailey Falters look terrible
because this team loves to make sure they have as many guys available as possible, and options will come into play.
I'm cool with Falter starting in the rotation and in the bullpen. I mean, as of now.
Yeah, maybe one of the other 29 clubs. He can start in their bullpen. I don't want him here.
Yeah. I'm okay with.
Let me throw this right back at you, Jim. Why?
Yeah,
because I think he'd be one of the best 8 relievers on the team.
Like truly?
Yeah.
Why?
Because there's 8 slots. I think he'd be number like 8.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not saying I think he'll be there. For some reason, the Pirates really like him. And I think they'll find a way. Like, again, options will come into place. So they're going to have him on this team in some capacity, most likely. But again, like Cherington has also moved on some players that we thought that would be in this situation. It's just, again, like I don't think he's had the love for Falter as it seems like he does. Or he's had the love for those players as it seems like he does for Falter. But I'm perfectly comfortable going another direction than Bailey Falter on this club in any capacity.
I guess I think last year Bailey Falter was very successful out of the bullpen last year.
But that was like, wasn't that more with an opener?
He's in Japan.
No, but I mean he was like as a non-starter, he was very good.
But that
1.02 ERA out of the bullpen last year. I'm not saying he's going to put up a 1.02 ERA, but I mean, you look at the other stuff too. Like he was a better pitcher out of the bullpen than he was a reliever. I think he could be a useful guy as like that long reliever. If you need someone to, and we're talking about how like a lot of these pitchers can't go deep into games, right? Let's say if Jared Jones gives you 4 strong innings, and all of a sudden you bring in Bailey Falter, it's a completely different look too. Where like, you know, you just saw Jared Jones throw 100 miles an hour for 4 innings from the right side, and now all of a sudden you see Bailey Falter come in from the left side, throwing 91, 92, right? With just junk, with long extension. Like I think there's a path for Bailey Falter to be put in good situations on this team.
Basically what Jim said there was that you go from one good pitcher to a bad pitcher, and it's a different look.
Yeah.
It's not what I said. It's not what I said.
That's how I took it.
It's the art of pitching. Like the art of pitching,
is.
keeping people off balance. Bailey Falter, I think, could serve a role on this team of just giving people a completely different look from what they saw out of your starter. Whether that starter is Ortiz, whether that starter is Jones. Like Bailey Falter comes in, he's a completely different guy that throws the hitter's timing off. And you don't have to pitch him for 3-4 innings. You do it for 1 or 2. And now you're into the part of your bullpen you want to get to.
I'll say that's
what
fair.
I just think there's a role for him. Yeah.
I think that's fair. That's 100% fair. But I guess like Rowanzy or Ortiz could do that also. Minus the velocity
Not
difference. Like
necessarily.
I get that. But like if your issue is Jones is gonna go deep, you want someone who's gonna have some longevity. Like Rowanzy and Ortiz could do that. And yes, I know they don't throw 90, 91
already.
That's the problem. I get that.
Yeah.
But at any rate, I don't know. I think it's going to happen.
I mean, I'd be okay with Falter in the bullpen as a long guy that kind of just eats innings for you there. Because you do have to have a guy like that to do that. And he has had some success just results-wise at the major league level in his career. It's been a limited sample, but his ERA is not terrible as a major league pitcher. He does kind of profile as that long reliever, like Genmar Gomez type of dude. So, yeah, I mean, if you need a guy to eat some innings, I'm okay because there are a lot of guys in the bullpen right now that are 1-inning guys. So you do need someone that's going to have a little length to him.
And he's had success out of the bullpen. He's had success out of the bullpen his whole career.
I don't consider coming in as after an opener out of the bullpen.
Okay. Well, he had success doing that then. Like
he did.
The dude's had success at the major league level when you put him in situations that he's most likely to succeed in. So find a way to do it.
All right.
I think we're all in agreement that as long as he's not in the rotation on opening day, whatever happens,
none
we're
none
good.
of us want him in the rotation. Yeah.
That's a perfectly fine argument.
And
The
actually,
rotation,
Bucko-
no, but like if he's your 8th guy in the bullpen, there's worse things to complain about.
And Bucko
I
Mike
just
actually
personally wouldn't.
Bucko Mike actually brings up in the chat Fleming as a long reliever option as well. Like if I'm given the option of
actually
Fleming and Bailey Falter, I'm taking Falter.
Over Fleming?
Yeah.
Probably. I probably am too. Also, I mean, Fleming's a minor league deal. Like
he can play the options game.
And again, like if we're going just by results, Bailey Falter has better numbers out of the bullpen for his career than Josh Fleming. Like plain and simple.
Okie dokie.
Actually, they're about the same.
We're arguing over a long reliever at this point.
That's true. They're interchangeable. Let's be honest.
They really are.
Yeah.
We
It's the
couldn't
8th
talk
guy
about
in the bullpen.
Eric Lauer for more than 2 minutes, and we spent 20 on Bailey Falter.
Let's move on.
This is why you tune in, baby.
All right. So the other position that I was talking about that there seems to be a battle on is the second base position, which heading in here, you had Triolo, you had Leover Peguero, you had Nick Gonzalez, and then G1 Bay. That's pretty much like the 4 guys battling it out who all had time last year at this position. And like a lot of uncertainty, I mean, there's certainly some hype on some prospects, something you want to go in there. I think it was clear Jared Triolo played the best out of all of them last year. Kind of limited, but he had a really, really strong ending of this season. But he's the babe of God. Not a lot of people believe in him. The babe of God, right? And he's doing it again this year. How can it happen? Having a strong spring. Peguero, I think, is the guy that you want to see. I think we kind of believe in his talents, right? He has that power, speed combo. He's also having a good spring. Even like Nick Gonzalez. Now he doesn't walk at all, but again, it's like 19 at bats or plate appearances he had. But He's hitting the ball pretty hard, 3 doubles, solid enough spring. And then there is G1 Bay. It's whatever. There's one guy that's not. It's probably G1 Bay, but there's a battle going on for second base, and so far it's been a pretty productive battle. What do you guys think?
Jim, you made me go first.
Yeah. Gosh, I love Jared Triolo in that just like super utility role. Like, I'm not saying like he needs to be a bench guy, but like Jared Triolo probably needs to be starting 4 times a week. But like, bounce him around, use him to get off days for people, things like that. So right now I'm still leaning like Liover Peguero is like your main second baseman, but Triolo is getting a lot of playing time. And I'm not comparing Jared Triolo to like Josh Harrison, but like, remember like Josh Harrison's heyday, right? Like he played almost every day. He just didn't really have a position really to call his own. So that's where I think Triolo would thrive in. Like, play him 1 day a week at first base, play him 1 day a week at second, play him 1 day a week at short. Like, he's shown he can play some shortstop too. I wouldn't mind seeing that. And then, give Brian Hayes a day off at third base every now and then. So like, move him around the diamond, and that he's going to play competent defense. He's going to give you somewhat decent major league at bats. And you're going to be able to get the guy 350 to 400 plate appearances just by doing that. But you'll also still be able to get in, everyone else. So I think that's where I'm at right now with second base. I think Nick Gonzalez still on the outside looking in. I think a lot has to happen for him to make this team out of spring training. G1 Bay, I think, still has a decent shot at making the team, but more is like that fourth outfielder. But yeah, right now, second base battle, I'm going Peguero as your main guy, but Triolo's getting a good amount of time there.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time with this because previously I've said that I want Liover Peguero to be the guy, and I in agreement with Jim that I wanted to see Triolo be one of those guys that bounces around and you get to see the defense on full display at multiple positions. But I find myself questioning whether I just fall in love with the upside of Peguero, and I'm ignoring the fact that Triolo could probably be like a 2 to 3 win player as an everyday second baseman by just playing great to elite defense, which I think, at least I assume that he would do. And I know it's the BABIP gods really just shining down on him. But his minor league track record shows he finds a way to hit. If he plays defense at the level that I think we all see he can at second base, we're talking about a 2 to 3 win player, and it's not flashy. But is that better than the potential upside of a Peguero, who maybe we're just hoping for a 2 to 3 win player? Like, is Triolo already what we hope Peguero could be, just value-wise? So I might be leaning more Triolo at this point and just let him get the run every day. And I do worry that he will get overexposed at the plate, kind of like we saw Connor Joe do last year, where at some point you just play him so much that it's kind of like a diminishing returns type of deal with him. But that defense is so good. And the other part of it is that I want to surround O'Neal Cruz with guys beside him that are really good defensively. And when you have Brian Hayes on one side and you have Triolo on the other, you can hide O'Neal Cruz at shortstop a little bit better, I think. The first base situation still needs to be figured out defensively, but I think having those two guys there will benefit O'Neal Cruz at shortstop, and maybe you can get away a little longer with him there than you could if it's a guy that's a little more shaky.
I think that last point's fair. However, are we maybe taking away more from Peguero's glove than we should? Like, I know the arm was the issue with him more or less defensively, but I think he's kind of proven he's got a glove. And it's not as if like you're putting like a bad defender next to O'Neal Cruz on his left side, at second base with Piguero there. So like I get your point. I mean, if you have Brian Hayes and Jared Triolo on each side of you, I don't think there's a better second and third base defensively in baseball, like for O'Neal Cruz, looking in that sense. Like he's got the best guys defensively, right? But I kind of like Piguero's glove, and he's flashed it a little bit this spring. And I guess that's where I'm at too, is I think what's happening right now in spring is the most ideal situation the Pirates could be in, because I want Jared Triolo to be that utility guy. And I get what you're saying, Tyler. And I think he probably could be like a 2. It's the same argument that you have with Cabrian. Just the glove alone, he's a 3-WAR player. And I think Jared Triolo, like just his glove alone, he's probably a 2-WAR player at second base also. But if you're able to replace shortstop one day a week, which you probably want to manage O'Neal a little bit this year, right? With the Jared Triolo outside of an Alika Williams.
Or you move Piguero to short and Triolo play second. Like that's also a possibility.
I think I would rather have Triolo at short.
So I think at that point, I would just move Triolo to short and then play Piguero at second on those days that you want to give O'Neal Cruz a day off. And then I think you can still bounce Triolo around a little bit too, while giving Piguero his at-bats.
Okay,
but it's
so you
just
kind of
the
want to
primary second base spot is going to be Triolo. And then on days off, you can move him around a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm more in line with Jim. I would much rather him have 4 starts a week. Second base, shortstop, even third, first. It doesn't look like it's happening. I would love for him eventually to get into the outfield here and there. It's not going to happen, but whatever. Just add more value. Like you're saying with Jay Hay. And again, like we're not comparing talent-wise. It's just the value-wise, what they do with Triolo. I would love him to have that Jay Hay role. He's playing all over the place because his defense is so good. But I guess what I'm getting at is like this is the most ideal because Piguero is performing. If he wasn't, then it's Jared Triolo's right now locking up second. And now you're wondering, but because Piguero so far, still early, but so far is showing why he was a better prospect, right? And the talent that we've talked about him for some years is so far showing that he's producing right now. And I think if Triolo and Piguero are producing neck and neck, I would much rather have Piguero as my starting second and Triolo the guy that's going all over. And first base also. I wouldn't mind him playing first base, second, third, short.
Yeah, I think an encouraging thing about Piguero too so far, you saw him struggle, making contact last year coming up. And again, it's spring training, but he hasn't struck out yet this spring. And it's only 16 plate appearances, but when you have a 31.5 strikeout rate last year in the majors, and now you've played 7 spring training games and you haven't struck out yet, that's encouraging to see. So yeah, you're seeing everything that you want to see out of Piguero. You're seeing everything you want to see out of Triolo. I agree. This is a good position to be in. It's better to have this be a tough conversation, I think, right now, than it to be an easy one. Because if it were an easy one, it means that there's really only one choice, and they have 2 choices. And again, I think the upside of Piguero and is definitely more enticing than the upside of Triolo. Triolo's floor definitely higher than Piguero, right? Like Piguero is certainly capable of putting up like a 0-win season if he puts up a dud. Whereas if Triolo doesn't hit, the defense is still going to give you some value. But yeah, right now I would prefer Triolo kind of bounce around, but you still play him like 4 times a week. Like get the guy some at bats. He needs to be in the lineup. He's valuable to you in multiple ways. That's where I'm at with this.
At the end of the day, I think it's a battle that's going to shake out through the season. I think by the end of the year, they're both probably going to end up with close to an equal amount of at-bats. They're going to both play a lot, especially with the new age of baseball with the days off. And Triolo's a perfect guy for that, where he can bounce around. So they're both going to end up with 350, 400 at-bats this year. So really, we're probably talking about this for nothing because they're going to both end up playing a lot of second base.
Well, let me just add this. You say we're talking about this for nothing, but I think the one reason we are talking about it is, again, it's early, but neither is struggling. It would be a different conversation, again, like if Piguero or Triolo was just having an awful spring to date. Both are performing. So, like, our big concern this year was second base. What's going to happen with it? And so far, this battle has been looking pretty good.
At the very least, I will say I feel a lot better about second base this year rather than last year when it was Castro and Bay. I know you love your Castro, but
I'll
Jim,
say this.
Oh
yeah, can't hear Jim. Well, at any rate, I'll
Poor Jim.
say, yeah, I liked the potential of Castro. It's actually kind of similar to Peguero, like the power
little
speed
bit.
combination. I think Castro's kind of came out of nowhere, and we saw what he could do. Where Peguero's kind of had this, he's proven a little bit more throughout the minors at least. But I'll say like it was just Castro. It was like the potential of Castro, like that was it. I don't think I was like a firm believer in Bay. This year, I feel like there's better depth. There's more options. But yeah, I was definitely in on Castro.
But yeah, it is similar to Peguero where you start to fall in love with that upside they potentially have.
Talent, baby.
But with Triolo, I feel like we get into this trap where we fall in love with the potential and we just overlook what's there. And I think Triolo's already there. And it's probably silly because he's going to get 4 starts a week no matter what, I think. But I do wonder what would happen if he just got reps every day at second base. How good could he be defensively? And I do feel like he will hit at least close to a major league average level.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you look at like Zip's projections right now for Jared Triolo, they've got him at 110 games played, 470 plate appearances. He's an 83 weighted runs created plus on these projections, and he's still a 1.3 WAR player because of the defense, right? So yeah, if you can be a league average hitter, then that 1.3 ends up being 2.5, right?
Right.
And I think it just comes down to if you can get 2.5 out of Jared Triolo just bouncing him around, but then you can also get 2 out of Peguero as a starting second baseman. Do that.
Also, value-wise, Triolo is going to get dinged because he's going to have to play a good bit of first base. And that defensive ward just hates first baseman. And he's going to have to play a decent bit late in games.
But
that's true. Like, yeah, the games he doesn't start, or maybe late in games, yeah, you move Triolo to first, and he's your first baseman for the last 2 innings.
And again, like this is where I'm at with that. And I get your point in that sense, but like, would you rather Jared Triolo there or Rowdy Tellez? Do you rather have Jared Triolo at short or Leka Williams? Would you rather, like, that's the thing. Like, what doing this does is it limits the really bad players from achieving 200 plus plate appearances, right? So you have Jared Triolo taking away the Alikas and the Rowdies, or like even the Connor Jones to an extent, right? Where he's playing first baseman more than you want to see or whatnot. Like that, again, like that's kind of where I'm at with this. Peguero being at second, and like he can just focus on second base and hopefully become the better player for all the same reasons about Jared Triolo. Like the same mindset for Peguero. Sears, you got second base, it's yours. Be the best person you can be. And now Jared Triolo is running around. He might get dinged, like you're saying in that sense, but it's still a better option than Leka Williams, right? Or Rowdy Tellez late in the game, defensively at first base or whatnot. So like that's where I'm at. Jared Triolo is such a team player that he's going to sacrifice his overall WAR for the better of the team. Such a good guy. That's why the baby gods love him.
Exactly.
He's just such a good guy.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I'll take it. I think both are going to play a big role, and you're seeing what you want to see out of both guys. And there's options.
Show, guys.
Well, and there are options too if one of them goes down. Like, I don't think Nick Gonzalez is. You give him a ton of playing time, and it's going to go well. But who knows? Maybe Nick Gonzalez for a short spurt at some point in June or July can give you 100 decent plate appearances here and there.
There you have it. Cool. So we talked about the starting pitching battle here, the second base battle. Anything else we want to talk about as far as spring updates, or do we want to get into the breakout game?
Let's get into the breakout game.
I will say, actually, I want to say one thing with spring.
Okay.
Just because we haven't really talked to him because he hasn't gotten in really any action. But he played his first spring training game this past week. Joshua Palacios. I'm not quite sure if he is making the team at this point. I don't know if I just froze either, but
you did.
Yeah, I don't know why. My camera's been all kinds of weird. But
that
as
Louisville
far as
internet.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. But with Palacios, Kevin Gorman wrote a pretty interesting article today on Trib. If you haven't read it, check it out. But it basically just highlights how he like really, really dove into like the driveline stuff this offseason. And it's like I said, really, really good article. And Palacios seems to be extremely confident that like he knew what he was doing wrong, but he didn't really know how to fix it. And so they went to driveline and found out what it was, found out the optimal way to do it. And, you know, he's the quotes in here are kind of cool. Like Palacios is in here, you know, I went all tech, straight science. I trust in the science right now. They tell you your preferred stances, preferred angles, and what situations to put yourself in so you move the fastest. I knew what I was doing wrong, but I really wanted to see how it came about. So like really cool stuff in this article that I think if like I just want to see more of Joshua Palacios, and it was a shame that he was hurt to start off the spring. But I am interested to see if there's something different there. Because if he can just tap into something, right? Then yeah, there could maybe be something there. So it's just a storyline to watch for. I didn't really see a whole lot of people talking about that article today, and there was just some neat stuff in there.
What I'll say about Palacios is that I'm rooting for him because he seems like a good clubhouse guy. Seems like a good guy in general. It's just that I don't believe in him. I'm sorry, Josh. I hope you prove me wrong. It's just seen this story before, man. He's just not good enough, I don't think. He's fun. The story was fun. Like I said, good clubhouse guy. It's just I don't see it with him.
I think that's fair. I mean, I would much rather have a guy who's came out of nowhere, went somewhere else, learned, dove, like went all in with it, come back, and became a better player. And it happened with the Pirates, not as a former Pirate going somewhere else, right? Like, I would love for this story to come true. There would be nothing that would make me happier than if Josh Palacios ended up being like a 2+ WAR player for the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2024. It's just that I also just don't truly believe in it. He just really hasn't been a good player, you know, and it's not as if like he's a 23-year-old prospect coming up, right? He's kind of been around. And if you're a betting person, I'm sure you're going to bet against him. I don't want to, right? Like I'm with Tyler as well. I love Josh Palacios, the person. I feel like I could hang out with him and have a really good time. And he can definitely hit the gritty. If you saw the Instagram, Jack Swinsky not able to hit the gritty, Jim. But like, yeah, like Palacios is an awesome dude. I just don't know if I believe in the talent, but we haven't seen it yet. You know, he hasn't given us the ability to talk highly about him in spring. He just came back. So like, yeah, I'll allow him to have a spring and get us talking maybe at the end of it. And if it did work out, fantastic. Because that just makes his team even more better, right? He'd leave you fans more optimistic about the 2024 Pirates. But again, as it is today, I just don't really believe in it. Can we just say this though?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, can he just not lead off?
Right. Seriously.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Like I've got to see it, right? But it was a story that caught my eye today. Just a lot of really cool stuff in there. And hey, Henry Davis went to Driveline this offseason, and it's been going really well for him so far this spring. So hey, let's see what Palacios can do. I'm not writing the guy off. That's all.
Fair.
Yeah, I wrote him off.
Cool. I'm not ready
He
to
didn't
write
write back.
anybody off yet.
Yeah,
I wrote him off. He didn't write back.
There have been plenty of people who have figured it out at age 28. Like it happens.
There are. There really are.
Jose Batista. If Josh Palacios could be half of Jose Batista.
I was thinking like Justin Turner or someone like that, but sure, we'll go with Batista and just like stab ourselves in the heart a little bit more, Donardo.
But I will say this: if he turns into Jose Batista, he has to follow everyone on Twitter just like Jose Batista.
Touché.
That's the rules. It's the rules.
Just not get punched in the face like him.
Yeah, I mean, I think a more like Luke Rayleigh. Like you look at somebody like Luke Rayleigh, right? Just quad A guy for years and years and years, and all of a sudden figure something out. Last year goes off at age 28. What if Joshua Palacios is this year's Luke Rayleigh?
Wouldn't it be great to have a guy that just came out of nowhere? We haven't had that in so long.
Matt Joyce, probably the last guy, right? Where he just like,
but he had success before.
Yeah, but like he had his best year, like the 1 year with the Pirates. He like just.
I'd say it's either like Josh Harrison or Garrett Jones.
Garrett Jones was a good one. I mean, he was probably around that 26, 27, 28 too. Yeah. Yeah, like it happens. So
it does.
Yeah. It would be cool if it happened with Palacios.
And the thing is, the good franchises, they always have a guy like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, you know what? I'm on board. Let's go, Josh Palacios. Joshua Palacios.
Yeah,
let's go.
This year's Luke Rayleigh. Let's go.
I'm rooting for him. I just don't see it.
Let me put that up there one more time. All right. So do we want to move on from spring then and into the breakout game?
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know how much you guys want to talk into this or like what we really want to, but I mean, it's a cool thing. So the Pirates and the Orioles, which they've been playing a lot of games, of course, they're like 10 miles away from each other. But the Pirates and Orioles are going to be playing this MLB spring breakout game, which features like all the, the top prospects and such. So of course, Skeens is going to be pitching. The roster's out there. Do we want to put it up? I could probably get it real quick if we want to, but regardless, it's out there. Something pretty fun and interesting. And I think we have intentions of probably doing like an NS9 game day for it, just FYI. But yeah, I don't know, guys. What do you think? How do you like this roster? First off, anything that? Oh, look at you, Jim. I assume.
Yep, that's me.
Definitely not me.
No, I mean the pitching is I said the pitching talent in this organization is pretty cool. Couple things strike out to me first. Braxton Ashcraft is on here. Jared Jones is not. So that leads me to believe that Jared Jones is likely, definitely has a much better shot of being on the major league roster, right? But Hunter Barco, we haven't seen a whole lot of him. Bubba Chandler, we saw him for one inning last week.
I think just one, yeah.
Yeah. But like Chandler, Harrington, Skeens, Solometo, Ashcraft, Barco, and then David Matoma in here.
Yes.
From I mean, how old is he now? Like 17 years old. 17, 18 from Uganda, throwing like 174 miles per hour or something like that. So that'll be fun. Like actually having like footage and StatCast data of David Matoma. That will be cool.
By the way, he turned 18 on February 2nd. So freshly 18 years old.
Yeah.
So also, just real quick, thank God it's at LECOM, right?
It's at LECOM, yeah.
Thank God there is StatCast data.
Yeah. So we'll have StatCast, we'll have everything, we'll have the whole shebang. So that'll be cool to get some data on some of these guys. But yeah, the pitching stands out the most to me. Offensively, we know where the system is offensively, right? it's Termar and everyone else. So that's kind of what this shakes out to. But yeah, the pitching it's going to be exciting, and going up against the Orioles is cool because you'll get to see them go up against some of the best prospects in baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pitching's definitely the intriguing part here. And I am interested to see a little bit more out of Jack Brannigan. We saw a lot of him while we were down there. He looked pretty good. Lonnie White Jr., a little bit interested to see him this year. I'm not a full believer in him, but I'm interested to see what he can do. Mitch Jebb, another guy that Jim loves him to death. And then De Los Santos, Blanco. Yeah. There are some names here, but it's not as interesting as the pitchers for sure.
I think it just kind of shows like the Pirates farm system right now, which is kind of different from like the Orioles. The Orioles got a lot of talent with the bats, right? And I feel like the Pirates are just most of the upper level quality prospects is in the pitching. You're seeing it here, but it's like I want to see De Los Santos. I'm interested in him. Blanco Jr. to an extent, Plaz, Mitch Jebb, Tamar. Like those interesting guys, Shailin Polanco.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like they're still so young and so far away. But like that's the next crop. Like next year we're hopefully talking about these guys in the same way you're talking about like the Solomeadows and Chandlers and such. So yeah, like I'm definitely interested in them. And also like you're saying with Lonnie White Jr., I think it's a big year for him. He's kind of been brushed along with that draft class. She was a big part of, a lot of it with injuries and such. But, if he is healthy and he can show like that talent is legit, maybe he helps back on the actual prospect list and what that does for the Pirates even. Lonnie White, like, still far away. He's lost a lot of development, but he can be a talent. It's a big year for him. So here's a start to seeing that, I guess. But yeah, like there's a lot of interesting guys. But again, like for the bats, there's more to be desired, but it's because they're mostly like 18, 19, 20 years old at max. And yeah, so there's that. But like cool thing MLB is doing. I'll say that.
Yeah, they actually have like a good idea. So and the fact that it's on TV, like it's on it, you can watch it.
I know.
That's kind of cool too.
In the stadium with StatCast.
Yeah. Shout out Pitt City. What? Appreciate you. Glad you liked glad you liked everything from spring training.
I also appreciate him for saying black coffee each because these guys do not drink black coffee. They drink some weirdo stuff.
There's not anything weird about like I just go Americano. Now I don't drink it black. Don't get me wrong. I got to add some stuff in there, but like I'm not getting too
black
crazy with my coffee.
All right. Well, some of you guys get like oat milk and God only.
I do oat milk.
Yeah, it was you, weirdo.
Give me my espresso. Get some oat milk in there. We're Gucci, baby.
Just go to the gas station, get a $2 coffee.
No, I'm not going to the gas station. Just
be an adult.
Just gasoline would be cheaper. Just put gas. Just drink from the nozzle.
I would if I could. If it would wake me up, I would.
It probably will. If I'm going to the gas station, I'll just take gas and not actual coffee.
I have a feeling that would put me to sleep now, but
because like Wawa, we're down like sheets, like those are technically gas stations. So I guess those are an exception though.
No, I'm talking about the ones that have like the coffee pot.
I know what you're talking of, and that's why I went directly where I went to, but I want to make sure I corrected myself because technically speaking, if you go to like a Sheetz or Wawa like that, like that's acceptable.
You guys are
black
children.
Coffee is the cheapest. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And the most delicious.
I disagree on the delicious part, but like if I have to drink it, like I will drink it, but I would prefer it to taste better. So if the tools are there for me to make coffee taste better, I'm going to utilize those tools.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm out and about and we got a Starbucks nearby, I'm getting something real fancy.
There you go. Yeah, I was saying you were getting what were you getting this
I have
week?
no idea.
You were getting you were getting nitro cold brews.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I literally don't know what I got.
You're getting cold brew.
I usually get a cold brew too. Like if I'm not when I'm at home, I make espressos. oat milk. But yeah, I was getting cold brews out there too. Those are my two go-tos. Now that we're talking about coffee, get back to the kids that don't even drink coffee. Well, actually, a lot of them probably do. Yeah. So again, really cool game. And it's kind of funny that Pirates are going to be featuring this. So there's that. Pirates and Orioles. Anything I guess you're taking away or want to see outside of, I guess, Paul Skeens just blowing everyone away?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of hit everything. NS9 game day that night will be fun. So make sure you've got the game on, you've got us on. We'll be talking about it the entire time. Should be a good time.
Yep.
Maybe get some guests lined up. Maybe.
I think the most interesting part's going to be the guys that we don't get to see, like a Paul Skeens or a Thomas Harrington or guys in that realm. The Polancos, the De Los Santos, the Barco that you mentioned, guys like that we don't get to see every day and aren't broadcast on TV. That's going to be the interesting part.
Yeah. See, that's fair. Now, what I will say, I'm not denying it. I'm not confirming it. She may not. Livy Dunn is a guest. Nothing's been confirmed yet.
Absolutely nothing's been confirmed there. Yeah.
Nothing's also been sent, but nothing's been confirmed. It's all how you phrase it.
We cannot confirm nor deny that she will be on.
Right. No, it's
I think
very,
it's
very
safe
unlikely.
to say. I think it's safe to say we can deny that.
No, I can't deny that. I don't know.
Now, here's the thing. If she sees this and wants to come on and talk about Paul Skeens while he's pitching, we'll allow that probably.
Yeah, actually, it might be more of an us thing that we just don't want her on.
Yeah.
I need to find a way to get in touch because I want a latte.
Ooh, White Monster. There you go.
All right. Well, I guess with that said, is there anything else that we want to dive into before we go?
No, once we start getting into the girlfriends of our number one prospects, I think it's time to
go.
Out.
Yeah. Well. All right. So let's get out of here. Before we do, tomorrow, Bucking Around with Neil Walker airs with Cody at noon. So check that out. That was live. Well, as Cody said, live, but not actually live, pre-recorded in LECOM.
Deductions.
And deductions. Yeah. And then with that said, we'll be back with some Starbucks. Actually, no, postgame show on Sunday. Postgame show on Sunday, then Starbucks on Monday. So appreciate you all for watching. As always, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you guys.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
We got John Morant. We've got Taylor Swift. We have a tree. We've got the first half of Ole Miss. And then we got the Ohio State player saying an O. I have absolutely no idea. So this is the cover of Red. So Jared Triolo. All right, let's go. Jared Triolo. It looks like maybe like a marble rye. Ryan Barucki.
Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, right? Yeah. Full dugout. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kirstead.
All right, what's going on, beautiful people? It is the North Shore 9 postgame show. I'm Tyler. With me is my guy, and it's been way too long, Dougie Fresh. What's going on, Dougie?
I mean, hey, I've been following your exploits down there in Florida. You're back from a triumphant spring training tour. You guys were great down there. It was a lot of fun. So I'm excited. I bought tickets to Pirates games today.
Which ones?
May 24th, 5th, and 26th, I'm going to get a Dave Parker bobblehead.
Wait, so
it's funny.
5th and 6th, you will be in Pittsburgh?
Yes, sir. You got to come on. Let's go. That's Memorial Day weekend.
Baby.
Yeah. Let's
get
up
rock
there.
and roll. Everybody in the comments, we're going May 24th, 5th, 6th. I will be there. I will find a way to get there. My guy, Dougie Fresh, as soon as he checks his calendar to be sure.
I will make sure. I know the 25th is the bobblehead. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's 24th, 20th.
Well, at the very least, the 25th of May, Dougie Fresh will be there, which means my little happy butt will also be there.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Doug, I'm an hour away. I got to get there.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to give people ample warning so they could either, hide, lock their grandmothers up, that sort of thing. And then
exactly. Hide your moms. Tyler and Doug coming to town.
Exactly.
Here we go.
I got one of those emails the other day about cougars in my neighborhood, and I'm like, I'm 60. Like, what a cougar for me has got to be like 112. I don't know if that's the way to go.
Oh, good to know the North Shore 9 postgame shows are back. The Pirates did play. That did happen. The Pirates played the Orioles. They lost 5-2. A lot happened today. It is spring training. This is our first North Shore 9 postgame show back. Man, Martin Perez started on the mound. The Pirates lost 5-2, as mentioned. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when you'll be there.
May 24th, 25th, and 26th.
We gotcha.
We get to see the Braves. So
okay,
I think we get fireworks and we get a Dave Parker bobblehead, the Cobra.
All right, love that.
Enough to get me off my couch into Pittsburgh. So pretty excited.
Well, Doug, maybe if he looks anything like he did today, the guy who started on the mound will be pitching that day, and that was Martin Perez, who got his debut as a Pirate today in spring training. He looked really good, in my opinion. I'd like to hear your opinions on him because I feel like the entire time down in Florida, every time a pitcher came up, it got thrown to me, acting like I know anything about anything. I want to throw this one to Doug. Talk to me about Martin Perez. What do you like here?
Well, I mean, it's his first start of spring, and he had no rust, right? He had pinpoint accuracy. He was doing what he does. He was the crafty lefty. He's changing up his speeds and putting the ball where he wants it. And from just about everybody we've seen, Rowanzi is a perfect example. His breaking stuff doesn't look sharp yet. We're encouraged by his velocity, and that's the kind of thing where like, oh look, somebody's hitting 97, someone's hitting 95. This guy looked like he was just taking his regular return in the rotation on like June 17th. And given that he hadn't pitched yet, right, we made us a little nervous, a little uncomfortable. I thought he looked terrific. I mean, again, it's his first spring outing. It's what I said to you before the show. The only thing I can be at this point is encouraged or discouraged, and that was encouraging. I'm not ready to put him in the Cy Young race quite yet, but I would love to see a Jose Quintana-esque type season from him or Gonzalez or both. So it seems that the Pirates are actually finally figuring out that it's good to have a lot of left-handed pitching when you pitch at PNC Park. And so we may have two lefties. You got Barucki, you got Chapman. I sort of like where the pitching is at right now. Long way to go. A lot has to happen. I hate being that guy and on March 3rd who's like, oh yeah, this looks great. But yeah, Perez looked good. And again, as I said, it's just very encouraging. That's what you want to see in spring. Right. We all acknowledge spring training doesn't count. It doesn't matter. But I'd rather be, saying it doesn't count because they're doing so well, as opposed to, he gave up 10 runs, but spring training doesn't matter.
Exactly. Jim points out here that the changeup was on and he was locating it really well. Really, that's what I wanted to bring up here was you talked about the results and how we like to point out that whenever things aren't going our way, then spring training doesn't matter. And if it's a guy that maybe we aren't as enthusiastic on, spring training doesn't matter. That's a good fallback plan there. But there's nothing that really replaces the way you go about it here. And Martin Perez today located so well. Almost every batter, it felt like, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, he was ahead of almost everybody that came up to the plate. He was able to throw the changeup as a first pitch strike at a ridiculous amount of times. The changeup looked excellent. And with Martin Perez, what you're going to see here is it's going to be a cutter. It's going to be a sinker. You're going to see the changeup. Those three are going to be his main pitches. You're not going to see much breaking stuff, I don't think. But when he's able to locate it as well as he was today, that's going to make you an effective major league pitcher. And that's pretty encouraging to me, just the way he looked location-wise today, because the velocity was down, as Jim mentions in the chat, but if you're able to locate like that, it makes you really, really hard to hit. Everybody was off balance. He was able to get the swings and misses with the changeup. He looked really, 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 really sharp today.
Yes, he did. And one of the things I get excited about with him is if he's able to pitch like that, just what a great example. We have a young pitching staff. We have a lot of young guys that we're going to count on. And if he can show them, it's like, look, you just don't have to blow people away, right? You can pitch. You can pitch. And the little interview he did, every time they mentioned playoffs, World Series, I mean, he was excited. You know what I'm saying? It's like just the enthusiasm, and you can tell the joy he had from being part of being a winning team. Hopefully he can bring that, here to Pittsburgh with him and get guys focused on, because I mean, obviously, right, we all want to win. The Pirates want to win. It's one of those easy fallback things to say, oh, we're here to win. We're competing for a championship. But when you're in your second and third year in the league, you're fighting for your spot. You're fighting for your contract. You're fighting for, winning World Series, probably not in the forefront of your mind, right? You're worried about that first big contract, understandably so. So if this guy and Chapman and some of these other guys that have won, Rowdy Tellez even, who's at least, been in the playoffs, get these guys focused, toward that end, it can only be a benefit. But as you said, most significantly, it's his pitching. We need results. We need good pitching and efficient. He was efficient, which
he was.
I'm still tired of watching Mitch Keller go 3-2 on every batter.
I mean, really, though, that's what it comes back to, is that today Martin Perez was really able to get ahead of guys. And he really just he took on that mantra of the Ray Miller, throw fast, change speeds, throw strike, or what? Right.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What is God? I used to have one of those t-shirts.
And it's on a shirt in my closet.
Yeah. Change speeds, throw strikes. Work fast, change speeds, throw strikes. Yeah.
Change speeds. It's on a shirt in my closet right now. And I still couldn't remember off the top of my head because I'm always worried about which one comes first. Work fast. But he was working fast today, which was very enjoyable to watch. That makes it fun for fans, I think. Just watching a guy that gets into a rhythm on the mound, that makes it easy to watch.
It's much right. We had that game a couple of days ago where it was walk, and it's like those are kind of tough.
Good Lord, throw fast. Good Lord, I got the 2024 pitching mantra and the 1990 mantra in my head at the same time.
You're a 21st century kind of guy, Tyler. Jeez.
I guess. But we can move off of Perez. I thought he looked really good. You did too. Let's move on to the hitting today. Not too much hitting going on. Really, the two guys I want to talk about, it's just going to be Ke'Bryan Hayes and Brian Reynolds. To me, both of them at this point look really, really good. We talked a lot down in Bradenton that Doug didn't attend.
We talked a lot about. I didn't know if I was invited.
You're always invited, Doug. But we talked a lot about Ke'Bryan Hayes and how he's looked throughout pretty much every spring since he's come up. And it looks like a new Ke'Bryan Hayes is coming. And personally, I wouldn't feel as comfortable with him going into this year if he didn't finish as he did last year. But the way he's on time right now, the way he's pulling the baseball, he's hitting it where it's pitched. Everything he is doing looks so good at the plate. It's hard to not get excited about Ke'Bryan Hayes, Doug. Keep me from doing it.
Absolutely right. No, I can't because he finished strong. He finished strong last year. And it's easy, guys do that all the time. He had a great September of 2020. He had, he's had good months here and there, but he really had a pretty decent second half last year. And then he's coming to spring and it looks like he hasn't missed a beat, right? So it doesn't look, again, it's encouraging, right? You didn't want to see him go 1 for 39 in spring and then say, hey, it's only spring and he'll be back. No, he looks exactly like the guy he did in August, September when he was playing it and, MVP type level with, when you add in his fielding, if he can do that, if he doesn't have to do that. I mean, again, our mantra is if he's just an average hitter, but now we've had to upgrade that to if he could be a slightly above average hitter because my God, the glove is fantastic. This looks like, okay, I got to stop. It looks like his breakout season. It does. I can't.
It does.
It looks like, oh man, he's going to be great.
You know what? I'd rather have the cautious optimism over the blind faith. That's where we're at with Ke'Bryan Hayes right now. Last year, it felt like it was kind of not even a blind faith. There were some signs that he was starting to show something and maybe something clicked and then season started and it didn't go as we planned. And then at sometime during August-ish, July-ish, I don't remember the exact date, but something clicked with him. So as you said, him not being 1 for 39 right now, I'm all aboard the MVP Ke'Bryan Hayes train. Because, let's be, Doug, we're betting men here.
Yeah.
Is that is there value there?
Oh, there has to be. Come on, we need someone. Look, Jim, look that up for us. What?
I mean, let's be honest here, Doug. Like,
because I'll place them
if we were, but if we were to take those odds, and then like maybe July he's hitting like 320 and he's raking and fielding so well, you know what those cash out odds would be?
Oh man, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, he is so special defensively, and we've beaten that horse to death. But you can't acknowledge, not acknowledge that if he starts hitting, right, his profile is going to blow up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because now they're going to start showing these plays he makes, and the only thing he has working against him is that he's so good that none of his plays look spectacular. Right. They just look like a solid fundamental play. When Nolan Arenado is, running across the line and doing that underhand flip across, Brian Hayes is down on one knee and just making a simple toss on the same play.
Exactly.
And so
he's already rounded the baseball and he's making a simple throw.
Yeah, it's amazing. But you're going to, he'll get more appreciation for that. Oh my God. I'm making that bet today.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take that bet too.
Come on. I mean, that's value. That's what you're looking for is value.
That is too much value there.
Yeah, that's someone's gonna get fired when we're at the window here later in the year.
Oh, as soon as we log off here, that bet's going to get placed.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other guy in the lineup today I wanted to talk about was Brian Reynolds. He's hitting 200 this spring. I have zero concern with Brian Reynolds. They actually really showed me why I don't have much concern with him. He's so close to being on time with everything. We saw it in his 2 at-bats today. He just missed them. He didn't hit them hard, but he hit them right back up the middle. Line drives, just didn't get them hard enough. Everything about Brian Reynolds, unless you're a very, very, very smart major league hitting coach that can see everything, and you're just watching it on TV like the rest of us, I don't see anything off with him.
No,
he's just as consistent as it comes. I'm not worried about him whatsoever. I think he's going to hit the ground running this year.
Yeah, I do too. He looks, like I said, he looks pretty good right now. Give him another 3 weeks of at bats, and getting to face a pitcher a second or third time, as opposed to hitting against someone different each time. I think he's going to be locked in come opening day. You don't worry about Brian Reynolds. The biggest thing we want from Brian Reynolds is this consistency. And I mean, he is our most consistent hitter, but he does go through some of those little valleys there. If we can just get him, and I guess that's part of the exciting thing about what's going on with this team right now is that we don't need Brian Reynolds to carry the team. Right. And for the past 3 seasons, he's been sort of our only offensive hope. And now it's like, okay, I think we're going to get more out of Hayes. Sawinski's going to contribute. O'Neal Cruz is, even if O'Neal Cruz is at his floor, he's 30 home runs, 100 RBI. And Henry Davis, I'm encouraged. This is my buzzword for spring so far has been approach. And I've liked the approach of guys like Henry Davis, Tamar Johnson. I'm not expecting Tamar Johnson to start opening, day at second base. I hope he's in Double-A. I just don't want him to go to Greensboro where his numbers get skewed. But it looks like the team has kind of a good approach right now at the plate. I'm not on the Andy Haynes bandwagon by any means, but maybe what he's been teaching is starting to bear fruit. And because Sawinski's looked pretty good too. I mean, it's not great numbers, but he's squaring up a few balls. There, no reason to be discouraged, I guess, is all I can say at this point.
Yeah, I have a few guys that I'm a little discouraged by, but I don't want to bring them up today because I'll save them for April. Because once again, I don't want to talk about the negatives during spring training.
Yeah,
but I think the positive that we've seen, you mentioned approach there, is that there's a bit of a variation of approach here, where it seems like more guys are starting to find themselves. Like you see a Brian Hayes or a Brian Reynolds jump on an earlier pitch in their at bat rather than taking a couple and then getting into a deep count. You're seeing like a combination here of we will be patient, but some guys, maybe it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. That part's encouraging to me.
Yeah, it does feel like when they see their pitch, they're letting it rip, as opposed to letting that go by. It's like, wait, if you get your pitch to hit, I don't care if it's the first pitch in the bat or the seventh. Get your good swing on it. So, yeah, and I'd like to mention Triolo. I know we need to wrap this up. But,
let's talk about Triolo.
I'm enthused.
Enthused.
Yeah, I am enthused. I think you're going to like this too, because from what I've seen now, Alex Stump just had an article about why G1 Bay is so exciting because of his speed, and it
wasn't Alex.
All right.
It was someone else.
Wasn't Alex? Okay.
No, it was. Right. I don't know who it was.
Good.
It was Kevin.
But it seems, it seems like that was written by someone in the Pirates front office, and to explain why Bay is going to be on the opening day roster. But now I'm seeing things. I'm seeing. Triolo's playing shortstop. Obviously, they're playing him everywhere. But they've been running some guys out at center field too. Connor Joe has now played in center field. Olivares has played at center field. And this sort of gives me hope that Bay may not be on the opening day roster, right? It's because the way we can use some of these other guys. I don't know. That might just be a leap on. I don't want to bury the kid either. He was a rookie last year. He might improve this year. But Triolo is just fantastic defensively everywhere he plays. And I'm really looking forward. And it seems like my favorite thing about him is his approach. He's the only guy in Major League Baseball who does not try to hit a home run every time he comes up. He will just slap it over the second baseman's head. So I am enthused about him. I won't be mad if he's the opening day second baseman, but he could be Josh Harrison. Yeah, he could be one of those guys that starts 5 games a week, but a different spot every time.
Could I get weird about it? I think it might be Ben Zobrist.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I mean, like he plays very well everywhere. I don't know that the bat gets to that level. Ben Zobrist had some years where he was unreal at the plate.
Yeah, he was an elite hitter. Yeah.
I don't know that Jared Triolo gets in that territory, but you never know with him. And I to go back on the G1 Bay talk there, I really do think that the Pirates are between Peguero and Triolo at this point, based on the at-bats that we've seen.
Right.
It feels like it's a two-man battle at this point. G1 Bay really hasn't got much run there. It seems like if he does make this roster on opening day, it'll be one of those super utility roles or a backup outfielder that can play the infield as well.
Well, right. That's why we're seeing Connor Joe getting some run in center field and Olivares getting some play in center field. It's like, well, if those guys can play center, and along with Sawinski, there doesn't seem much room for anybody else. So, who knows? A lot to shake out. One injury can change everything. But yes, so the Pirates record's not great right now, and that's a good point about Zobrist there. He was a switcher.
No, it is. No, I know, but I just want to get weird about it.
You're right. I don't expect Triolo to hit that well, but he does seem to be improving at the plate. And he's not his 414.
No, he's not going to hit at a level of Ben Zobrist. Like, it's obvious, but maybe I just got caught up on the white utility player.
Right, but and he can play outfield too. So I know he's played some center field in the minors. Could be an interesting roster construction ahead. So something to look forward to. Today there was, other than Dari Moreta, nothing to worry about too much. Barucki, another thing. Barucki, he came out of nowhere last year. Kind of hard to expect him to do the same thing this year, but he looks like he's there. The king.
I mean, he did give up 2 balls that were hit 107 plus, but Barucki got out of it. I did want to touch on the bullpen before we do wrap up here.
Okay.
Barucki did get out of it, and there was an injury that happened that it's in the chat here. Jim mentioned here that Alex Stump from MLB.com mentioned that it was an elbow injury for Dari Moreta. His last 2 outings haven't looked good. I mean, as much as that is awful for Dari and Big Bank, the Pirates are in a much better position this year to deal with an injury like that than they have been in previous years. Hopefully it's nothing serious with him, but these last 2 outings, there was something off with him. The velocity has been down. Hopefully there's enough depth here, which I think there is, to get through that, but it looks like they might be missing him for, we'll see if he makes opening day. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, there's no reason to take any guesses. But, yeah, this bullpen does seem ready to withstand that kind of injury at this point, right? And, shoot, you got some other – I wouldn't mind seeing Ashcraft. I mean, I want them to stretch Ashcraft as a starter, but, hey, you can bring him up and let him throw the 6th inning a couple times, and I'd feel very comfortable with that. So the addition of Chapman –
yeah, I think they're at a point where there's enough arms that you can get through some injury. You obviously can't afford to lose one of your top guys, but one of those more middle of the road guys, they have a roster that is good enough that you can get through that, I think.
Yeah, I think this bullpen could be really good. It comes down to the same thing: injuries and effectiveness, and bullpen pitchers are so fickle, right? They'll have an ERA of 0.791 next year and 6 the next. So, but I get the feeling our bullpen is going to be a strength, and we're going to need it to be, given the state of our rotation and the fragility of it, fragileness. So our first post-game show, spring training edition.
Yeah, I had to get the rust out here.
Yeah, we're a little shaky, but
I've done a few shows in the meantime, but the post-game show is a different animal.
Yeah, you guys were great. That was fun following along with you guys. Next year I'll go. If I'm invited, I'll go.
Personal invite right here, my friend Doug.
All right. Okay, no getting out of it.
It's not a long flight for you.
No, gosh, no, nothing.
And all right, Doug.
I'm going to be living in Jacksonville next year at this time, so
hop around Donardo.
So I'm just going to, I'm going to climb in Donardo's carry-on or whatever. So,
all right, baseball is back, baby. It's March 3rd. We're back at it. Everybody's back at it. Spring training's full aboard. Me and Dougie Fresh are back at it. Aside from that, we're going to get out of here.
Yeah,
Pirates
lose
lose
1-5 out of the way
2.
during spring training. So.
Exactly. Pirates lose 5-2. We're going to get out of here. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you next time.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Okay, that's a pirate. That's Captain. Oh, I get. Okay, so Jack Win. Oh, ski. Okay, so Jack Sawinski. I got that. It's a blue jay, a sun, a blue sun, blue. Who are you? What? Jason Wavy Lays. Jason. Where is that a delay? Who is that? I mean, it's Jason Delay, but I don't know why that's a D.
That's D from Always Sunny.
Oh, well, I outed myself for never watching that show. Is that a chicken or a hen or a rooster? That is my love. That's Rihanna. Ruri. This is us. Rowan.
It's a hen.
Hen. So it is a hen this time. Interesting. Henna tattoo. Henry Davis. Henry Davis. That's interesting, Tyler. I thank you for that one.
Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Let's go, Heston! That is kind of fast. Let's get it started, Kirsten.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of NS9 Cardboard. I'm Jim. Today we've got 2023 Topps Inception. There are only 7 cards per box, guaranteed 1 autograph. These are interesting cards. Design's kind of funky. You can usually find some decent like relic type, like signed relic stuff. So I have not opened any Topps Inception this year, so I am looking forward to seeing what we can get. Let's just dive right into it. We're looking for big rookies, obviously, out of most 2023 products. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, these boxes, this one is from Fanatics. It was right around $150 or so. Gosh, I remember when Topps Inception used to be like $70 a box. The prices have certainly gone up over time. But if you open it up, it's basically just, one pack. So we're going to get right to it. This should not take very long. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to use our trusty Topps Allen and Ginter egg card as our cover card. We're going to take a peek here. I think that top card is going to be the... I'm not sure where the autograph is, but we're just going to go from the top. We're going to go from the top. All right. First card. It is a base of Wander Franco. So, like you can see, the design. Like I said, just a neat design on these cards. They're thicker stock, right? I mean, they are. These are thicker cards. But, yeah. So, first card is Wander. Obviously, that was a better card, 4 or 5 months ago than it is today. Card number 2. We got a rookie, base rookie, Tristan Casas from the Boston Red Sox. Card number 3. I think we got another base. And it is another rookie, Garrett Mitchell, for the Milwaukee Brewers. The dog does not like the Garrett Mitchell card. And I think someone's at my door dropping off a package. All right, next card. All right, next card is going to be the autograph. So we're going to save that one. We're going to go from the bottom. And there's Justin Steele. I didn't get a peek of who that autograph was, but I do know that next one's an auto. So Justin Steele, rookie. Nice picture there for the Cubs. All right, going back from the bottom here. Parallel. Rookie, Hunter Brown. That is number 3 of 75 from the Houston Astros. Hunter Brown. Definitely, you know, when we're wanting the color, we're wanting rookies, but we also want, like, you know, like the good hitters. But Hunter Brown's not a terrible one there. All right, next up. Last non-auto. Hey, there we go. Nice green Nolan Jones. The green ones are not numbered, unfortunately. So, not sure what this one goes for. But, pretty good rookie. Nolan Jones had a really nice year for the Rockies. All right, last card. Let's see what we got. It's horizontal. It's one of those... Ooh, Mets. Francisco Alvarez. That card is nasty. That is nasty. 1 of 25. Silver signings. This is actually with the gold ink, too. Man, that's just a nice looking card. Francisco Alvarez. Gold signature on the silver signings inception. 1 out of 25. We'll take that. I'm not really a huge Mets fan, but I'm a big Francisco Alvarez fan. I think he's a stud. Great card. We will take it. Good box. The non-autos weren't great, but that auto made up for it. So, real quick, base cards, Justin Steele, Garrett Mitchell, Tristan Casas, Wander Franco. Our color, we got a green Nolan Jones and a pink Hunter Brown numbered to 75. And our auto, 1 out of 25, Francisco Alvarez. Nice looking card. Good stuff. That's Topps Inception. Leave a comment. What was your favorite card? If you've ripped any of this, let me know what you've pulled. It's always a fun product. It's a quick product. 7 cards. Bing, bang, boom. But yeah, that was a pretty nice box. We'll take that every single time. But appreciate you guys for watching. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. And we'll talk to you later. See you all.
What position does you profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays some catcher. This is your future. He played one of those catchers, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot!
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Redfield
Number 1 pick
Jr.
from last year for Vanderbilt. For Vanderbilt, our number 1 pick. Right now, he would be the fastest player in baseball. He might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September call. Which was that good?
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something, as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
There's not a lot of open swing.
Number 80, Carter. Yo!
When you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles too.
After he called the short.
And he got that two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right.
His friends all over the country.
Oh yeah, he could easily pick one.
When you visualize, how to translate the it has to be a real time. Then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
They clear up. Everybody has a lot of videos out there. Call me up and speak to the
That's so meta.
Well, we got Cody. Let's bring Cody on here. He's live from the field. What's up, Cody?
What's up, guys? I'm on the field. Greg Brown's behind me signing autographs. It's a great day for baseball. I'm excited. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So Cody will kind of be our on-field correspondent during the show, give you updates, see things that he's seeing, things like that. But yeah, it's just a great day. Cody, I mean, describe just the vibes right now.
Dude, it's a great day for baseball. I mean, everybody's chill, relaxed. The first game here at LECOM this season. Vibes are immaculate, really. Like, people are just having a good time. It's real, just laid back. Like, everybody knows what this is. Baseball's back. We're getting back into it. We're having a good time. I think we're going to have a great time here today at LECOM. I think the Pirates are going to do great. But, yeah, I'm going to go around, try and get different angles of the field, see what we can do, maybe talk to people. But I was told don't talk to people, but we'll see what happens.
Hey, you never know.
But, yeah, you never know who – maybe somebody wants to talk to me. I don't know why, but maybe they will. You never know.
Yeah, if you're here, go find Cody. We should make that a contest.
Find Cody. Instead of find Robbie or find Hannah, find Cody. Let's do that.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, appreciate you, Cody. We'll be back to here shortly. All right.
Yep. I'll see you guys later. What's up, guys? Yeah, someone actually wanted to talk to me. I got Hannah Mears here, the new sideline reporter for the Pirates on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Hannah, what are you excited? Like, this is your first time doing this for the Pirates. What are you excited for this season?
I'm excited for everything. Like you said, it's my first time, so everything's very new, and that's extremely exciting for me. It's been great to get to know all of the staff and the players, and everyone's been so welcoming. I'm from Pittsburgh, so the most exciting part about all of this is getting to work for one of the hometown teams that I grew up cheering for. So there is nothing more special. It's an absolute dream come true, and I'm just so glad for everyone who's been a part of the journey and will continue to be a part of it.
Right. How do you like Bradenton so far? I mean, last year was my first time coming down here. I think it's a beautiful place. Easy place to get burnt.
Yeah.
But how are you liking it so far?
It's great. The weather's beautiful. The first day I was down here was a little bit chilly and I was a little bummed. But since then, I mean, I asked for it. It is sunny and 75 today in Bradenton. It's beautiful. I have my sunscreen on. Don't worry, because the sun can get you, that's for sure. I actually burnt my shoulder, though, with a curling iron beforehand. So that's a great look for TV. But made sure to get some sunscreen on that, too.
Not ideal for the first day, but we'll fight through it. Guys, make sure you tell everybody to watch the game today on Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
tune in, watch Hannah do her thing. She's great. I'll see you guys in probably another 10 minutes.
Go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
All right. Thanks, guys. So Cody, you're out there at the practice field behind the right field wall. What are we seeing?
So yeah, I'm out here. I was able to catch up with Jordan Comedina, the catching coach, and not like. So we're earlier. I was talking to Hannah Mears, right? She's like, we're relaxed. It's a good time. We're in Florida. Jordan's going a mile a minute, man. He could only talk to me for 2 seconds. He was like, we're going. I'm like, wow, it's awesome. I'm watching these guys. You got the young guys. Bubba Chandler just walked by me. They're all getting warmed up over here, practicing. Paul Skeens is at the other end. He was getting warmed up. It's just awesome to see these guys. They're throwing plyo balls. They're getting all this crazy equipment out to warm up. I don't know what any of it's called, but it's awesome to watch these guys perform.
Yeah, so that is quite. I mean, I saw Bubba Chandler just walk by you there. So Bubba Chandler
just walked by me.
Uniform, Salametto in full uniform. Maybe we see them today. That would be really neat.
And guys, I gotta say, controversial take here. I was talking to Jordan. I felt the jersey. The jerseys, they're not that bad.
So I'll say this: looking at the jerseys in person, they like that the yellow on black. It pops. It actually looks a lot better in person than it does like on the photos. I will say that.
Right, like the quality of it is actually pretty nice. This is super controversial at the moment, I know, but it seems like the players maybe they got an upgrade. Nobody said anything, but I'm still not going to buy a jersey for $175. That's just ridiculous. Fanatics, figure it out.
All right. Hey, thanks for the update, Cody.
Guys, we'll see you later.
All right.
Yes. So let's go to Cody once again here. Cody is
What's
with
up,
Neil.
guys? Look who I found.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Straggling around here. But anyway, so we're here. It's about noon, so it seems like it's time to get a beer. We're gonna get a beer here soon.
It's beer time.
It's beer time. But first, I want to talk to Neil. Neil, you were watching the pitchers warm up. What did you see? You got to see everybody. That's what I was saying earlier. Everybody's out here warming up. But what did you see? What's your analysis of what you've been seeing?
I mean, I just like seeing the Paul Skeens pitching to Henry Davis. It's clearly got a good relationship going. I know he's talking with them, asking for advice in between. Like, there's a lot of good conversation going on between them. And I just saw Solomito and Chandler doing Pyro Ball. Wasn't anything too fancy, but I'm hoping to see him pitch today.
Yeah, no, Davis and Skeens seem like they're connected by a 66-foot, 6-inch rope. Like, those guys are always together. I love to see that. What are you looking forward to today with today's game? First game at LECOM. First time we're really seeing a decent lineup this spring. I mean, it's only the second game, but we're seeing Cruz. We're seeing all these guys. What are you looking forward to?
I want to see good pitches, and I want to see hard-hit baseballs.
Hell yeah.
Can't take anything away from the game, so I just want to see good. I want to see good performance. So I'm excited.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're gonna get a beer here soon. You guys keep going, and I'll see you in a couple minutes, I guess.
Hey, you know what? Keep a beer cold for us. Once we're done here, we're gonna need a nice cold beer.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys.
All right. See you all. Looks like they're maybe behind home plate or somewhere in that area. Cody, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, we're on the concourse today. Didn't want to go on the field at first because we were like, we don't want to go from the same spot. We want to mix it up a little bit. But then we realized Greg Brown's over there by the batting cage, or at least he was. Yeah. And we were like, why didn't we go down to home plate and come to you guys from home plate? We definitely could have done that. But anyway, it's me, it's Neil. We're going to be your on-field or off-field, I guess, correspondents today. Neil, what are you looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to seeing some good baseball, some offense for once. I want to see our pitchers continue to do well. I want to see our starters look good again.
Well, I think we're going to venture around here probably go to the merch store real quick, see what they got over there. You know, see what I can get my hands on. So
Yeah,
we'll see
check
you
out
guys
some
in a
new
couple
jerseys,
minutes.
maybe some hats.
Yeah, I'm liking the
All right.
hats. I saw some nice spring training shirts. We're gonna see what they got, and we'll come back with you guys with all that.
Sounds good. Thank you, Cody and Neil. Cody, you are on now. So
Thank you. Thank you. We're here at the merch store. This is where I thrive. I love merch. I love clothes. I love fashion, whatever. But we got these nice Grapefruit League shirts over here. I'm loving it. I think I'm going to pick one of these up. We also got over here real quick. Follow me, Neil. Follow me. Follow me. We got some Heritage baseball hangers. Big baseball card guy. Jim, I know you're a baseball card guy.
Absolutely.
Come on, follow me. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. We got hats over here. I'm liking this trucker hat. I'm liking the spring training hat with the snapback. That's my style. I think I might pick this up as well.
See, I think the
Over here,
one
we got more t-shirts.
right below it, Cody. That's the one I think I'm after.
The one below it. This one or this one?
The one on the right there. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
that's
I'm with Jim
one.
here.
I like that. That's
Yeah,
exactly your
yeah.
style, Jim. I love it. Then over here we got more t-shirts. Then over here we got, the beach shirts, the golf shirts. I can't wait to get out on the links this summer. Nice shirt here for you. We got more. Come on, Neil. We got more.
Cody, you're not helping with the industry plans right here. We're trying to sling merchandise.
Hey, I'm trying to get in with the industry plans right here. But here, you got the City Connect shirts. City Connect shirts are great. What else? We got a Hayes City Connect. We got kids shirts. We got women's shirts. More hats. You got the lineup over here, Neil. Show them the lineup.
There we go.
The store is great. I will say, this is where the industry plant stuff goes aside. A little pricey, guys. But you're down here. You're in Bradenton. It's a vacation. Money doesn't exist on vacation.
Money doesn't count when you're on vacation. You're
Money
right.
doesn't count down here. I think I'm gonna be picking up a couple things today before we leave. But other than that, we're having a great time. I think after this, we're gonna come towards you guys. We're gonna see who's watching the pod from afar. We're gonna talk to some fans, see what they're looking forward to getting into in the day, watching the game, what they expect from this team, and all that jazz. And Neil will be reporting on that. So get ready for that, guys.
Thank you so much, Cody. Actually, it's Neil. Yeah. Neil, who we got?
What's going on, guys? Yeah. I'm here with Jason Mackey. Thanks for joining the show. What are you looking forward to most today during this game?
Oh, man. O'Neal Cruz, maybe hitting one where we stand. I feel like it's got to come at some point. I watch it day after day in batting practice, and anytime he's on the field, it's entertaining for me. I'm trying to think of anything groundbreaking that I want to see. Not Randall, not Reynolds, not Hayes. I mean, there's nothing against it, but you know what you're getting. I'm waiting for the O'Neal Cruz eruption.
Yeah, I agree. O'Neal Cruz, he hit one when we were here on Sunday. He hit one just near a foul ball. I think it hit that building.
So Mitch Keller after the game, and he's like, "Hang on, Mitch or O'Neal just hit this building." Like tremendous.
Yeah, I saw you talking on the concourse. You meet a lot of cool people. Any cool stories you've heard from people as you've been meeting people to come to the stadium?
Yeah, and it's not Pirates related though. It's amazing. I went up to Buffalo this year for the end of the Steelers season, and two people bringing up that trip to me in Bradenton, Florida. I didn't anticipate that, but yeah, the talks haven't been all that Pirates.
Really? Okay.
Sorry, I guess that's a bad answer.
No, it's great because so many people coming from so many different places to watch this, and yeah, it's great that it's not just about baseball.
We're talking about Leland too. The Leland Cooperstown trip that I did. Went up there and got a private tour for Leland. So that was sick. Bring back some memories from that.
That's awesome. Yeah. And thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Neil. Thank you to Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette. But today we've sent him on a mission to find the best food in LECOM Park. So, Cody, you are, I think, on the boardwalk right now. What's menu item number one?
So what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm on the boardwalk. I'm right by the bar. I'm trying to stay out of people's way. I know everybody wants to get their beer real quick before the game starts. But we're out here, and we have Steel City Tacos. These Steel City Tacos, they look phenomenal. They're putting the tortillas down, frying them up for you. I got chicken and I got beef. We're going to try the chicken first, see how that tastes.
This is just excellent content. I love this. I'm starving. How was it? How was the chicken?
The chicken's great. I think I made a mistake getting jalapenos. I'm not a big jalapeno guy, but the chicken, great. I love the chicken. Chicken's great. Let's go to the beef real quick.
Okay. What about a rating, like 1 through 10 rating, or is that you're gonna do that at the end?
We gotta wait for the rating.
Okay. All right. You got to compare it to the beef.
So yeah, now we got the beef. Same deal. Fried up the tortilla. It's great. It's nice and stiff. Let's see how do I want to do this.
Like, I'm dead serious, guys. I haven't eaten much today, and now I'm starving. I might walk off this.
I was gonna say, I'm like, we need some food when we're done here.
Cody is just a vibe.
Now you guys understand why I asked about dinner so much.
The beef was so much better than the chicken. I gotta say that.
Oh, okay. All right. So beef better than the chicken.
All right.
Let's get a rating here.
So let's start with the chicken. The chicken tacos, they're good. You know, you're watching what you're eating. You need that lean meat of chicken. The chicken tacos are the way to go. A little dry though. A little dry on the chicken tacos. Oh, but then you go to the beef. You're looking for flavor. You're looking for something that's gonna fill you up. Beef taco is the way to go. I give the chicken taco 6.5. 6.5 on the chicken taco. Beef taco, we're going 7.8. 7.8 on the beef taco. I'm going to be going and finding another place with some unique food here at LECOM. I think you guys told me there's some brats. There's some brats somewhere around here. So I'm going to go get myself some Pittsburgh brats. I think they import them from the south side. So we'll see. Those jalapenos are killing me.
All right. Go have something to drink on your way to get some brats. We'll be right back with you, Cody. Thank you. Yeah, let's kick it back over to Cody. I think he may have found those brats.
Hey guys,
Cody.
It's super windy out here on the concourse, so if you can't hear me, I apologize.
You're like one of those weathermen, like during a hurricane.
I'm bracing the elements right now. It's super windy today. We're probably going to see more home runs today than we saw yesterday. That's hard to beat. But anyway, I went down here to the concourse, over towards the entrance of the stadium. They had the bucco brats and Italian sausage. So we're going to dig into those right now. First,
did you get both?
Brat. I got both.
You get both.
I got both.
Okay.
We're going to dig into this bucco brat real quick.
All right, bucco brat.
That's good. That's enjoyable.
There you go. Okay.
That's
now,
very
did you
enjoyable.
put condiments on the brat, or did you just eat the brat?
So for both of these, I put peppers and onion. Green peppers, white onion on both of these. Figure keep it as basic as possible, but give it a little more flavor, you know?
Gotcha.
So now let's dig into the sausage. I'm excited for the sausage. That's a lot better. It's hard to be better than that bratwurst, but it was pretty damn good.
All right, so now we get the rankings, right?
Now we get the rankings. I mean, these are just so good. The brat, the sausage. I gotta give the brat 7.4. I give the Italian sausage an 8.2. That was really good Italian sausage.
So far, everything that you've eaten has been progressively better.
It has been. I mean, the food here is phenomenal. So I'm going to have to go and find something to wash this down with. So I'll see you guys again soon with whatever that is.
Love it. All right, we'll be back to you here soon, Cody.
So let's go ahead and bring on Cody.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Cody.
All right, yeah. So I told you I had to get something to refresh myself from the brats, the tacos, the sausage, all of it. I went and got myself a Tito's lemonade. Let's see how good it is. I have high hopes for this. I think it's going to be great. It was freshly squeezed. I wish I found this on day one. This would have made this trip so much better. This lemonade's phenomenal. You guys need to go get this lemonade right now. It's so
All
good.
right, we'll get to lemonade here in a bit.
I barely taste the Tito's. Great freshly squeezed lemons in there with the sugar. It's just like they make it, at the carnival. And it was, oh my God. That's just really good. I'm almost a loss for words.
All right.
Oh.
Well, once we're done here, we'll go grab some lemonades.
Whoa. Pause. No, Cody, I expect
Jim's
3
trying to get
lemonades
rid of
here
me.
right now.
Jim's
No,
trying
I'm
to get rid of me.
not trying to get rid of you. I was trying to get a rating from you because I mean, we need to know how good this lemonade is. You can't just throw out superlatives. You got to give it a ranking.
I got to give this a 9.8 out of 10.
Oh, wow.
That's how good this lemonade is. It's so
9.8.
So good. Also, I want to make a comment and a prediction, if that's okay. If that's okay with you guys. If that's okay with you, Jim.
It's okay with me.
All right, first, my comment. Donardo, he kept saying bad content. I think we're making great content, Donardo. So what's up with that? No response? Okay, whatever.
I don't know if he can hear you.
Secondly, no, he can't. He's the only one without
He doesn't
headphones.
have headphones in.
I've been
He kept
outed.
saying we have bad content. I know he's trying to say contact. He can't talk. But anyway, my prediction is going to go with Donardo. I think Jared Triolo has a great game today. I told you guys, I told Neil on, what was that, Monday or Tuesday, whenever they were playing Toronto. I was like, Triolo's he's going to do well. He's going to bat himself into the major league team. And that's what he did. He went 2 for 2 against Toronto. So today, I think he does hit a home run. I think he goes 2 for 2 again. And I think he's got that bat going. I think Triolo is going to be that utility guy we want him to be. So that's my prediction.
All right, Cody. Well, hey, we're gonna wrap up here soon. We'll come get you. If you can have some Tito's lemonades ready for us, that would be ideal. But we'll see you here in a bit, Cody.
I'll try that. I don't know if they'll sell 3 of them to me, but
all right, sounds good, man.
This one's going to be tough, and there aren't many guys that come from Ohio. Goodness gracious. Henry Davis did not. Let me go around the diamond here. Rowdy Tellez did not. Triolo did not. Shortstop, no. Third base, no. Jack Sawinski, I don't believe, did no. Oh, God. Mitch Keller didn't. Did Ryan Barucki play in Ohio? For some reason, I feel like he has some sort of Ohio connection.
Ryan Barucki was Illinois.
Ryan Reynolds didn't. Marco Gonzalez, no. Martin Perez, no. David Bednar's from Pennsylvania. Did Colin Horman from Ohio? What is up with the Pirates in Midwest? I don't think I'm going to get a single one of these. Colin Selby?
Virginia.
Kyle Nicholas went to Massillon. Yeah, he's from Jackson. I'm running out of time. I know it. I honestly don't know. Why can't I think of any? I got no clue.
Jackson Wolf.
Oh, I forgot that guy exists.
JT Brubaker.
Brubaker is from Ohio. That is almost impossible, Jim.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah, those guys are pitchers, and one of them has been hurt for a little while, so I don't want to ask about his health or his status, but that's what it'll be. They open up tomorrow out there. Where? With Street Home Park? Okay. I ride my bike out there when they're not practicing. Pretty good bike riding when it's not like traffic time. That's a little bit of room. You can make a practice area for yourself.
We got a couple barns. I got a batting cage.
Okay. Who's he play for?
He'll play for Prime.
Okay. So some of those tournaments that he plays in, they're at Twin Lakes. Good for him.
We've had these 4 seats right here. They're all
Is that your gentlemanly way of saying I'm in your seat? Okay. But tell them thank you very much. I'm happy to support them. Where's he go to school? The 14-year-old. Oh yeah, I remember him. How does anybody not? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld's mom, but how does anyone not like him? Really? That's the whole sport right there.
His swing's unreal.
Okay. Pretty good team. Pretty good nucleus. Oh.
This is FSU guy who trained
Jackson Bowman's still the pitcher.
Oh, yeah, Baumeyer.
Yeah. The other guy, what did you say? The other guy?
That's the guy. He was in
Oh. Really? Yeah. He went with that. Good for him. And not with the Orioles. I guess. I've been supporting them for 45 years. Justin Hill? Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, he came up with that. He said he's played in the majors a little bit. Probably headed to
What a beautiful jersey.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if you're an Asian Bob,
and it does have his name.
so he must be like
Who?
He's a runner, love.
Yeah.
They had 30 home runs last year.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, who's the shortstop and second baseman when you get a chance? And outfielders. The Orioles.
Oh, for the work. Okay, yeah. I thought yes. So we
that would be tough.
Earl Robinson's sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, those things are like
Okay. Second base is like right field, dude.
Say it again.
What's going on, everybody? I am Geddes, and welcome to the Clubhouse. I have here with me Tyler and Jim. Gentlemen, how are y'all doing?
I am excited to be here. This is my first episode of the Clubhouse.
Welcome.
You finally invited me on.
That's a lie. I've been trying to get you on for like the last 3 weeks, and you just now said, "Oh, I'll make some time for you." You're a busy guy, making all the deals that you make.
Yeah, I think both times you did it before I was traveling. Well, hold on. The first time it was like a secret episode. No one knew about it.
Well, oh yes, it was. I had to run a test first.
Yeah. Second time I was traveling. Yep.
Okay. What about you, Tyler? How you doing?
This is part 2 for me.
Yeah. See, Tyler's been with me many times before.
But I mean, let's be honest here, Geddes. You got the A team from North Shore 9 with you.
Well, I appreciate that. It only took me 3 episodes to get it, or 4 episodes, 3 episodes to get it. So I appreciate y'all gentlemen getting on with me and talking some news. I want to get into it. I'm gonna get straight into it. We got into the pleasantries. We did a little bit of it. So of course, obviously, the point of the Clubhouse is to give a little bit behind the scenes. So we just had a text message thread go through while we were prepping for the show. So Ryan has this discussion, and apparently they're in he's in a fantasy football league. 27 years, he said, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm from what I gathered from the show, from the text messages, was there's a person that had a running back and forgot today was a game. There was a game on and didn't start Jacobs for the Raiders. So he went ahead and helped this person and switched the player and put the right player in. Was this during the game or?
Yeah, after the game started. So this is DiNardo, by the way. DiNardo started Josh Jacobs for Thursday Night Football. Josh Jacobs has been rolled out for 2 hours before the game. DiNardo didn't catch it until after the game started, asked Ryan to change his lineup for him so he's not starting someone who's out in the first round of the playoffs. And Ryan obliged. He did it. And that's just like, if I'm in that league, I'm never joining again. That the whole point of fantasy football is making sure that you're on top of this stuff.
Right. So I didn't even realize that it was DiNardo that he did this for.
It was DiNardo. Yeah.
Well, that makes it even worse. They're like boys. They're like homeboys. They've been boys for years. They've been down like 2 flat tires on a caddy their whole daggum life. You can't do that.
To be fair, Ryan basically said he's done this for other people this year as well. I don't want any part of that league.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like,
what are we doing at that point?
If this is a league where you've got a bunch of people who forget that Thursday Night Football exists and they constantly need their lineups adjusted, I'm out. I'm out of that league.
Yeah, that's on you.
What's interesting about it is like if people aren't managing their team, then who's the league really for?
Yeah, I mean, and this is the playoffs. Like, this isn't just some random regular season game. If this is the playoffs, and you've got the commissioner changing someone's lineup just because they weren't paying attention, that's a no right there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter how many seasons it's been going on. I think I'm out. I think, especially so. Of course, if I'm the person that gets the benefit of it, of course I'm going to be like, "Oh, this is awesome. This is great." But if I'm playing against that person, I would be extremely pissed. That's like me. So last week in my fantasy league, I didn't start which I knew I should have. I didn't start Breece Hall, right? Because I'm like, well, he's been bad the last few weeks or whatever. And I knew that he's better with Zach Wilson, but I did it anyway because I didn't want to take the risk. Got 22 points in the league that I'm in. So I'm like, imagine being like, hey, look, I really meant to start Breece Hall. I didn't mean to start Zach Moss. Could you go ahead and flip that in so I could win by more points? That way, if I lose the next week, I still get into the playoffs. Could you help your boy out? I could imagine it. I don't know. But I'd be happy if somebody was to do that for me. That's just me.
Dude, that's just I really hope they're not playing for money.
I'm pretty sure they have to be. Like,
if you
got to be
done. I'm done. Like,
oh, I would be done. Yeah,
I'm done. I want my money back.
Like, I may hire a lawyer.
I'd
hire a lawyer.
Demand my money back.
Like, show me the bylaws. Show me the league bylaws.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah.
Like, I'm only maybe 1% joking here. Like, I would actually tell him I want my money back. I'm done.
I'd be pretty pissed. I guess they've set a standard in which they do this, but as soon as it happened the first time, I would be completely out. I can't play in a league where to be honest with you, that means that there's no accountability. I don't have to do anything. I can simply just wait. I made a mistake. I meant to start this person, put them in. And then that happened. So I couldn't play in a league like that.
Yeah, so like his excuse was like people forget that Thursday Night Football happens. Well, it's like, well, then where do you draw the line? Like, do you also forget when Sunday morning football happens?
Right.
Do you forget when Saturday games happen later this month? Like, when do you stop?
As in like 2 days from now, Saturday games. But
yeah.
Right. Now that college football is done, we get them Saturday games.
I would never on any planet play in that league. The first time that was done, I would have been so far gone. I had actually told Ryan before that if someone drops out of that league because it seemed cool, it's been going on for 27 years. Like, that'd be a cool thing to be part of. They have a traveling trophy, all that. No. Don't want anything to do with it now. Don't ask. I will not be a single part of that.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out. So, Ron, whenever you see this, I'm sorry. That's not something the commissioner should be doing.
It's enabling. It's just enabling.
Right.
You know, yeah.
You know what's interesting too? I'm not going to sit out here and expose Ryan's where he leans, but that doesn't seem like something that he would how staunch he is on his opinions. It wouldn't be something that he would.
You're right. Like I feel like he's very into personal responsibility.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
This is an exact opposite of that.
Interesting.
It almost feels like a move you make when you're trying to keep the league alive. And everybody else is tapped out and they don't want to do it anymore.
Sometimes you just got to let it go, my G. Let it go. Because
or just go get new people.
You said what?
Get new people.
Well,
there's 7 billion people in the world. You could find 12.
Sunk cost. He's like, you know what? I'm in it. It's a tradition. We're gonna keep this going. Let's keep this thing moving. Keep this thing flowing.
So here's the other thing I was thinking. Aren't there leagues where you can just do it without a bench?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like don't have a
bench?
You
can.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where you just
like best ball. Like best ball.
Best ball. That's what I'm thinking of. Just play that. Like if you're not going to set a lineup, just do that.
Yeah, that would honestly, if this is a common occurrence for this league, they really should just do best ball.
Right. So whatever has the top scores are the ones that get.
Yeah. So like your top quarterback, that's your starting quarterback. Your top running backs. Yeah.
But that also takes the fun away from it too, though.
So, yeah, but I mean, at that point,
but at least it's an even playing field. You know, everybody's playing with the same rules.
Actually, it might be half tempting to try to get into that league because it'd probably be so easy to win. If they can't set a lineup for Thursday night, do you think they're checking waivers?
No. And I've been in a league like that. It's hilarious. Well, what's his name? Puka, whatever his name is, wide receiver for the Rams.
Yeah.
He sat in waivers for 3 weeks before I picked him up in one of the leagues I'm in. Craziness. But, you know,
I also don't want to make this sound like I'm some sort of like fantasy football savant. I don't pay that much attention to mine anymore.
Right.
But I would never dream of doing that.
Right.
I wouldn't even ask. Like, I wouldn't even think it's an option.
No.
Yeah.
It would be like if, like, I've got a friend who he goes to like normal stores, like Lowe's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he like sees like a fan or something. And he'll just walk up to somebody and be like, so this fan's $200, but I'll give you $150 for it. Like he tries to barter at Lowe's.
Oh my God. Does it work?
It works sometimes for him, and it makes me so angry too.
I hated that working at Best Buy.
Yeah, he does that. He'll be like, you know what, this fan, it's probably been sitting here for a while. It's $200. I'll give you $150 for it, and it works. It makes me.
Well, maybe is he a nice dude? Is he a nice guy? Like pleasant to be around?
Sure. Yeah, he's a likable guy.
Okay. No, because I used to do that when I was at Best Buy. I would have people that come in and be like, "Hey, look, I'm buying 2 of these TVs. I want to get a discount." And I'm like, "No, I'm not giving."
Not how it works.
Yeah, it's not. No, just because you're buying 2, I'm paying cash. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if Best Buy pays their 3% for using a Visa card or whatever it is. I don't care. It's not my money. So, but I'd get people that would. So, and I'd be like, okay, cool. You want a discount? Awesome. You're gonna buy this, and this with it, and get the protection plan. Then, hey, now knock some money off. Well, no, I don't need all that, dude. No, then I'm not giving you a discount. But I get people come in and be like, oh, I want the TV, I want surround sound, I want this, I want that. I'm like, look, man, you know what? Since you're buying all this stuff, let me go ahead and give you a couple of HDMI cables for the low, because Best Buy charged the arm and the leg. I'm gonna expose something. So Best Buy sells like rocket fish HDMI cables. I'm probably gonna get killed for this. Like the 8-foot back in the day was like $60. Do you know how much we would get it for? $4. $4. We paid 5% above cost. That's what we paid. That's why I stayed there for so long, because of that reason.
I'd probably just keep that job and work like 8 hours a week.
I did that. They had to let me go because when I got my job in underwriting, I kept the job, and I would work like 1 day every 3 weeks to a month. So one holiday season, I was like, look, man, I can't work the holidays. And they're like, okay, but they didn't want to let me go because of the turnover. So I had a whole 3 months of which I didn't work, got the discount. They're like, get us, we got it. But I was also a god there. I was really good at my job. So I got some perks and whatnot. So
I know a lot of teachers who do that. Like they'll work somewhere during the summer for like 2 days a week, but they'll just load up on they'll work in like a clothing store, right? And they'll just load up on stuff all summer.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
You got to get the perks. I have another story on Best Buy. We'll save it for another episode. All right, I'm going to get into a little bit. We started with the fantasy football thing. That was a little bit different. I'm going to change up the direction I'm going here since we're on the topic of football. I wanted to talk to y'all a little bit about the college playoff bracket. I want to get your thoughts on it. Obviously, people may not know. Do people know, Jim, your college team? Do they know?
I think pretty much everybody's aware.
Okay, so everybody knows Louisville is your team, and Tyler, you're an OSU fan, right?
You got it.
Your boy Ryan Day's gone or not?
No, not yet.
Okay, you just had a bunch of players leave. I figured maybe he was out or he was leaving. Or
That's just the nature of the beast anymore.
Okay, cool. All right, so I wanted to get your opinion. I'll ask Jim first, since Jim is not a. I'm a Florida State fan, for those who don't know. So Jim, I think at times Jim tries to deliberately trigger me, right? And I could tell it, but sometimes I play along with it because I do find Jim to be a very funny guy. So, Jim, tell me what you think about the bracket, and how it kind of played out.
I mean, it's a shame for Florida State, to be honest. Like, I don't know what else you could expect them to do. I believe they deserve to be in the top 4. I don't know if you could necessarily say definitively they are a top 4 team right now. You saw how they looked in the ACC title game.
Yeah, no,
they didn't look very good, right? But no. I think you could say the same argument with all of these other teams too. Like, I mean, Alabama, it took Alabama a 35-yard Hail Mary pass to beat 6-6 Auburn, right?
Yep.
It took Texas. Texas was losing to Houston in the fourth quarter. So there's all these every team has bad games. So I was surprised that they left Florida State out.
Really?
It was basically just they basically straight up said we're doing this for TV. That's essentially what they did. I would have had Florida State in. I would have had Texas in. I would have had Washington in, and I would have had obviously Michigan in. That would have been my 4. Alabama would have been left out. The SEC would have been left out. But at the end of the day, the SEC champion. They didn't beat Texas. They lost to Texas at home. Georgia didn't get the job done when they needed to. And so, there's only 4 spots. And Alabama their resume wasn't a top 4 resume.
What do you think, Tyler?
I agree with Jim in every single aspect of that. At some point, the games have to matter. Florida State did not lose a football game. Alabama lost a football game. They lost to Texas. They're the 5th seed. That's it. No questions asked. That's it. 4 teams get in. 3 were undefeated. The 4th one's the one that beat the 5th team. It's pretty simple. And we're not Florida State's not, I don't know, if James Madison would have went undefeated. It's not in the same ballpark.
Right. Liberty or something like that. Yeah.
Florida State has very comparable wins to probably Alabama. Alabama beat Georgia, sure, but aside from that, Florida State had some good wins on the resume. And they wouldn't be playing with a 3rd-string quarterback in the college football playoffs, which just completely got ignored.
Yeah, so it's gonna be weird that I'm gonna be making this argument considering the fact that I'm a fan of Florida State. So here's my thing is this. As soon as the GOAT Jordan Travis went down, right? As soon as he went down, the who would have been the Heisman Trophy winner. As soon as he went down, right? I knew it was over. I knew it was done, and I was like, well, they're not going to let us in. And I don't think, though we deserve, this is what I would have wanted. Hey, Florida State, which is basically what they said, but they didn't say it. I wanted to hear it out their mouths. Florida State deserves to be in, but look, we're just not letting y'all in. We just can't do it. We don't want to repeat at TCU. So
I hate that argument because TCU made it to the championship.
Right. See, but the thing is that obviously they're concerned about who's going to watch it. They're concerned about how competitive the teams are going to be, how big the teams are going to be. I, as a Florida State fan, let's assume in this scenario that, because this is the argument I had before Georgia lost. Let's assume that Georgia wins, right? Which we're going to still end up playing against them, or we're probably going to get smoked. But they're looking at it like it would have been Georgia and Florida State. Nobody wants to see that. I don't want to necessarily see that. I would have been happy if my team would have got in. But I completely understand the fact that if you have a team that's not running at 100, that's not running at full strength, playing against a team that's raw as they are, or now Michigan, which I think maybe we could beat Michigan because yeah. But I understand the rationale behind it. They can't ultimately. This all it matters. It's all about money. It's all about money. So there's no sense of fairness in this. There's you can't be the idea is you can't be a Power 5 team and go undefeated. They can't get in, but you can be that. That's the reason that's why they have the playoff committee to have situations like this happen so they can pick the teams that they want to pick. There's no way in God's name they're going to let an SEC team out. I'm pissed at it, but I'm like, it is what it is. I would have preferred to see, and y'all may think I'm crazy, but I would have preferred to see Michigan, Georgia, Alabama, and Texas. I would have been fine. I would have been fine with that because I know everybody talks about Washington going undefeated, but I'm like, if you're going to leave Florida State out, why not leave Washington out then? But I knew they weren't going to do that.
So I think there's an argument to be made for that. In that, if you're actually going for the 4 best teams, those are probably the 4 best teams. Instead, they did a middle ground that just pissed everybody off.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Because, I mean, I think the other thing too with Florida State is I think people just kind of forgot just how good that defense looked in that ACC title game. Like I'm saying this as a Louisville fan, but Louisville has a pretty good offense. It's a top 20 offense in college football, and Louisville did nothing against Florida State that entire game. So yeah, Florida State, like the offense looked terrible, but Florida State was impressive defensively. And I think just saying that Florida State going up against any of those teams would just get run over is just false. Like that Florida State defense is legit.
It is. And maybe it's me projecting here because I'm fearful of it and I don't necessarily want to see it. But now we get it. We get it now. So it's like, okay, now Florida State gets to play Georgia. And the biggest thing, I don't know, well, y'all obviously don't live in Florida, so y'all don't necessarily know what it is that's going on down here. So because we didn't get in the playoffs, UF fans are like going crazy making fun of FSU fans. Like it's a big thing all over
as
the
they
internet.
should be. Yeah, as they should be.
And so I had
that's the whole point of sports fandom and rivalries.
But it's ridiculous to me because I didn't want to have the discussion, but somebody pulled me into it. And I'm like, literally, this is like a broke dude making fun of a rich dude for getting divorced and losing half of his money. Like, bro, I'm still rich. Like, it doesn't matter. You're Baroque still. So it's super annoying to see that and to hear that. But I'm like, I get it. But I do have a question.
Here's the deal. You're talking to a couple Pirates fans. So like we make fun of every other team when we can have a chance. Like if there's ever a chance to pile on someone who is far more fortunate than us, we do it. So
really?
Every single week for the past probably month, I've put out at least one TikTok making fun of Cardinals fans.
Yeah.
Oh, so is that what that's about?
Yeah, I gotta trash someone else.
Yeah, I mean yeah. So you've got to punch. You got to punch up at some point. Like
I guess
there's only so many times I can make fun of my own team.
Well, then maybe that's what maybe then I'm the fool then because look, obviously I'm a Jaguar fan and I've never.
And you are a fool then, yeah.
Huh?
I said that does make you a fool then, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's the way I explain my fandom for the Jaguars is the guy that keeps taking the girl back that keeps cheating on him. And we had 1 year when she was good and faithful, and that was 2017. She did everything.
I don't want to be reminded of that year.
She was perfect. She did everything that I could have asked. And we got up to the altar, and then she tells me no, when she's reading the vows, and she runs off again. And I'm like, what's going on? And then the next year she bashes me and she sleeps with my best friend and all that stuff because that was the worst year ever after for me. And then I just shut up. But I could never do it. So I guess maybe I could understand that a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, cool. Awesome.
Hey, she's been faithful this year.
No, she hasn't.
She's been all right.
Like,
Yeah.
No.
no,
See,
like this year you've caught her texting some other guys, but she hasn't acted on it.
so here's the thing. I don't watch the Jaguars like everybody else watches the Jaguars. We played, so obviously we played against the Bengals and we lost that game. I was at the game and I was losing my mind. Everybody's like, "Get us, man! Why are you going crazy? Why are you going nuts? It doesn't make any sense. Why you're mad for?" I mean, they had 4 possessions to score 14 points, and we did it in 2. I'm like, we're playing against Jake Browning, and it's not like we're turning the ball over and he's 20 yards. He's driving the field like Henny did when we played against the Chiefs in the playoffs last year. It's the same damn thing, and I don't understand how y'all don't get this. It's the same thing. Oh, get us! You're crazy, Everybody's cheering, and I sit down and I stop talking. I didn't talk from the 3rd quarter up until I left in the 4th quarter, and I'm like, how do you fools not see that we're supposed to be smoking them and we're playing a good game with them? I left. I was done. I was like, I'm out. I'm leaving. And of course, we lose the game. Now Jake Browning looks better, I guess, now because he's been playing decent, whatever. But still, so when I see things like this, I understand that this is my team. And I have no expectations. I have not had expectations since 2018. None.
At some point, doesn't it just feel like it'd be better to not be a sports fan?
Yes.
Like, why couldn't I just be a fan of something fun, like cars?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like cars. Like, just be a fan of cars.
Yeah.
Things that won't hurt my feelings.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
Okay, like
it's like, I mean, being a sports fan is a pretty huge part of my just identity, and like all of my whole entire friend group is sports fans. Like that's just what we talk about. We get together and we talk about sports for hours. So I couldn't imagine myself not being a sports fan.
Yeah, but when it's like the dog days of August and we're jumping on another post-game show, 15 games under 500, I really wish I was like in the ballet or something.
Yeah, so the bad times are bad, right? But the good times are really good. So you gotta hope.
Yeah,
that there's
see,
a balance.
but see here. So here's the thing, though. Y'all are Steelers fans, right? Y'all have had Super Bowls and opportunity. I don't remember the last time they had a losing season. Right now your team, people say it's bad, but you're still winning freaking games, and I'm like, nah, I don't know what that feels like. So all I know is losing, and I remember when I was a kid, Jaguars are good. So, and not only that, the rest of my teams are bad. So you got the Mets, right, which I no longer support because I don't like Steve Cohen. They're my team. They're bad. The Knicks, they're not that great. They're getting a little bit better, but they're not that great. The Jaguars, I don't really follow hockey like that much anymore, but I was a Rangers fan. So I'm just like, my teams are just not.
Get us. I've been alive 30 years and saw 4 Pirates winning seasons.
Yeah, but you got Super Bowls though.
Yeah, I mean those years were cool.
Whoa. What? Those years are cool?
Yeah, they were fun, but that was also over a decade ago. Like
it was a while ago. Yeah.
It was 15 years ago.
Y'all sound entitled as hell.
I'll say this too. Like, I mean, I'm a Steelers fan. I'm a Pirates fan. I'm a Penguins fan. So like the Penguins Stanley Cups were super fun too.
Yeah.
But none of them really hold a candle to the Pirates, and they just are the worst. Like they suck.
Is it because they haven't won? Is that the reason why you're focused on the negative instead of the positive?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. The whole point of sports is to win, and they don't do it.
And it's not just that they haven't won. Like, looking at you as a Jaguars fan, Geddes, you can have your good years. As a Pirates fan, we know there's very, very, very little hope here.
But why is that? I guess I don't fully understand. I mean, considering the fact now that I made the decision to switch from the Mets and not pick the Yankees, and even though I follow both teams and decided to rock with the Pirates and get in the rest of this misery that y'all are in. What is it? What is exactly? So, like, anybody who's listening to watching this, and let's say they're a French fan or whatever it is. There's a culture that is here that it's set that true Pirates fans already know and understand. What is it?
It's like being a fan of Vanderbilt.
Okay. Just there's just no shot. There's no chance of ever winning.
That's what it feels like.
I think the difference is just, I mean, especially if you're comparing like the Pirates to the Jaguars, right? With football, there's only one thing that matters, and it's your quarterback. That's it.
Yes.
If you get a good quarterback, you're going to be good.
Oh, well, you can have a bad coach.
Like plain and simple. Like if you have a good quarterback, you're going to be good. Baseball is just not like that. Like you can't just draft a good player and your team's going to be good all of a sudden. Like you have to build an entire team of players, and in order to do that, you have to make not just like one good move. You've got to make good move after good move after good move after good move, and the Pirates have just not been able to do that historically. Whereas in football, they're capable. They're capable. They just haven't been able to do it. So maybe they aren't capable. The people in charge may not be capable of it. But with football, you just need a quarterback. That's it. You get a quarterback, the rest just happens.
There's also the part where and I don't want to give the Pirates a pass on anything because most Pirates fans know they can spend more money. But the economics in baseball are stacked against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah,
you can't argue that they aren't. Could they do more? Absolutely. I think we all agree on that.
But Pittsburgh's not a small market, is it?
Yeah, it's small.
Pittsburgh's like the third or fourth smallest market in Major League Baseball.
They've got to be the smallest market with 3 professional franchises, I would assume.
Well, yeah, I don't understand. So they don't the fan base not support them the same way they support the Steelers?
That's the NFL has a full-on revenue sharing. Every team makes the exact same amount of money in the NFL.
Okay, I see. I got
Major League Baseball doesn't have that. So when the Green Bay Packers, they're in a population center of 80,000 people. They basically live, they're like Tyler's backyard is Green Bay. They make the same amount of money as the Los Angeles Rams, right? So that's the difference in football as opposed to baseball. I think in baseball, it's like Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, Kansas City, Cincinnati are the 4 smallest markets.
Sheesh. So there's not really much you can do about that then, is there?
That aspect.
Have a bunch more people move to Pittsburgh.
Which is probably not going to happen. So I guess I guess essentially that's that. So they're going to have to pull something off like the what is the word that what's the team I'm looking for? The Rays or something like that. And what is it?
You just got to be smart. Like it's still possible. Like you just got to be really smart. And I don't think they spend up to their means as it is. So I think there's part that is certainly part of it.
The owner of the Pirates is
Bob Nutting.
And is the team his job or is it something for fun?
No, he made his money. His father made his money scooping up small town newspapers all around West Virginia and selling off their assets and bankrupting them and basically being a scam artist. So Bob just took that family business job over.
So he does not need to make money.
No, he does.
Yeah, Bob Nutting is a billionaire.
The family is a.
So okay, so I guess so if you compare the Yankees and the Mets, right? Steve Cohen, he prints money, right? So he can throw money. He can pay Bumgarner and whoever else that it was that he had the money that they paid them being 40 years old and then just let them go, right? Trade them away, eat the salary, whatever it is, right? Whereas the Yankees is more of a family business, right? So they have a threshold they don't want to go over because it looks like they want to make a certain amount of money. Is that the same situation? Which situation makes aligns more with the Pirates? Is it billionaire that has the money to throw around and play with but just chooses not to? Or is it this is a family business and we need to make sure that we operate this in a way that we are in the green at the end of the year, or in the black, I should say?
I don't think you can compare the Pirates to either the Yankees or the Mets.
So then what are they?
They're their own thing that they
that doesn't make sense.
They don't spend money
as Moneyball says. There's the Yankees.
They don't care.
They don't care about the team.
Doesn't seem like it.
All right, my bad. I cut you off, Tyler. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was going to say, as Moneyball says, there's the Yankees, there's however many piles of shit, then there's us.
What?
Yeah, we're part of the us. Yeah.
And one argument I would make there is I really do think at this point that Bob Nutting needs to make money on the Pirates, and like it's his business at this point, because the newspaper industry, as we know, is not exactly thriving.
Yeah, it's not existent. We don't
Like
even,
for example, he owns the newspaper company that is in my town. He owns it. They've shut down pretty much everyone around here except for that one.
Wow. So
Now, granted, that's also to Jim's point that he just buys them up and shuts them down, and buys them up and shuts them down.
Yeah, that's a business model.
How's that profitable? I don't understand. That's profitable. Writes it all
You
off.
buy a business, you sell all of its assets, and then you declare bankruptcy.
Or you just buy them all up.
I mean, yeah,
pretty much cut all the staff.
Yeah,
and then just consolidate it all.
Shut
in
it
one.
down. Yeah.
Well, like for example, here it's the 3 newspapers that were in this county that he owned have all been shut down and put into one. So now there's 3 newspapers that all write the same exact thing.
Yeah, so I don't know about the bankruptcy part, but yeah, I mean, you buy up these businesses with a lot of assets, you sell off all of their liquid assets, and then you just shut it down, and then boom, you just made money.
Interesting.
Also, he had people up in arms whenever he stopped the Sunday newspapers.
It's like he stopped printing newspapers.
Yeah, they do it 6 days a week now. What the hell? I want my newspaper every day of the week.
Wait, so they stopped? You would think Sundays they would stop weekdays.
That's the Lord's Day. You would do it on that day.
Sunday. You would think so, right? But no, same price, but now you only get it 6 days a week.
Let me ask you this: Do you still actually have like a paper newspaper?
I don't. So I did. I stopped that. I just do it digital now.
Okay, because like here in Louisville, we don't even have paper newspapers anymore. They stopped. Like they do not print newspapers here anymore.
Do you guys read the newspaper?
No.
Okay, I do.
You do?
I read
literally every day.
I read some sports articles and stuff that will like be printed by a newspaper publication, but no, I'm not like pulling up the newspaper and reading the news. No,
I do it.
Why though? Why are you reading it? It's all over. It's all over the internet. You just listen to somebody talk about it.
It's not local.
Okay, that's fair.
I'll say that there's value to like local news. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to read the local newspaper. I want to find out what's going on.
I just don't care.
Also, I also like to read the obituaries to see if any of my clients died. Like it sounds sad, like bad, but I need a little bit of a heads up in the industry I'm in.
Oh, like Barbara's dead. You'd be like, okay, all right, well, let me go.
Well, yeah, and Barbara's dead. Now I got to figure out what I'm going to do with her house because now it's vacant. And
jeez,
I at least want to have a heads up to like if one of my bigger clients died, I like to know.
You should just go buy them up, scoop them up.
Also, I just like to read newspaper. Like, police
I don't
reports.
know. I don't. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't like reading. I don't know. I don't.
Check out.
I don't
During my baseball season, I read it every single morning in sports. Find out what every other team did.
Like every other
baseball team, high school baseball team.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
that makes sense to me. Okay. All right, so I wanted to ask about this as we're here because we're running up against it a little bit. So winter meetings was last week or the week before?
Last week.
I did catch you and Donardo discussing pirate stuff in front of this beautiful waterfall. And
gorgeous setting. Yeah.
Tell me about Tyler. Did you go? Did you go, Tyler?
Nope.
No. Well, Jim, you have the honor of telling us what happened and how it went down and all the good stuff that happened during the winter meetings.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this: like, if you're just like a regular baseball fan, it's probably not something I would recommend visiting.
Really? Why?
There's no events. There's nothing really happening.
Mm-hmm.
It's just everybody all in one building at one time. It's like the entire Major League Baseball, the entire baseball industry is in one building at one time. So
doing what? Meeting?
Just meeting. Yeah, meeting basically. So like first off, it's a giant like job fair. Like if you want a job in baseball, like you go there and you look around, like you sit down and you're having your lunch and you look around you and
every table is just someone being interviewed by someone, you know. So there's a lot of that. But it's also because every baseball person is there, it's just easy to get stuff done. So you got agents, general managers, players, everybody's all in the same building for 3 days. Stuff just happens because they're together. So you know, you had the Juan Soto news, you know, coming out right after the winter meetings was done. The Jared Kelenic trade was kind of at the very beginning. Otani was kind of the main talking point throughout the whole process.
Marco Gonzalez.
Big Marco Gonzalez trade for the Pirates. But no, it was fun. I think the coolest part, like just for us being there, was meeting a lot of people who we've had on the show before, or you know, we've connected through you know, maybe it's Twitter or whatever. But you know, kind of seeing all those people that we have relationships with in person, hanging out with them, having chats with them, meeting some new people. Not only just around the industry, but with the Pirates. So it was neat. It was a pretty fun experience. Like I said, not necessarily like a fan friendly event, but yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I
y'all
enjoyed it.
didn't go as fans. Y'all were working.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing stuff the whole time. Like
what?
The last day we were there, we were running around taking videos the entire time.
Okay. So, let's say it was y'all went the whole week, right?
Yeah, we were there pretty much the whole week.
When y'all leave?
Thursday.
Oh, so y'all there from what? Sunday to Thursday?
Sunday to Thursday.
Oh, well, I was gonna ask what shenanigans y'all got into, but
we didn't get into too many shenanigans. Saturday,
because me and Tyler weren't there. That's the only reason why.
So Saturday, Donardo and I got there a day early, and so we did all the Nashville stuff. We did Broadway Street. That was the night of the ACC championship game. So Donardo got to see me just losing my mind as Louisville looked pathetic.
Did you expect to win that game?
You know what? Yeah. Like with Florida State's third string quarterback in the game, I expected to win. I did.
All right, that's fair.
So that was disappointing. Sunday we went out, watched some football pretty much all during the day, and then met up with you know, some of the Pirates beat writers that night at the hotel, and it was just pretty neat. I mean, you get there and it's like the hotel bar was just full of who's who of baseball. Like it was pretty neat.
So there's no debauchery, none of that.
No debauchery. No.
Get it.
We were
working. Getting old.
We were working. We're old. Yeah,
we're getting old.
Nobody here's 22 anymore.
Yeah. When was the live show in Pittsburgh that I went to? When was that?
Oh, that would have probably been like 20.
That was before my time.
18, 17 in that ballpark.
Jeez, that was a while ago.
It's been a while.
I think me and Tyler were forcing everybody to go out because everybody wanted to kind of meet everybody. So we kind of made everybody.
Yeah, we made everyone go to Tequila Cowboy.
Yeah. It was
and then everybody just sat in a corner and we were like, all right, we're just going to go like wander.
Yeah. It was me and Tyler walking around while everybody was just sitting off in the cut, which was funny. You said that was before your time being on North Shore 9, right, Jim?
Yeah.
When did you join North Shore 9?
2019, I think. Was it 2019?
So
or was it
right
2020?
Right before the vid.
Yeah.
It was the same time I did.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because we were on Donardo's dugout together and then took the hiatus and then got the
I guess maybe that's what it is. I always look at it like, well, Tyler did Donardo. So I kind of always just equated the two and like, all right, well, Tyler's kind of always.
I had like a year break there, which was wonderful, and now we're on like year 4 of doing this.
Yeah, when I signed up, it was like, hey, do you want to do like one show a week?
Yeah.
Is that how you got on? Like, because I don't really know the story behind it. I'm pretty sure anybody that's made it this far into the video would like to know.
Well, they kind of at this point it was just Donardo and Ryan, right? And then they brought on me and Tyler, and it was like, hey, just join us. You know, we're gonna join us on the podcast, right? And then maybe 2 months later, Ryan's like, yeah, so the real reason why we brought you on is because Ryan's quitting.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So
I forgot that they
Ryan,
brought us on before telling us Ryan was done.
yeah. So Ryan quits like right after we joined because he doesn't have time, right? With his kids and stuff. So now it's Donardo, Tyler, and myself.
I have kids too, Ryan.
And we at that point we pretty much just did our NS9 live once a week, and then Donardo and I started Starbucs, the Monday morning show. So it was
Can I
really
stop you for a second? Y'all are nuts, by the way. Doing a show that early in the morning. Y'all are effing nuts. But anyway.
You know what? It's a good way to start the week, honestly. You get up on Monday, you talk about the shitty Pirates for 30 to 45 minutes, and then you're ready for work.
Do people hop on with y'all in the mornings that early?
Yeah, we get quite a few people.
That's wild to me. I'll be honest.
Man,
I
we've
told Donardo, I was
had
like that early in the effing morning, Donardo. I'm like, you really think people are gonna hop on YouTube that early, Donardo? You know, Donardo's like super optimistic and a go getter. So he'll do 15 shows about 15 different things if he could.
Yeah. So that was the birth of Starbucks. So we were really just doing those two shows,
and
then it was like, oh, let's do post game shows now, and then
I remember getting that call from Donardo.
Yeah, and then
Like trying to present it to me. I'm like, I have absolutely no desire to do this.
But here you are doing it.
Like when he asked me if I wanted to do post game shows, like that sounds like the worst thing ever. And that was 2 years ago, or 2 years ago.
Especially it was like in the middle of like the worst Pirates team of all
Yeah.
time too. It was 2021 is when, or was it 2022?
2021.
We started doing post game shows.
22. Yeah, you're right. 22. It
Yeah.
was midway through 22.
Yeah.
So we started doing that. Actually, I'm going to back up real quick because I remember whenever I got brought on to North Shore 9, I did just remember how Jim explained it, that we got brought on and then it was like, oh, by the way, Ryan's done. Like 2 months into it. Because the way it was presented to me was that you're just going to be like a fourth chair here. You can fill in with us whenever. I'm like, oh, that's totally fine with me. Like I could be on once every couple months, maybe if someone else can't do it.
Right.
That's cool. Like I don't really want a podcast anymore.
Here you are.
They
roped you into the Ponzi scheme, multi-level marketing. Here you are.
Like I would like to maybe jump on every now and then, maybe share some thoughts. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, Ryan's gone. Well, you're still going to be like a third chair here. Like if me or Jim can't do it, or we'll rotate and we'll just keep it like North Shore 9 live at 2 people. Then like 2 months into that, it was just all 3 of us on all the time. And then a year later, we're doing post-game shows. And then another year later, we're doing a blog. Actually, sorry, 6 months after that, we have to TikTok and do shorts every day.
True, TikTok.
And then another year after that, we're doing blogs.
When is
Here
this?
we are now.
Yeah,
and now
here we are.
And then Geddes texts us, and we got to do another show.
Geddes is like, hey, I have this idea for this other show. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey. It's once every 2 weeks. You know, we gotta make people miss it. So we're gonna make people miss it. I told Donardo, I was like, look, the amount of work that's being put in and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, if the Pirates could just get good, then that's all you need to be able to ride that off into the sunset. But it requires the team to be good. And like if you were talking about the Yankees, we compete with John Boy or whatever it's called. But you're not talking about the Yankees. You're talking about the damn Pirates.
I'd be Jim Boy at that point.
Jim Boy, exactly. Cool, awesome.
I mean, not to toot our own horn, but I do think we've set ourselves up pretty well for if the Pirates ever do get good.
I agree.
We're ahead of the curve.
It's just a matter of the team getting good, and what's upsetting.
We positioned ourselves decently well.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like they. What I'm hearing doesn't sound like they want to be good.
But if they do, damn it, we're gonna be ready.
Yeah.
Everything's prepped. The systems are all set. Everything's prepped and ready to make everything happen. Just a matter of the team making it happen. All right. Before we end the show, normally we started the show with it, but I think we're going to end the show with it this week. I want to talk about Bucko Mike's power rankings. This is the second time that we've discussed it in this show. I'm going to go through it all. We got number 9 on the list is Jim. how do you feel about being number 9 on the list? And do you know why you're number 9?
No idea.
Dirty beard.
I think it's because my dirty beard and the fact that I'm like 65 years old. Apparently, every day's my birthday. I honestly, I'm a honky. I think is what the term is.
I can't. Well, I mean, technically, I can. I have immunity. I can't. I want.
I love Bucko Mike, but yeah,
that didn't sound authentic at all.
I love Bucko Mike. He's an interesting character, and he brings joy to my life. Let's just say that he's an enjoyable fella.
Tyler, he sounds like a politician. He sounds like a politician, but we'll leave it there.
I mean,
all
hey,
right.
to be fair, it's probably better to be in Jim's position than like maybe 4th or 5th.
Well, we'll get there. So Neil is 8th. Fort is 7th. Donardo is 6th because apparently he doesn't make enough mistakes. 5 is Cody. I don't think he spells Coleman correct.
No, he does that on purpose. Yeah, he spells his name wrong on purpose every time. He also, when he does it, if you notice with Neil, he doesn't tag Neil. He just writes Neil.
Is Neil on Twitter?
Neil is on Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is
Bucko Mike knows he is. Yeah.
So this is Bucko Mike being a jerk. All right, cool. So Cody Coleman's 5, which also makes sense that he put his last name because he had to make sure he spelled it wrong. So anyway, all of us to see it. So he put Geddes is at 4, Kenny's at 3, Doug's at 2, Tyler's at 1. I have a theory on why Tyler is maybe number 1, and the reason why I have that theory is because of Doug. So I watched North Shore Live. I think it was. I sent a few super chats. I'm very upset that my last super chat did not get discussed. Jim will have a discussion about that. But Tyler, are you a numbers guy?
What kind of numbers are we talking?
Like you have historical data, like you have like historical knowledge about things.
I can spit some random numbers out every now and then.
I get the sense that Doug has a little bit of that. Does Doug have a little bit of that too? Like if you look at like the stereotypical, like not TV show analyst, but like radio analyst, Doug reminds me kind of like how like a sports talk radio guy would be. Or am I wrong?
Doug Doug likes to go back in the past and try to relate things to what happened back in his day. And that's what I love about Doug.
Interesting.
Doug's like the only one of us who has seen the good times.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a little bit of that in you, Tyler, as well too, or are you just more?
I mean, I'll just randomly bring up a batting average of Brian Giles from 2004 for fun, just to flex the muscles.
Jim, do you do that at all?
No.
Okay, so when I was listening to Doug, I was like, I know now what Bucko Mike's looking for in his power ranking. I don't offer that, especially about baseball. But you know, Bucko Mike has seen me in Donardo's dugout, and I'm much better than what I was back then. So I think that's why I'm number 4. I don't know enough about Kenny to know why he's ranked above me, and it kind of upsets me. And I think by me saying this,
like Kenny's Kenny's just likable.
Kenny's likable, dude,
and funny.
More likable than me.
Kenny's more active.
I'll say this: Kenny's more active. Like Kenny interacts with Bucko Mike a lot more than you.
But that's not what goes into. That's
all part of the rankings. Yeah.
But it says power rankings North Shore 9 hosts and contributors. So as a host, I have to interact on Twitter in order to move up the ranking.
Yeah,
probably.
That's bullshit.
I don't know. I don't know how these rankings work.
Well,
I just need to remain number 1.
Well, the thing is no. See, now
I'm actually probably
no. Now I'm getting mad. Because I don't get it now. I'm angry about this.
No one does. No one gets it.
I get it perfectly.
Well, because you're number 1.
I'm the best.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I get it too. I understand why I'm last.
And let's be honest here, Jim. It does line up. We are the A team here. number 1 and number 9. Those are the most important positions. You'd probably rather be 9 because that actually means he secretly likes you. So he's putting you last. You don't want to be 8th. 8th means he doesn't care.
Which is
Sorry, Neil.
evidenced by the fact he doesn't put the name next to Neil's name at all.
Like you want to be 1
I'm not
and
even
9.
following Boko Mike.
Anything in between there means you're irrelevant.
I think that's pretty fair. Yeah. We have the 2 most important positions in that ranking. Yeah.
Because it's like being mean to the girl you have a crush on.
So I'm nobody. Is what I'm hearing. I'm the third.
I mean, like,
I'm the third ranked nobody. Third ranked.
I mean, you're like that would make you technically 5th.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do. All right. So if you're watching this, Boko Mike, which I'm assuming you are, right? Because you're the only way you can do these power rankings is by watching the shows, and I would hope that you would watch the one that I'm on. I'm going to need you to put something in the comment to explain to me exactly what needs to be done in order to increase power rankings, because it doesn't make sense to me at all.
He won't tell you.
That's not what
He won't tell you. Oh well, then I'm not going to be a slave to it. Then I'll stop discussing it. How about that?
What's going to happen?
So we're going to play a game. I want to play a game. We're going to play a game. You're going to explain to us what goes to the power ranking, and if you don't, we're never going to discuss it again.
Yes, we will. As long as I'm number 1, it will be this.
Oh no, I'll acknowledge that. I'll be like, "Oh, Tyler's number 1," and we'll keep it moving.
No, if he moves me down, I'm out
on the Clubhouse. I need to know the rules, huh?
He'll never move me down. I don't think. Like he gave.
No, you've got that spot on lock.
He gave last night's show a what? B+?
No, I think he gave it a B-, and he said Tyler carried the show. Yeah.
That's my guy.
Watch it. I got to go back and watch it and figure out what exactly it is.
It's nothing. I didn't really say.
Well, you can't. So it can't be the opinions. You can't base it on the opinions the person's saying, though. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can. My opinions were better.
That's exactly what. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it.
Well, if there's no data that this is based on that shows any level of objectivity, then this is not a power ranking. This is just I like these guys better than
I don't even
the
think
other
it's that.
ones.
No, it's not even that. It's just he's just random. He probably just randomly picks names.
No, he leaves me. He puts me number 1 on.
He puts you number 1. He puts me number 9, and the rest are random.
And that is accurate.
Yeah.
The rest of them are probably alphabetical order or something. Actually, no, they're not. Okay, I had to make sure. Tough for them.
I'm low key pressed about this. I'm a little pressed because if I don't know what the parameters are, then how could anybody come for the top spot? Which confirms that Tyler's not ever leaving that spot.
Yeah, I have the intangibles.
Yep.
This the stuff, the intangibles. Yeah. What the hell are intangibles? What are the intangibles?
The feel. He's got the feel.
Yeah, I just.
Oh, all right. Well, then
I know what Bucko Mike likes.
Well, then I can't compete with this. I cannot. If this is rooted in feelings, then I can't. Then I can't compete in this then because I don't know how to make it feel any better and I don't know what to do.
I mean,
I like the theory. I'm really starting to believe what you're saying though about the fact that number 1 and number 9 are the 2 best ones. You want to know the reason why? Because he has to put you 9, which means he thinks about you at 9. Yeah. And of course, the person's at the bottom of the list is going to address it more. Therefore, he has to really like you.
Yep. 1 and 9 are the 2 spots you want to covet. Or 1 and whatever if we keep adding people.
So that means 2 through 8 was bullshit.
Irrelevant.
2 through 8 is irrelevant. You might as well be 8th rather than 2nd. It doesn't matter.
If you ain't 9th, you're last.
Actually, I might actually argue that 9th is the actual number 1.
I'm really pressed about this. But we're not going to drag this on too much. I'm pressed. Yeah. Okay. All right. Boko Mike, if you made it this far, I won't take it that far yet. We'll save it for the next show. If it doesn't get explained to me the next show, I'm going to make some serious allegations.
Breaking news.
I'm a break some news. In news that'll break.
I have breaking news right here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead with it.
DiNardo just shared with us. Jim would be 10th if we had another per Bucko Mike.
See, there you go. So
On
no
my
matter
fourth
what.
chance.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that he really does like you because he's going to keep pushing you down the list.
Yep.
I wonder if he thinks it makes you tight that he does this.
No, like I said, it's like having a crush on a girl in elementary school.
I wish I didn't discuss this because now I'm more angry than
I
anything.
kind of do too, because now I might get pushed down because I
That's
just said
true.
that.
You're
Well, he couldn't. He's not going to push you down the list.
He better not, or we're gonna have some problems.
I dare him to push me down further.
You know,
I need to keep my first spot. Bucko
this-
Mike's a smart man. He has good baseball opinions. He shares great things with me in my DMs.
See, and we'll end the show after this. But so obviously, people know I sell myself for a living, right? I don't sell houses. I sell myself, and then the houses move, right? And when I was in sales at Best Buy and other positions and other jobs, I had the ability to manipulate, right, in order for me to get things that I wanted and to move my way up the corporate ladder or whatever things. I knew the right things to say, politicking, as some may say. I don't like playing games where I don't know the rules because then I don't know how to navigate through the system. I don't like this. I don't like this at all, actually. So I need Bucko Mike to tell me what the parameters are. That way I know how to move within those parameters. If he does not tell me what they are, I'm gonna have. And then I don't want to be on the list.
No, I don't want to be on the list. No,
then I don't want to be on the list. Then I don't want to. Then I don't want to be on the list.
You're gonna be 8th now. You're gonna be behind Neil now.
Oh, well, but if I know, but then if I end up 8th, then I know exactly the reason why.
No,
then I'll play.
You gotta be like Jim and myself.
Mm-hmm.
We know Bucko Mike. We know what the guy likes. We understand the man. We've been dealing with him for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Over a decade.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Like we just know Bucko Mike.
Okay. I don't know Bucko Mike. Okay. See,
you need to get to know Bucko Mike.
You do.
But that's not going to move me up the power ranking because I don't know the rules.
Knowing Bucko Mike will move you up the power rankings because you'll cater to him.
But I know Bucko Mike though. I know him. I have my eyes on him.
The power rankings are more just you accepting who you are in Bucko Mike's eyes.
I see. I
think that's fair.
I've been a winner my whole life. I may associate with losing teams, but I've been a winner my whole life. My whole life, I've been a winner. I win everything that I've been in, except for.
So here's the thing: now that Bucko Mike knows that, you're never win.
Ever.
Well, see,
he'll keep you at 4th or 5th.
No, because then that would say that he's not objective. He's not an objective person, and I would like to believe that he's an objective person.
He's not.
He's not objective. He's not an objective person. He's not at all. He's not an objective person.
Then let me tell you.
Then I request to be removed off the list, or I will leave North Shore 9.
He's going to put you twice now. Since you requested to be removed, he's going to put you on the list twice.
Oh my God! All right, Bucko Mike, don't respond to me on Twitter. Respond to me in the respond to us in the comment section.
No, he'll respond on Twitter.
Yeah, but because you just said that, he will only respond on Twitter.
No, that was a okay, fine. You can't ask, so I can't ask the man to help me do anything. Then.
No, you should have asked him if you knew Bucko Mike like me and him do. You would have asked him to respond on YouTube. Then you would have got a tweet.
So you said. So I should have said.
Or you should have asked him to tweet you about it. Then you would have got a comment on YouTube. I'm sorry.
He's going to keep you on your toes.
Yeah. And do the exact opposite of what you want.
Okay, I can play this game. All right. I can play this game. All right, cool. I know what it is now.
Nope, you already screwed up.
I know
it's not a game to him.
No. Huh?
It's not a game to him. You already screwed up.
It's not. It doesn't have to be a game to him. It's a game to me now.
Well, he doesn't like that.
Okay.
He's not going to like that you're playing the game.
Well, I see. Yeah.
He's not going to like that you're going out of your way to try to.
No. I'm not doing. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. This is why I like Jim. This is why I like Jim.
I'm trying to help you.
No,
Yeah, he's gonna start saying
I'm
you're desperate, and he's
no,
gonna
no,
drop
no,
you.
no,
He's gonna
no.
drop you.
No. I've accepted where I rank. That's where I am. That is where I am rank at. I honestly should be happy that I'm at 4 because I could easily be 8. So I appreciate my rank.
Geddes, you are the highest ranked African American in the rankings.
Well, yeah, and you know,
there you go.
I'm not. I was gonna make a joke, but I'm not gonna do it because this is YouTube. But yeah, so I will. You know what? I will humbly accept my ranking, and I should actually be appreciative of the fact that I am ranked as high that I am ranked. Would I like to be number 1? Yes, but
they are very, very important rankings.
They are. And
we just
Tyler,
spent 20 minutes on them.
Yeah, I know. Tyler, you're in a much better position than I am because you actually are, in fact, the better contributor than what I am because I do not contribute as much. So you know what, Booker Mike, I apologize for getting in my own feelings and being upset with where I should have accurately been ranked. I appreciate that. I humbly, I will issue a public apology to you. After this show is.
He's not gonna like that either.
He's not. Okay.
Now you're sucking up.
Am I sucking up? No, this is. I'm being honest. I'm being.
Oh yeah, you are
being honest, huh?
You are.
No, yeah. I was in my feelings. I shouldn't have did it. What I should have did is I should have accepted it and did the things that y'all said. Yeah. Interact more, contribute more.
Try to be better for him.
More, huh?
Try to be better for him.
Yeah. I should
provide value.
I don't provide enough. All right, I get it. I'm humbled. All right, gentlemen. I appreciate your help, especially getting through that because my arrogance peaked through there. I apologize, gentlemen. But yeah, do you have any last?
I don't like that either. He likes arrogance.
He does, yeah. Everything that I am and I am not plays against me.
Just try to be me. That's it.
But I'm not you. I'm Geddes.
No, you just try to be me.
I don't know how to be you.
No, you be yourself.
But
be
more
yourself.
like me.
Yeah. Be okay. All right. I get it.
Mix it up with him a little bit.
Yeah, I get it.
Like if you mix it up with him a little bit, he'll be sharing high school football scores with you in your DMs.
Yeah. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Me and him chat about high school football all the time.
He live messages Cleveland Cavaliers games to me. He'll just do play-by-play in my DMs.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm not a Cleveland Cavaliers fan.
Heavy.
I don't care about the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I yes. All right, gentlemen. And we'll leave it at that. Gentlemen, I appreciate y'all being on the show with me. At some point, I'm going to figure out how to get the drops to work on the show because once that happens, I'll be more happy. The issue is I don't want to wear a headset, and I know I have to run the audio through my mixer. But anyway, we'll get to that point in this Clubhouse show or whatnot. Appreciate y'all, gentlemen. Thank you. For those who are here, if you haven't already, so hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you know our notifications are on because I get them all the time. I get notifications because they post these shorts and all that kind of stuff all day, every single day. So you'll just get North Shore 9 content all the time. Follow on everything, Twitter or X, whatever they call it now, right?
Twitter. No one calls it X.
No, okay. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all that kind of good stuff. And I want to say that is it. Bye-bye.
Scouts.
See you all.
You all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.